promised this video for an entire week. We are finally here. It is finally time. We are going to finally watch this video. The decline of Blizzard.
That is why Warcraft 3 Reforged is so terrible. I wish I never played a Blizzard game ever.
That's about right.
It too pains me to hear what Blizzard has become.
What the fuck?
You shall have your wish granted.
It's Gandalf.
Wait, no! Ah.
What the fuck?
Funny. My mind is completely blank now. I could have sworn I was just upset about something, but strange. I don't really... Sit with me. I have a tale for you.
What the fuck
boy,
is this, dude?
is it about video games? The fuck you think it is? Of course we're... What do you wish to tell me, old man?
Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming is
Video games were much simpler. There existed a company.
There seems to be enough from what I'm seeing.
Over time, Blizzard released several outstanding games that won not only awards, but the hearts of millions. With every new title, Blizzard managed to outdo themselves. They were like Tom Brady. And for many years, Blizzard commanded great respect from gamers everywhere.
Sure did.
So what happened? The games were great, right? And they kept making them?
They were awesome.
I don't believe you can target a single mistake and say this is where it all went wrong.
What is this?
Although Blizzard was well loved by many gamers.
Yeah, they were.
At some point, something in them began to twist and contort until they were no longer godlike beings we saw them as. There's got to be more to it than that.
Yep.
Tell me everything. If you insist.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I want to say like one big part of it is like, yeah, Activision or whatever. But one big part of it is the fact that there were always people that complained about and hated Blizzard. It's just that the internet wasn't around. It's like everybody hates every game now. Everybody hates every company now. So there's a point where you need to realize that as well. 2010-ish. Yeah, I think that's about right. You hate every game?
The decline of Blizzard is not a story. That was weird. The decline of Blizzard is not a story about a successful business that is now failing, but rather a business that continuously fails its fans. Blizzard was one of my favorite game developers of all time. My love for this company started when I was like 5 years old, and I've given them more than a decade's worth of support. Blizzard,
Yes, me lord.
Nintendo, Bungie. These were the companies I knew of growing up as a kid.
Exactly.
All of them
same.
were gods in my eyes.
Same.
Nothing makes me feel old quite like remembering on the first time I ever played a real computer game.
Yeah, dude.
Sitting there with Pajama Sam, Freddy Fish, Math Blaster, Dad bursts in.
I had Math Blaster back in the day. My mom fucking made me get it because I didn't want to learn how to do math. Like, I had all those old fucking games, man. Like, I still have like the old Duke Nukem thing.
Into the room, sits me down and says, son, you're almost 5 years old, but you've got a lot of manning up to do. It's time for a real game. Hands me StarCraft, and it was like, I'm Harry Potter grabbing the wand that was destined for me. I have so many vivid memories of playing the single-player campaign, custom games, loving the story, voice acting.
You called down the thunder. Now
this was really good back in the day. This was high quality.
About how awesome these games are. And hopefully I get to make a video about them someday. The storytelling was out of this world, but what really blew me away were the cinematics.
Yep.
That intro to Brood War.
I love the cinematics back then. You guys need to understand, like, it's so long ago, it's hard to remember, but the cinematics back then, they were the same quality. They were better than the VFA cinematics because Blizzard was like so far ahead of everybody else. And I think as time has passed, other companies have caught up to Blizzard. But back then, there was like Blizzard cinematics, and then nobody, and then nobody, and then maybe other cinematics. Like, they were just so far above and beyond everybody else, it was fucking ridiculous. You have to remember, this was in the 90s that this shit came out.
That intro so much, I parodied it in a horribly irrelevant video. StarCraft was so awesome beyond what Blizzard created themselves.
Yeah.
And the map editor allowed for unique custom games that anyone could play.
I never did custom
Around
games.
this time, my brother and I somehow got our hands on a copy of
Diablo.
and holy hell, scares me shitless. So
My mom
bloody
never let me
and
have this one.
graphic.
Yeah.
Later I realized
I
in
could.
therapy just how traumatized I was by the butcher. I
Yeah.
can still hear his voice now.
Fresh meat.
Addicting,
Yeah.
No one gonna-
satisfying.
I never got a
Diablo
chance
was a
to
Okay, I was about to go steal
terrifying
that.
introduction to
I
RPGs.
wish I did.
Years later, Chapow,
Too bad.
Reign of
Because I have
Chaos,
300
showed us
This
the
was
skinning.
my
power
game
of
right here.
Blizzard's battle drums.
This was it.
Frozen Throne comes out and it's like, okay, what have I done to deserve this blessing?
Yep.
An RTS with heroes that
I
level
would
up.
go over to my dad's house, and I convinced my dad that he needed a $2,000 computer to check his email, and I actually just wanted him to buy the computer so I could play Warcraft 3. It worked, actually. It did. So I played this all the time over at my dad's house on like Battle.net. It was fucking amazing.
And combat would set the foundation for what World of Warcraft would become.
I was
And
never
you know this part of the
that's
story.
fine,
a
Dom.
gamer
Mr.
for
T, and I'm a night
StarCraft.
elf more.
Oh no!
What's your game?
World of Warcraft took the world by storm.
Yeah.
Earth and fire, heed my call. Much like RuneScape,
Yeah.
WoW became a pop culture phenomenon.
Yep.
I'll never forget the South Park episode where Blizzard
I
and
watched this
Comedy
with my
Central
dad
collaborated
whenever
to
it
make
came out.
fun of the game.
Yep.
There was so much to love about Blizzard and their community, their identity. You know, just
that
the
was so
fun-loving
good,
spirit
man.
behind everything.
Oh, man.
Dude, like, do you guys remember back whenever, like, I remember Nixian brought this up in a video once. If you guys played back in the day, do you guys ever remember whenever Blizzard would do their earnings call and they would announce how many more subscribers they had, and like everybody would be talking about it in trade chat, like, dude, the game is 8 million subs, 9 million subs, man, and like 10 million, everybody was talking about it. It was just like such a good fucking feeling, man. It was like everybody had that I was there feeling about the game, and they were there. It was just, it's something you don't even think about anymore. But I remember having conversations about that whenever you brought it up, and it was like fucking, oh, we're down to, we're down to 2 million guys. We're down to 1 million guys, yeah.
Poor Johnny.
Now, even though this video is going to be more on the negative
God,
side,
that doesn't
What?
look artist at all.
I have a special place in my heart and memory for Blizzard as they were. The great
What?
people who were a part of
Wow.
it and the incredible experiences they gave me
Yeah.
that I bought. And that's not to say they haven't done any good over the
I
last
didn't buy it,
decade.
my mom did.
Overwatch was awesome.
Yeah.
WoW Classic, an incredible trip down memory lane.
Sure was.
Look, I'm not saying Blizzard as a whole is a reprehensible anti-gamer movement led by Anita Sarkeesian, whose sole purpose is to destroy all your favorite franchises and usher in the age of the Burning Legion. It's
Yeah,
not that
something like
extreme,
that.
alright? Truth be told, I don't have much good to say about current Blizzard, and that's where I want to focus, on where they went wrong, how they destroyed their own reputation and image in my eyes, in the eyes of an old-time fan.
Yeah, I think I'll probably be agreeing with pretty much all this, dude. Like, you guys know I got the Warcraft 3 box. I've got even the Warcraft 1
Fuck.
box. I've got all the old boxes in my
Those guys must be looking for double
and
swords.
it's kind of crazy for me to think about. I think that the problem is that the games aren't innovative anymore in the same way that they were. So like Overwatch, I think is kind of an exception. I think that Overwatch is a genuinely really, really good game. But other than that, it feels like they haven't really taken any big chances and done anything unique and different with the game, like game development in general. And I think that's kind of why they were doing so well. Overwatch was good. Overwatch is TF2 reskinned. I thought it was a good game, right? I mean, Overwatch is TF2 in the same way that WoW was EverQuest. Oh shit! There he is.
When Blizzard tasted
Mr.
the cursed
Moneybags.
waters of Activision and merged with them in 2008,
Yep.
it wasn't a highly controversial move.
It was.
At the time.
I
COD
was
4
mad.
had just released 8 months earlier, Guitar Hero was the hottest fad since the Wii, and they hadn't milked any of those franchises to death. Back
Not
then,
yet.
Activision
Not
wasn't
yet.
the same money-grubbing company we know today. Or maybe they were, and they were just really good at hiding it. But none
I
of
remember whenever the merger
We should
happened,
do the
there were a
Tanner's
lot of people
chicken
that were
escort
concerned.
quest, actually. Get
And
that
I
out of my
remember, like, as
advance.
soon as the first Stormount came out, that's whenever people started talking about it. Started talking about the merger. They're like, you know, it's Activision making them do it, and that's whenever the questioning began.
us had the foresight.
But Activision
to
did make good
predict
games.
just how much
They made
this
great
would affect
games.
Blizzard's identity, their culture, and their
Yeah.
games.
You did this to our people knowingly? Gah!
Oh, I forgot all about this one. Where you had to use your
Our
real
journey
name.
starts in July of 2010.
Yes.
Blizzard had a serious problem. StarCraft 2 absolutely killed it with its reveal, generating massive hype and sending shockwaves across all of Korea.
StarCraft
it
2
had
was
been
really
12
popular.
years since
King
Brood.
Maj.
Fans could not wait. StarCraft
Yep.
2 was coming out in 3 weeks, baby! However, Blizzard's official forums had become filled with vitriol and flame wars.
Yep.
Trolling and community toxicity was spiraling out of control, which
Yep,
diluted
I
the
remember
discussions
that.
about the games themselves. Blizzard could not have this continue with the launch of StarCraft 2. How
Absolutely
do we
not.
change this toxic part of our community? One executive asked. Weight loss programs and general hygiene classes.
That's not gonna
Another
work.
blurted out.
Nobody's gonna do
I've
that.
got it. People won't talk as much shit on the internet when they can be held accountable for it. So let's force
Well, Facebook proved that wrong. How the fuck did these guys ever think that was true? Like, what do you think? Somebody's gonna get fired for their job from saying that StarCraft 2 sucks? Like, yeah, it's the dumbest fucking thing ever. Yeah, so they force people to use their real names. This is like a goal that they're gonna do. They're gonna make people use their real
Wrong area.
names on the forums and like force real ID.
everyone who uses our forums to display their real name. Take that, trolls.
Yep.
Oh yes, that's a fantastic
Brilliant.
idea. Sheer
Amazing.
brilliant. Like a raise. Why are you so
Can I
smart?
suck your dick?
Okay,
Wow.
but how do we change this toxic part of our community without spitting in their face?
Yeah,
This decision, of course, had the exact reaction you'd expect.
it sure did.
The
I
forums
remember
were
this.
flooded
This
with
is during
complaints,
Rapid
and
Witch King.
one thread reached over 11,000 replies. Look, I'm not
Jesus.
saying let the trolls roam free in the forests of Buckland, but why wouldn't you just get moderators and or create stricter guidelines for using the forums? Forcing
Imagine moderating your platform. Imagine paying money to make the platform better. Imagine having people curtail bad behavior. Imagine having standards that you hold people to, and if people don't meet those standards, the accounts are actioned. Imagine that. I can't.
everyone to reveal personal information would not
Yeah.
only discourage people from posting, but also punish people who did nothing wrong. Ultimately, this new change would have created more problems than it would solve.
Yep.
So, Blizzard scrapped it. But
There's actually a part of it there. One of the reasons why they scrapped it is, if I remember right, I could be misremembering the story, partially.
That's most of the quest
but
here.
one of the executives of Blizzard had their personal information leaked, and like somebody called in like a bomb threat to his daughter's school. It was like some kind of like really, really bad thing, and then after that, yeah, he got doxxed, and it was.
Oh, Batchog.
I don't remember what it was specifically, but I think that they didn't even realize, like Blizzard didn't even realize how bad it was, because they didn't know what could happen, because like it was like 2010, so like that kind of stuff wasn't really common then, so it was all kind of uncharted territory, and they just didn't know what was going on. And that's fucked up, man. Well, exactly, but the people did that, and it's not a good thing they did that, but like it certainly fucking showed them that it was a big fucking mistake to do this because it gives people this amount of power, and having that power is not good.
The fact that Real ID was even considered as a possibility, let alone planned to be implemented across the board, was really just such a bizarre, out of touch
It was a
thing
weird decision
to even attempt.
Yeah,
And
I
then
don't know
there's
why they
this.
did this.
I work in a charity. If they see I am a gamer, it could affect my employment prospects. Gamers have been oppressed since 2010, baby.
Back then, it was still kind of a, it was still kind of, it wasn't super normal to be a gamer. I know that might sound weird, right? But like, back then, like being a gamer was still kind of like assumedly like, okay, you're lazy and you don't do anything. Frowned
But
upon,
the outrage seemed to be only temporary.
Right.
If we only knew what was in store for us
This level
down
60
the
plus?
line.
Oh boy. There he is. Oh, League of Legends.
Blizzard has a long list of battles in the courtroom.
Yeah,
None
or
more
no, it's
famous
Dota,
than Valve
Dota.
Corporation v. Activision Blizzard. This,
Yeah.
of course, was over the legal rights to Defense of the Ancients.
I don't know how the
most
fuck Blizzard
popular
lost
custom
this.
game for Warcraft 3. And it was a battle for the ages.
Yep.
Two of the biggest and most successful PC developers duking it out. Who will come out on top? From what I understand, Valve worked with Dota developer Ice Frog, who was later hired by them, and they wanted to trademark Dota as their intellectual property.
Yep.
Blizzard, of course, didn't want that,
I don't want it.
but Valve had already
He doesn't.
filed a trademark. Now, it's complicated, but for whatever reason, Blizzard and Valve settled out of court, with Valve keeping the rights to Dota All-Stars for commercial purposes, and Blizzard would be able to use it within their own custom games.
I don't
This
know what
appears
the
to have been a
fuck that-
mutual agreement, but
Yeah.
with hindsight, we see just how badly Blizzard was shafted. Nobody thought Dota
No, they fucked themselves in the ass. Like, the thing is that if Blizzard had been on top of the MOBA genre, I really do feel like that, and like, I never even thought of this before this video here, but like, imagine if Blizzard had been the ones that spearheaded MOBA gaming. That would have been fucking ridiculous. And I would have played MOBAs then. It probably would have changed like my gaming habits even too. Would have been bad? No. What do you mean? It's not possible? I don't know. Like, yeah.
Fair, they did try with odds.
Well, yeah, like way later on, and like HOTS wasn't about if HOTS was a really good game, nobody would have played it because people were already too invested in the other games. I don't know, man. MOBAs suck them? Yeah, I feel like honestly, if Blizzard had been the ones that spearheaded MOBAs, like maybe that would have been bad, right? But like assuming the same thing would have happened, like the perception of Blizzard would probably be much different.
would turn into the massive esports juggernaut that
Yeah,
it is today.
it's
But you
massive.
have to wonder, how could Blizzard just let the magic lamp slip through their hands?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Aww. There it is.
Many fans lost faith in Blizzard's ability to retain the rights and provide the games they wanted.
Yeah. Not a good time. Oh,
World of War
2012 to current? Oh, come on, man. To current. Shit, dude. Shit. Here we go.
World of
Discovered
Warcraft has
this
been
just for the
Blizzard's
sake
main
of it.
moneymaker for years.
Yep.
With a
There we
large,
go.
diverse, dedicated community. Throughout the Burning Legion and Wrath of the Lich King expansions,
That
the
was good.
game only grew in size. Cataclysm was a bit rocky, but it wasn't until May 2012 that Mists of Pandaria released, and
Yep.
a large portion of fans voiced their discontent. This was really the turning point for World of Warcraft and what turned many people off of that game. Blizzard reported that 14% of users had canceled their subscriptions, a loss of 13 million players
Jesus.
after a brand new expansion that's supposed to build the game up. Shortly after this,
Jesus,
Blizzard stopped
dude.
publicizing their subscription numbers, as showing a steady decline might further exacerbate the decline.
Yeah, exactly.
There were many controversial changes to WoW over the years.
The thing is, like, they just made such a big mistake by, like, I feel like Raid Finder and Dungeon Finder were, like, really bad for the game. And I think that's one of the big differences. Also, like the fact that Mists of Pandaria, the theme for the game just wasn't really something that resonated with players at all. And I think that obviously it was fine in retrospect, but like you compare it to Burning Crusade, which was Illidan. Everybody knew Illidan from Warcraft 3. Wrath of the Lich King, I mean, come on. Like Deathwing was like really only, it was like tangentially mentioned in like a few quests, and there was a book that was written about him, but that's about it. There wasn't really a whole lot of other stuff going on with Deathwing. So Cataclysm kind of came out, or not Cataclysm, sorry, but like Mists of Pandaria, that was literally an April Fool's joke and a hidden mission inside of Warcraft 3. Like it was completely out of left field. Like Cataclysm was kind of out of left field, but like Mists of Pandaria was way. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like nobody expected that at all. So same with the Diablo mobile game, appealing to China. I don't know, but overall, like I do think that was a big reason why people didn't like it was the theme. For me personally, that was the worst part about Mists of Pandaria. And then obviously having like all the different raid difficulties, all that other dog shit that I always talk about. You guys know how I feel about that.
Among many was the Dungeon Finder, an expedited way of finding players for raids and instances. Initially, you had to rally up a group of friends or other players and all commit hours to tackling these intense dungeons. And that was a lot of fun. It created so much community interaction.
Well, it's
Many of WoW's community-oriented features were made more accessible at the cost of player agency. World of Warcraft started to feel less like a world and more of an automated experience. Why leave the main city if you can just hop into a queue and find a raid or instance anyways? In some ways, I'm willing to give Blizzard the benefit of the doubt for WoW's decline in popularity. Keeping a game alive for that long is going to have some speed bumps. And even
it's a problem is they started taking. Here's the problem with WoW, right? Is they started making WoW not appeal to people that play WoW, that like WoW. They started making WoW not WoW in order to make people that don't like WoW like WoW. And whenever they did that, they alienated the people that did like the game. And you have like this weird middle ground right now where they're catering to people and they're trying to make the game appealing to people that don't like it. And that's the problem that they did with Wrath. That they made Wrath, I think in a lot of ways, was made to appeal to people that did not like WoW beforehand. And that's why they made way easier raids. They had the Dungeon Finder. And they had like all of this fucking catch-up gear. And like all of this stuff happened. It worked only in the short term. Because really, I mean, Burning Crusade saw much more growth than Wrath of the Lich King, and obviously it's part of the nature of the game being newer then. But also, like, subs flatlined in Wrath too. Like, even in Wrath, they flatlined towards the end of ICC, and it's not a surprise. It took forever. But, no, I think it was a massive mistake.
Fucking come
really
on.
Was.
Even though many fans have disagreed with the direction Blizzard has taken, at least they finally came out with WoW Classic. And both games seem to be coexisting peacefully.
Yeah, right.
But here's where we get into the real shit.
Fucking come on, this is bullshit.
I vividly remember the launch of Diablo 3 as being one of the single most disappointing game launches of all time, next to MCC.
What?
It was that bad.
We got in, like, I got into Diablo 3 pretty early on. Like, it took me, like, maybe an hour or two to log in, and then I played until the sun came up, and then, like, after that, everything was pretty much good. Error 37. Yeah, I remember Error 37 was the top trending thing on all of Twitter the night that Diablo 3 got released. It was such a massive fucking pop. Diablo 3, I feel like the game, the problem with Diablo 3 is that there was no testing for any of the acts beyond Act 1. And there also was no testing for Inferno mode. So the fact is, like, people got through the core game in like a week. Then after that, they played Inferno. It was not balanced at all. And Blizzard intentionally did not balance it because like we just took everything and doubled the values for everything. And obviously that's not going to give.
And that's why you play a Shaman Tank.
It's not going to be enjoyable to play because it was just completely overtuned and super hard for certain classes, and then only doable by certain, other classes. It was complete fucking garbage. And then on top of that, you had the auction house, which I don't think the auction house was that big of a deal, personally. But you had like the other acts, like Act 2, 3, 4. These acts, so if you guys remember, I don't know if you do, but back whenever the Diablo 3 beta was out, you could only do Act 1. So Act 1, even in Inferno mode, was pretty good. Act 1 was very well coded. There were no big bugs, or, you know, well, I guess in Act 2, most of the bugs with the bugs were bugs, but with the wasps. But in Act 1, everything was relatively clean, up until Skeleton King. Yeah, you would get up to Skeleton King, and then it would be over. You never did the Butcher. But even the Butcher was pretty much okay. So, yeah, as soon as you got into Act 2, you had, like, these mobs that would throw grenades at you, and they just one-shot you.
It was the wasp.
No, the wasps. So there would be like these little wasps that you would have to kill, and they would shoot little smaller wasps at you. But what would happen is not only would the smaller wasps basically one-shot you, if even one of them hit you, but on top of that, they would just despawn. They would go invisible randomly because of a bug, and then you'd just die. So you'd just be standing there, the wasps would go away, and then they'd hit you while they were invisible, and you would die. It was fucking ridiculous. So I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Diablo 3, like, those were the big mistakes they made with Diablo 3.
Not only had basically all of the depth been stripped away from Diablo 2, not only did it feel like a poor man's version of Diablo 2, but it was also just straight up broken. I waited years for this game, and within 4 hours of gameplay, I was like, this ain't it, Chief, and never looked back. The always online and DRM features were heavily criticized, totally unnecessary for people wanting to just play single player.
Single player, is it? Says Diablo 3. Mind if we force you to play online anyway, in case you change your mind? Kind of do, as it happens, Diablo 3. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of all my money!
The art direction...
I never thought being always online was a big deal, and the only reason it was a problem is because the online servers were dog shit. Like, I didn't really care about always online because I thought it was to prevent hackers. I didn't care about that. But the servers were just terrible.
I'm fucking on.
And that's why you would die all the time. Like, you'd rubber band, you'd get out of something, you'd rubber band back, it would hit you. It was just fucking terrible.
It was criticized, it didn't feel hellish. Gameplay story was awful. Excessive amounts of useless gear with 1% of that shit being actually usable.
Oh, some things never changed.
Everything was a bust. It just didn't feel
I'm glad they took that idea and they put it in WoW.
Diablo.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
Diablo 3 was the subject of numerous complaints by fair trade organizations across the world. In France alone, a consumer group reported that there were 1,500 complaints in 4 days. The organization, forgive me, Kate Choisier, asked Blizzard to, and this is my translation, tell us when the fuck the game is going to be playable.
Oh, yeah.
Be straight up, okay?
Yep.
Be a fucking homie. Blizzard responded by saying, there's a sticker on the box that says, internet connection required.
Fuck you!
The Fair Trade Commission alleged that Blizzard had violated consumer rights laws in South Korea. Hundreds of gamers from there demanded refunds, which Blizzard refused to grant until a month later. In Germany, the Federation of Consumer Organizations threatened legal action against Blizzard for their lack of transparency with the DRM, consumers' inability to resell the game, and then there was the auction house. A feature Blizzard implemented to make everyone's gaming experience much better, right? If the gameplay wasn't shallow enough, this fucking atrocity of a feature made it so players could literally put in real money to buy the best gear.
I sold the sword on there for $150. I think it was actually a pole arm. I will never forget that. I'll never even forget where I was. Like, I went inside, like, the first level of the butcher's area, and it was, like, the first mob in there. I killed it, and it drops this fucking itemable 63, like, fucking one hand. I loot that shit, and I sold it on the auction house for $150, and I celebrated, and I took me and all the boys out the Panda Express. And I said, boys, we're rich now. We ain't gotta worry about no motherfucking money, dude. Get whatever you want on the menu. Like, that was so fucking good, man. And I don't really think they should do, like, the real money auction house was a mistake, but I think having the auction house in Diablo 3 was a good idea. I liked having the auction house more than not having one in Reaper of Souls. It actually made the game kind of boring.
Oh no, don't run
This
near these guys, you
undercut
stupid
the
chicken.
entire point of playing Diablo 3. The quest
Yeah, you
for
just buy
gear
things.
comes from playing the game, killing monsters, doing quests.
Fucking dare.
Yeah.
That's what makes it fulfilling.
Yeah.
Not by entering your credit card information.
You just
It
buy
was one
whatever
of
you
the
want.
earlier and more egregious forms of
you.
microtransactions, as Blizzard took a cut of all the profits.
How convenient.
It took them 2 years to realize how damaging the auction house was, and would shut it down completely in March of 2014.
There it is.
At this point, we all started to worry
There it
and
is.
wonder, how could Blizzard continue to get into legal trouble? How could this company with
Are we
a
done?
stainless
Oh.
track record bungle it so badly with Diablo 3? How could they betray us?
We didn't live up to the high standards that we really set for ourselves.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Oh, Nostalgious!
As WoW
Damn, I forgot
continued
all
to
about
lose
that.
subscribers,
Yeah.
fans took it upon themselves to recreate the WoW game they wanted. Many private servers popped up offering different iterations of WoW that were no longer playable.
Yep.
Do you think when Burning Legion came out that it was the best? Here's your server.
Yep.
Wrath of the Lich King? Here's your server. Vanilla?
Burning Legion, you mean
Here's
Burning
your
Crusade?
server.
Yeah, Nostalgious was
Nostalrius.
fucking huge.
It wasn't legal, but it showed a surprising demand.
Look at all those fucking people, dude. Holy shit, that's a lot of guys. So yeah, I mean, like, I never played Nostalrius, but I was very, very close to playing it. A lot of my friends played it. I just never went in there myself. I kind of wish that I had. In retrospective, I kind
dare.
of wish that I had.
Don't you dare.
But,
Oh, my
yeah,
God,
it was the
fuck
first
you.
time, no lag.
Fucking,
Well, I mean,
come on,
like, listen.
chicken. Help me.
Blizzard,
Alright, then
they've got
let's
the best servers.
not.
man. They
Thank
got
you.
the best servers, obviously.
For that classic vanilla experience. At its
Yeah.
height, Nostalrius had 800,000 registered accounts.
Jesus,
Naturally,
dude.
having that many people
That's a lot
flock
of
to a
people,
service
dude.
that you don't operate is bad for business.
Yeah.
And in this case,
Copyright infringement.
the solution? Shut it down, boys.
I don't think Blizzard was in the wrong for shutting down Nostalrius. I mean, they had to shut it down for a million reasons, and it did infringe on their copyright. And it's reasonable to think that people that played on Nostalrius would be less likely to pay for your game. Like, I mean, there's anybody that actually thinks Blizzard is assholes for shutting down Nostalrius is a fucking idiot. But at the same time, it's a disappointment that, yeah, I think people just wanted to play Classic. That's really what it was. Copyright protection, I don't know, man. They should just make a better product. No, because then, like, it's not about that, man. Like, it's about people. Basically, I think I'm not really a big fan of, like, a lot of the copyright
on,
laws.
chicken,
I feel
help
like
me
they're
out.
kind of intrusive and unfair. But I think that at the point where you're promoting a product and you're providing a product that takes away sales of the people who originally have the IP of it, then yeah, I think that's not good. That's bad, and that's reasonable to want to get rid of it.
They pulled out their Warhammer, sent a cease and desist order,
Yep.
and Nostalrius was shut down. But that only seemed to further...
Nostalrius, oh, look at that, dude. Nostalrius, they shut down on their own. Like, the cease and desist happened, but Nostalrius just immediately complied with it. Like, they didn't try to fight it or anything. They just complied with it immediately. Yeah, it's my video, man.
agitate the already upset fan base. A petition popped up begging Blizzard to consider a vanilla version of WoW. It received over 280,000 signatures.
Yep.
They couldn't deny the
I remember
facts
this, man.
anymore. A lot of people
Those were the
didn't like
days.
WoW anymore, and they wanted the old version. And
It's crazy, like now we're getting into the point where, like, these are things that have happened that I remember. That I was, like, there for. I was making videos about this shit. I think that's one of the coolest parts about this is, like, you go back and see my videos and, like, me complaining about it, etc. You know? Classic Andes gets so mad. Yeah, you know.
Blizzard was upset because
done?
they felt fans weren't appreciating
Okay.
or understanding the work they were putting in.
Remember that one bug that really pissed you off that we fixed like 2 years ago?
No.
Still there in the past.
While it was within their rights to terminate the server, for 3.5 years, no alternative was offered by Blizzard. And this was made all the more worse when J. Allen Brack, the new CEO, answered this question.
Here we go.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
No.
No.
And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Here's a lesson in every business practice. Don't tell your consumers what they don't want.
You don't know what
Show them why they want what you're working on. Better yet, listen to what your fans are asking for and meet that demand. There's no point in showing this kind of contempt towards your audience unless your goal is to purposely damage your own reputation and goodwill. And
I think that like what J. Allen Brack said is like true for a lot of people. To be fair, like I think it's true. There's a lot of people that played Classic for a while, and I remember whenever Classic came out, like a month after that, the face. They said that like, oh, Classic made me appreciate BFA a lot more. You know, now I appreciate retail way more. So I think he was right for a lot of people. It's just that he wasn't right for everybody, and there was still a huge audience of people who did like Classic, right? And I think that like what I think this video, like what I would go a step further and say, you don't necessarily need to look and see, and I've said this before, right?
There's all the
you need to
robot
look
chicken
and see what
quest
the people ask
escorts.
for, and not necessarily give them what they ask for.
I don't think that's gonna
but
get me the level,
derive
but
from
whatever.
what they're
Go
asked
kill
for,
some shit.
what they need, and give them that instead. So I think what people wanted with Classic WoW,
Yeah, it's like a
yes,
dream
obviously
quest.
they wanted the original game, but many of the people asking for Classic WoW
Well, I guess
really
I'll go back to
wanted a
Ungaro
return
and
to form of World of Warcraft. Classic
those
WoW is just
volcano
the
quests.
way that they express that.
Maybe get that.
then
That might be.
J. Allen Brack started talking
quest,
shit about
actually.
Classic WoW.
Yeah.
How their expansions were so orgasmically good.
Remember when you had to like spam cities and say need a tank, need a tank, need a tank during the Burning Crusade days? You don't remember that because now you just push a button that says go to the dungeon.
And now you don't remember the dungeons.
Okay, that's a bit true.
You would be a fool to want the older, obsolete, inferior version of WoW. Don't fucking patronize me. With the shutdown, the Nostalrius team went to Blizzard's HQ and gave an 80-page essay on the development of the server. It looked and sounded like Blizzard was going to work with some of the Nostalrius devs to create WoW Classic. That would have been awesome. Bred some goodwill with the community, and these developers would make great representatives of that community. It would inspire faith in the company, but they never actually worked with
Oh,
them,
that looks kinda
and it
nice.
really shows
I'm gonna
the
take a
sinful
screenshot.
pride of Blizzard. For a long
how
time,
the
they just
sun is
couldn't
going
accept
there.
the fact that fans didn't like the newer expansions and how WoW was changing, but they were the ones out
There
of
we go.
touch, not the community.
I don't think that it was entirely because of that. I don't think it was entirely because of that at all. Like, to me, like Blizzard, it made sense that they wouldn't want to do Classic WoW, but I just think that at Closed Fridge, stop. Just stop, guys. Anyway, so yeah, it makes sense that they wouldn't want to do Classic WoW in a lot of ways, and I could see their logic for it. It's just that at the end of the day, I think that a lot more people liked Classic WoW than didn't. That's really what it comes down to.
What?
And private server.
Quest started
I mean,
in
I don't know,
Durkar.
man. Closed Fridge. Can we time out the Closed
Level
Fridges?
55?
Yeah, let's time that out instantly.
What?
Okay. Anyway, so I don't know, man. Like, I see what Blizzard was trying to get at with Classic WoW and like what their goal was with it, but at the same time, I'm not really I'm not convinced they made the right decision until they introduced Classic, right? Even though it made sense for them not to want to do it, I don't think that it was entirely because of pride. I think that they just didn't want to invest in time into something and then be stuck holding on to something and spending money on it, like kind of keeping it alive if it wasn't going to make them money.
Do
guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
BlizzCon is the annual convention held by Blizzard.
Those were the
It's
days,
a massive,
man.
exciting event that showcases and
Those
promotes
were
all
the
their major
days.
franchises. Celebrities make appearances, famous
Wow.
bands close out the show. It's just epic.
Who's this guy? This is a dwarf. And you know what? I prefer a little person. Well, okay.
Not many developers have an entire convention
Okay.
at their disposal, and it's just
That's
Blizzard's
good, dude.
way of showcasing their power, getting
Yep.
fans hyped to consume product. But in 2018,
Which is good.
BlizzCon became the opposite of that. Hear ye, fans of Diablo. Behold, the new experience you've been waiting for. Diablo
Immortal.
for Immortal.
So we knew we want to use mobile devices as the platform for a new Diablo game. Because nothing brings a family together like slaying demons.
You want to explain yourself? What?
To this day, I still cannot believe that they did this.
Dude, I still haven't watched that whole scene.
I
because
can't.
It's so, I can't, like, I literally can't watch it.
I can't watch it. I'd rather watch Scott's Tots on repeat for fucking 100 days
Scott's
than watch
Tots,
the
oof.
announcement of Diablo Immortal. Like, I don't want to fucking see it, man. It's just, it's so sad. And it's like they shouldn't, like, it was just so fucking bad. Fuck.
What are you doing?
People were confused, and through
Yeah.
a series
Some
of
loud
hilarious
motherfuckers out there.
questions in the faces of the developers, the situation started to get out of hand.
So how long has Diablo Immortal been in development, and how is it affecting other Diablo projects?
Yeah, good question.
Well, you may or may not have heard.
I can't imagine the embarrassment of having the crowd of people at your own convention turn against you. But
Well, I feel like I felt bad for the guys. I really did, because like they weren't really, I mean, they weren't going out of their way. They weren't doing anything bad. I mean, I think that probably like they don't even make the decisions on like anything like that. So it just doesn't make any sense to hate on them. But at the same time, it's kind of it is kind of sad. Fuck, man. I have to see a. Okay, dude. Let me go down to the other ones. All right, here we go.
it should showcase just how out of touch
Yeah,
you are
where's
with
the
them.
April
In
Fool's
particular,
joke?
the majority of the games are PC oriented, with Blizzard,
Yeah.
Hearthstone being one of the other mobile games.
Yeah.
Why bring it to mobile? Are you trying to reach a new audience of players?
What we remember about BlizzCon 2018 is the charcoal remains of the PR department.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
No.
Blizzard said they were surprised by the negative response.
What? The legend.
Now, either they're lying or they are once again supremely and genuinely out
Is
of
there
touch
no
with
mount
their
special for the
community.
Kodo?
Probably both. I would say probably both.
Huh.
They don't really
didn't know
know
that.
what the players want. It's hard for
Like
them
all
to
the other
understand
mounts,
it.
when you press the space.
And
Oh,
at
never
the
mind. It
same
does do
time,
something. Okay.
They lying for sure though. Well, no. I don't think that they
It
understand.
doesn't do it all the time.
Like, I don't know why they wouldn't understand this, but they don't. I think that a lot of the developers and Blizzard and a lot of companies are like this. They're so insulated from their audience and their actual fans that they don't even directly communicate with them. So the only things that they ever get from their fans are like angry messages. They don't see the positive stuff. They don't see the good stuff. They only see like an angry person who's like tweeting at them on their personal account telling them they suck. So they're insulated from the actual community. They're separated from the community by these community managers and like these other red tape fucking things that they have going on at Blizzard to make sure devs don't say anything bad. Then on top of that, you have Blizzard probably saying, yeah, obviously we weren't going to say that we knew it was bad, you know? I don't know, man. Because Blizzard's owned by Activision, I don't think that's really what the secret is, man. I'm not sure. Next expansion's going to hopefully be good. Yeah, I've been saying that for a few years now, probably about 10. I don't know, man. Numbers don't add up. Why? Classic's more popular than retail? Just because there are more people that are raiding in Classic versus raiding in retail WoW doesn't mean that Classic's more popular, because Classic only has one end game. So like anybody who's a max level player is going to
Arenas, hello?
Versus most people
Well, I
that
mean,
are
we're
playing
talking about
retail
TBC,
WoW
right?
don't even raid. So it's
Clearly,
not a,
there's not more people
it's not an
raiding on
accurate
SOM.
comparison. Start a video game company. I don't really think that's it, but like that's a big problem. Is like the developers, they don't have like that community engagement that they used to. And that's a big issue, right? Retail and it's not about that, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter which game's more popular. Just play whatever you want. But it's simply dumb to say that the Classic's more popular. There are obviously more people playing retail WoW. That does not mean that retail WoW is like infinitely better than Classic or anything like that. It's just that there's more to do in retail WoW. Like it's not. I don't know.
By the way, are Shaman Tank or Tank Shaman still?
No.
They're not playing.
Blizzard, your fan base is mostly a PC gamer demographic.
Yeah, that was
those
the
are the
problem.
people who buy tickets to BlizzCon.
Yep.
If you want to make a phone game, make a phone game.
Of course.
But don't expect your fans to give a shit or not bombard you with questions like,
is there any plans to make this playable on PC, or is this strictly mobile?
That's one thing I was curious about.
Nothing.
Blizzard's ideals and principles were
Yep.
shelved in favor of tapping into the mobile gaming market. If you didn't think they were selling out with the auction house,
yep,
you sure did now.
Did you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys all have phones, right?
You play your tablet too.
Hey, that really sucks.
You guys not. That's the fucking. In 10 years,
oops
Blizzard
of
will
your
never
own.
live that down. That's the funniest thing
Mechanical
about this
chicken.
is like they will never
All
live
right, I'll
that
take
shit
it.
down. Of the one day that they had
Okay.
that happen, I feel bad for them in a way,
54.
but at the same time, I kind of, you know, it's what they get.
I got a
This
cock.
mountain was so bad.
Linesman
I know it was
used.
awful. Like I felt
Could I
bad
sell
for
it?
Blizzard, honestly. Like I don't. The thing is, like, I think there's a lot of people, if they had announced Diablo 4 at the same time, and then they announced Diablo Immortal with Diablo 4, everybody would have been super happy, and they would have been excited to play Diablo Immortal and Diablo 4. But the reason why they were mad about this is the bait and switch.
Actually, is there a
They
helmet
were
arm on
mad
here?
because they thought they were getting Diablo 4, and they got Diablo Immortal instead.
So this is
not
sellable.
only that, but remember, before that BlizzCon, Blizzard put out a thing called Diablo saying, guys, we've heard some rumors, and you think that we're gonna do like Diablo 4 news this year, and we're not. So they even they knew it was coming, and they tried to curtail the amount of backlash they would get, and it still didn't work.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. So I guess, like, yeah, how could they say they didn't expect people to be negative about it if they made a press release saying that there weren't going to be the things that people were expecting? A little bit contradictory. Blizzard stocks fell 20% the days because of Diablo Immortal. I mean, like, I think Diablo 4, okay? Like, Diablo 4 does look really good. But I'm gonna tell you guys right now, like, I don't see how Diablo 4 can compete with PoE. I don't see how it's possible. Like, PoE is just so far ahead in terms of ARPG. Diablo 4, I mean, obviously I think Diablo 4 is going to have superior combat and fluidity than PoE because that's what Blizzard really specializes in. Only people who write positive messages about Blizzard will get beta access. We'll see what happens. But overall, that's one thing, like, Diablo 3 really has. Like, combat feels visceral in Diablo 3. Like, whenever you hit somebody with a fucking slam with that hammer ability, like barbarians, and the corpses go fucking everywhere, that feels fucking good. Like, the combat in Diablo 3 feels really good. Or at least it did back whenever I played it. I haven't compared it to anything recently. But PoE is very complex. So I think Diablo, if they're going to go, I don't think that they should try to compete with PoE in terms of complexity. I don't think so. Because the game is just so, they're so far behind. And also, as a AAA development studio, they're just not going to be as agile as grinding your games is. They will just never be as agile as they are. Because there's too many people involved in the project for that to happen. So it would be a better decision for them to make basically PoE light and just kind of have that fill the void. It's the same as like you have games like Escape from Tarkov, right? Where it's like a very, very complex game, and because of its complexity, a lot of people don't get into it. And you have other people that like Warzone a lot because it's simpler. And you could kind of compare those two games. There's a lot of people that are positive about it, a lot of people that are not. People don't really hate Tarkov, they just don't want to play it. And I think that's the difference that Blizzard can hopefully go with. Blizzard can be Warzone, where PoE can be Tarkov. That is, in my opinion, the best possible outcome. Record profits,
Video
record
game
layoffs.
development is notorious for how hellish it can be. An extremely competitive market filled with stressful deadlines, long hours, hectic work weeks, and worst of all, uncertainty of consistent employment.
Hey,
When a game is finished and out the door, many employees have to wonder if they too will be sent out. Well,
dude, I remember that shit that happened, man. Like Marty O'Donnell. Remember that, McConnell?
Huh?
They fired Marty O'Donnell. This
What's
dude.
that?
What do you mean? Who's that? That is the dude that made the Halo music. And I remember they got rid of this guy like right after they got finished making a game or something. I don't remember like what it was specifically, but I felt so sad about that because that's the guy that made the Halo music. Like I fucking loved that music. That guy is a fucking legend, man. And they just got rid of him. I was so sad to see it. Fuck. Before Destiny came out? Yeah, it was before Destiny? I don't Destiny. I don't remember, man.
we sent out. Well, Blizzard answered that question by laying off 800 employees in February of 2019. 800 people with families and lives and an income they need, benefits, insurance, gone. Well, employees, this has been real educational and all, but now it's time to part with that old Activision Blizzard saying.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my building.
During this time, Activision Blizzard reported.
I mean, like, I don't think it was a necessarily. Was it a bad decision to fire the people if they felt like those people weren't necessary?
No, I mean, why continue paying them if you don't need them?
It's like, I don't know. It's like they always do that. Yeah, I mean, yes, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a business. They rehired the positions. That's the shady thing about it, right?
Kicker, right?
That's what I think makes it bad. But like, the companies restructure all the time. I don't think that it's fair to just kind of like demonize any company for doing layoffs if they feel like certain positions are redundant or not important anymore. Like that's what they have to do.
No, they didn't do. I don't think that's why. Like, I mean, it might be. I don't. I'm talking out of my ass, but it could be like, you know, those employees were there for so long, and they would have gotten more benefits as time went on. They would have had to offer more benefits, and they didn't want to do that because it would have been expensive. So they just hired new people.
Yeah.
They said fuck that, and then they just hired new people.
Yeah. See, a bonus same every year, by the way. Well, yeah. I mean, like, what I'm saying is that. Like, the CEO bonus and this are, like, kind of two separate things. I don't think that businesses have an obligation to employ people whenever those people don't provide a tangible benefit to the business based off of what the business considers valuable. Like, I don't think that they have an obligation to do that. Because to say otherwise is basically saying that, like, businesses have to hire people, which is, I don't think that's fair either. But I think that really the shadiest thing about this is the fact that they rehired people for the exact same positions.
$7.5 billion in sales, $1.8 billion in pure profit. The goddamn champagne bottles, what an accomplishment. You guys remember the Wii U? Yeah, it was pretty gross and flopping super hard back in...
I know what he's going to say. I'll just let him say it.
2014. Nintendo was not looking good, and at that point the boss, Satoru Iwata, took a pay cut to keep his employees employed. That was at a time when Nintendo saw a 30% decrease in profits. People look to big...
Yeah, I remember whenever that happened, man. That guy's a fucking legend. Like, that guy was also... Wasn't he the one that coded Pokemon, like, Gold and, like, Silver or whatever to have all the old zones, too? And everybody thought it was impossible? Like, that guy is a fucking legend. And yeah, it was insane. So it's like, it is different, but also I think that there's something to be said. I really like the I don't know if it's really like a Japanese like business values, but I could call it that, right? The Nintendo business values, at least. Nintendo, I feel like, is probably one of the most steady and solid companies throughout the entire like gaming restructuring, because what they've done is they've stayed true to what they are, and instead of trying to compete with PC games, they've done things different with the Switch. They've made the Switch portable. They made the Wii, where you move your hands around. They're innovative in a way that PlayStation and Xbox aren't taking chances with. And because of that, they're focusing on their audience of generally younger gamers, making games that are more lighthearted for the most part, and they're still succeeding, and everybody still loves Nintendo. And that's very important to keep in mind. Like PR stuff, like it's not a big deal, but it does matter. It does really matter. That they didn't, it flopped. I think the Wii was successful. The Wii was very successful. The Wii U was not successful because it didn't translate. And
nothing for Elemental.
People didn't know it was a new console. Basically, that was my understanding. I did some reading about this, and I saw like a few like articles about it. People didn't understand the Wii U was a new console. They thought it was like an
last rank of Rock
Wii.
Biter.
And that's why when the Switch came out, it was very, very popular.
Stone
like, the Switch
Skin.
is extremely popular now. I don't know how popular, really. I don't have any numbers, but I think it's a very popular game.
Shane
very popular
Hill.
console. Like if I was gonna pick right now, I'll give you guys this example, right? And obviously, this is the 20-minute tangent
whatever.
in the middle of a 40-minute video.
Two
right?
things for tanking.
Is I have every single Nintendo console ever since Super Nintendo. And I would have had the original Nintendo, but I wasn't old enough. So I started there. I have GameCube, Nintendo 64, fucking Wii, the Wii U, the Switch. I have everything. Every single fucking console. Xbox,
I'm gonna
I don't have
go
the new Xbox.
take a look at
and I don't have the
Felwood.
new, I don't
go
have
grab
the
the
PS3.
flight path, I guess.
I never got it. It didn't matter to me.
For a side
But
thing to do.
Nintendo, I always made sure I had a Nintendo because they were doing something unique and different. I have a PS4 though. I have a PS4, I didn't buy a PS3.
Companies for guidance. We want to feel good about where our money is going. Is it going to Bobby Kotick's wallet? Or is
Yes.
it going to the people
Yes, it
down
is.
and dirty on the front lines who
No.
sometimes work 70 plus
Because they're
hours
fired.
a week? Nintendo made a
Bobby's getting it.
statement about the importance of their
There it
employees.
is. There are three
And
legends
Blizzard
right
did
there.
the same. They were just radically opposite statements.
Yeah.
I get that a company
much the same.
may take on more workers than they need over time,
Reggie,
and
yeah.
Activision Blizzard might not have been able to find a place for these 800 lost souls. But does
Yeah.
that make it any less disheartening for a company to be celebrating its greatest success without sharing that with some of the people who made that happen?
In June 2003, the leaders of the Diablo project left Blizzard North. Feeling like they weren't involved with the big decisions anymore, and unable to guarantee their own employees' compensations and futures, the Blizzard North executives protested.
I remember this.
They even went so far as to tender their resignations unless they were heard. Unfortunately, those resignations were accepted.
Sorry,
In 2019, perceptions around Blizzard had completely changed. And in October of 2019, a professional Hearthstone player, the martyr Blitzchung, made
This was such a... I remember the day this happened, everybody was going... Do you remember that, McConnell?
What was it?
The Blitzchung, the free Hong Kong thing.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God, dude.
That was rough.
That day, everybody, like, every streamer, like, was just getting fucking harassed that was playing a Blizzard game because people thought that, like, they were doing a good thing by harassing a streamer for playing a video game. It's like, that's one of the dark sides of internet activism, is that it rationalizes bad behavior for people, and it just makes them feel good about, you know, hurting other people and being assholes. And that was not good, but at the same time, like, I got a lot of that whenever, because, like, obviously I was, like, you know, classic WoW streaming. There's a lot of people that were fucking, that were watching, you know, and it was fucking awful, man. And another day of people rationalize bad behavior no matter what. I don't really think that's necessarily.
I don't remember getting harassed, but then again, I'm a small
yeah, I just
streamer.
started banning people because of it, because they were just like, they were so emotionally invested in it. And I'll talk more about this, but I'll let him start.
A political statement in support of
Golden
the Hong
ticket to be
Kong
an asshole?
protests
Yeah,
while on
exactly.
a live stream.
Nuclear launch detected.
There we go.
Nuclear launch detected.
As Americans, we are naturally sympathetic to those who have had their freedom stripped away unfairly.
They say a man never really knows himself until his freedom's been taken away.
Hell
Such
yeah,
is
brother.
the undisputed case in China. Now, I'm not trying to grandstand, but
Yeah.
China isn't exactly the paragon of human rights.
No.
Yet Blizzard's
No, it's
monetary
not.
ties to China, like many other U.S. companies, they have to tiptoe around China's strict guidelines to release their products
I
in
love
their country.
China.
They are very picky and very profitable.
China's actually a free and
Yeah,
loving
something
country.
like that.
Not taking any chances, Blizzard banned his ass. Fuck those new casters. No payment. You're gone. You're banned. Hope you learn your lesson. Speaking out about human rights issues.
I don't think that. The thing is that it's very complex, because I think really what the problem was is that they were censoring for this company, and oh, do you know? No, it isn't. Here it comes. No, it's not. So I'm going to say something that's probably going to be controversial. Okay.
Oh, don't.
I've got it. I mean, like, we got to have some common fucking sense, okay? Like, yes, to a degree, I don't want to see people that go and the agreement was that they would not make political statements on the show. And he goes and he makes a political statement on the show and he gets removed. That's not, like, he violated the contract. Like, do you want to have every single thing somebody takes their hobby horse and then they fucking talk about it whenever they're on the show? No, I don't think so at all, man. And true, no. I mean, the thing is, like, there's no reason to act like not again. Well, that's because people are blinded by emotions and they're not thinking logically. Do you want every single show that Blizzard does to be inundated with the casters and the competitors' politics? No. Of course not. I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that. So I don't understand how this is somehow different. Now, the reason why it was bad is because Blizzard was doing it because it was not because it conflicted with their values, but because it conflicted with their profit. Like, that's all there is to it. So, for example, if someone had gone up there and they had said, and also because it was in China, it's like if somebody had said in Hearthstone that they believe that everybody should have the right to marry whoever they want, Blizzard would not have fired them. They would not have fined them. They would not have banned them from the events, okay? They would not have done this. So the issue was that it was selective as well, is that Blizzard takes a stand and pretends about caring about human rights, and then whenever it can cost them money, they fold. Which is like, okay, that's fine. If you want to decide that and you want to make your decisions based off of that, it's completely okay. If you want to be just a soulless, blood-sucking company, then be a soulless, blood-sucking company. But don't be a soulless, blood-sucking company and then post things about how much you care about different minorities, while at the same time letting other minorities get dominated by an authoritarian, totalitarian police state. Like, you can't have the two of them. I think that the hypocrisy was what was really bad. That's what I didn't like.
On our platform, this is not a political platform, except it is.
Yeah, exactly.
When it's convenient for us.
Exactly.
Now, I did a whole...
Not convenient, but profitable. It's profitable. But I know that, like, obviously is simping so hard? No, I'm not. I'm speaking logic. I'm telling the truth, right? And because the thing is, like, the logical conclusion of what I'm saying is something that everybody would agree with, but because it's with something that they are emotionally invested in, they're not thinking about it clearly. I don't think that there's any sort of weird shit going on. Like, there's nothing wrong with Blizzard not wanting political messages on their platform. But they can't say that and then only be okay with some political messages and not others.
Video on this subject, please check that out if you are at all interested. I summarize it a lot more in depth, so I'll be brief. On its own, it's a fucked up decision, but with the George Floyd protests, it also shows the real double standard and hypocrisy. You banned Blitzchung, docked his pay, fired the casters involved, all because he supported a protest in Hong Kong.
I never was against them firing the casters. I'll say this again, because they knew what he was about to say. How did they know what he was about to say? Because they put their heads down so they wouldn't be able to be seen by the government. They knew what he was going to say. And so obviously they colluded in allowing him to break the rules of the tournament. Like, it seems pretty obvious to me. Is that bad? Well, wait. But they're not production? They have no power over what he says?
Yeah.
But people disagree with that? Wait, why do you guys disagree with that?
They're fucking mad. They're questioning you and everything. Look at
Well,
chat
I don't
right
understand
now.
how that, like, they put their head down before he said anything. Why would they do that unless they knew what he was going to say? Or at least this far. They probably knew what he was going to say before he said it. That implies that there was some sort of collusion about this, and they willingly allowed this to happen. They did not tell production. They did not do anything like that, and they allowed it to happen, which put people in jeopardy, people's jobs in jeopardy. They probably saw him put on the mask. But maybe that could be it. I don't know. But I think that it's also completely possible that they talked with him. What are they supposed to do? Not interview him? It's not their choice. They could tell production and have production talk to him and tell him not to do that. Or tell him not to do that himself, because it puts other people's jobs at risk. There's a lot of people whose jobs, like, you guys need to remember this, right? Blizzard taking a stand against China loses a lot of people their jobs. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but what I'm saying is that it's not as black and white as you might think. This altruism that you might believe in is actually selfish in many ways.
And you have the gall to post this on Twitter, as if your company represents this statement wholeheartedly. Racism has no place in our society or any society, except Hong Kong and China. Those societies are cool. Nothing's wrong with them. All is well-consumed product. Even if you weren't just another company morally grandstanding on these protests and this issue while it's current, it's blatantly hypocritical. Outrage was so astronomical at Blizzard that the United States Congress asked them to reduce the punishment. Motherfucking Congress got involved. You fucked up so badly.
They're just trying to get on top of it for clout. They don't give a fuck.
Boycotts were gaining traction.
I don't
Blizzard
believe that.
had yet another PR nightmare on their hands.
Yeah, right.
Base is under attack.
Our town is under siege.
We're being attacked. We are under attack.
I have forces from the very north of the goddamn continent.
Now, they eventually reduced the punishment,
But Shaman
but
Tank's
never
power level
actually
over
directly
9,000.
addressed the criticism.
Sorry, that's like a
Only
5
vaguely stated
5
that
minute late reply. I'm not looking at chat as often.
J.
I've got
Allen
2
Brack
monitors. I
deserves
wish.
a lot of flack
Right back.
for how he handled this situation. You're supposed to be
I don't like how they didn't mention the guy. I thought that was kind of silly to me. They didn't mention the guy. They didn't talk about it. They only referred to it. What do you call it? They only referred to it tangentially. Opinion on conduit strange that are flanking destroyed. I don't know. I'll have to think about that later. But yeah, I mean, they didn't say it. They didn't say any. They didn't name the guy. They didn't name the event. They didn't do anything. Everybody knew what they were talking about, but they didn't do anything about it. And I thought that was kind of cheap. But I think that Blizzard, they just want to keep their relationship with China good so they can keep making money. Like that. I mean, that's what it is. Like the government, the U.S. government isn't going to punish Blizzard for putting out a statement about Black Lives Matter. But the Chinese government will punish Blizzard for putting out a statement or a platforming statement about how free Hong Kong should happen. That's why it happened. And again, I'm fine with them being a soulless, blood-sucking company. But don't pretend like you have a soul sometimes and not others. The hypocrisy is what the problem is.
Leader, And at this point, Blizzard employees were probably feeling,
every decision you've made led us from bad to worse.
Shit. Oh boy. Oh fuck.
Finally, we arrived to present day. Warcraft 3 Reforged.
I've said this before. I would say it one more time since we're in the video. Have you guys ever noticed how after they brought this game out, the WoW players stopped asking for reforging? As soon as they added this fucking game, boom, they're like, you know what? No, please, please don't reforge anything else, Blizzard. Stop it. Stop reforging. No more reforging. We can't take any more reforging.
Dream come true for me. You have no idea how badly I wanted to see the custom games and multiplayer revive.
I think everybody
and
did.
get hyped about it as if Warcraft 3 was a brand new game.
Yeah, of course.
This is Blizzard's latest and most damning fuck up of all. With a chance to revitalize one of the most important video games of all time.
Yeah.
With a chance to revive the community, get new gamers into it, into RTS games, a genre that has been dying. Blizzard left the Warcraft 3 community in a worse place than if they had never touched it.
It's actually kind of funny that they somehow made it even worse than if they had done nothing. It's like usually you're kind of, you go and it's just like a neutral effect. But with Reforged, I really do think that they made it even worse. I'll be right back.
Where are you going? Make sure to give Aspen a lot of money. Make sure to give him as much money as possible.
This fucking cinematic, what a disappointment.
How can
this
a
was
company
so bad.
actually deteriorate a product's value 18 years later? That's a topic for your business class, especially since they
making an 18-year-old game worse. That's impressive, man. It really is.
Game still had an active community, and you tore out features and content that they've enjoyed for years. The way Warcraft 3 launched is beyond belief, but illustrates just how far detached Blizzard has become from not only their past, but their fans.
We didn't live up to the high standards that we really set for ourselves.
No shit.
When?
I speculate it was released in the state it was because of shareholder pressure, something that ex-members of Blizzard have said is tampering the way the company used to operate. Fans were beyond upset, and Warcraft 3 Reforged rightfully takes the crown for lowest review score on Metacritic.
Wait, really? It's the worst one ever?
No way.
I don't believe it, man. That's fucking incredible. And the beta is out. The beta's out.
There's even a parody website called Warcraft 3 Refunded that just made fun of all the bullshit Blizzard had peddled about this game. I won't go into every detail. I'll link some videos that do if you're interested. But here are the main points. One,
whatever the
blatantly
fuck this
misleading
quest is or
marketing
some
led
shit,
people
maybe
to
you
believe
go
this classic
check with that
title
or
would have
something.
all its cutscenes remastered
Yeah,
and
imagine
remade.
that.
Get
What we
these
got
done in the
was
middle.
Servers are
not
offline.
that. In fact, Homeboy
I
here
want to just pause this real quick and show you guys.
actually showcases how the cinematography is less dynamic and interesting than the 2002 version.
Yep. Somehow.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
He's just standing there.
It is there that your true destiny will unfold.
Or this one's after him this time, right?
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
That was way fucking better, man.
It's like they didn't even try. Two, tons of core features of the game from 2002, 2003 were not re-implemented. Ranked ladders gone. If you play multiplayer, prepare to get ass blasted because there is no ranking system at all. 3, art direction was butchered. Ew. Gross. What is that?
It doesn't.
Oh,
the thing
sick.
is, like, it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like Blizzard. That's really kind of the issue about it, is it just doesn't look like Blizzard. Period. The quality, it just felt so stilted. I think that's basically what it is. It just felt really, really stilted. And yeah, Blizzard didn't make it. You're right. Blizzard did not fucking make it. And I'm not surprised, honestly. Like, why not? Yeah, fuck it, who cares? And Reddit has better, my Reddit has better art. That is, yeah, it is kind of true, man. A tier? Me? What do you mean A tier? Am I A tier?
What warrior get out of SM Lib?
Okay. Awesome, thanks. Okay, yeah, thank you guys.
Original Warcraft 3 does
This
look
cinematic was
extremely
really
dated,
good.
but everything is
Yeah.
way more colorful and unique, recognizable.
Yeah.
For classic Warcraft 3 and even StarCraft 1 had a system implemented to prevent people from being dropped from matches. If your connection was interrupted or a little shaky at times, you get like a 45-second countdown timer, and if your internet was good then, the match would continue. Reforged does not have this.
Being pulled early on, Lawlight
Yep.
was trying to go for a greedy Ancient of
And this
Warcraft,
is
but
the
if
bug,
this is
right?
cancelled, what? Oh, damn.
It's a bug.
That was not a bad BM leaving of the game.
Yeah,
this was a
dude.
disconnect once again. I'm almost 100% sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Lawlight would
Yeah,
never do this.
dude.
but there's enough mana. I don't need a blood
That's a
mage. I don't need
fucking
you.
bug, man.
You're benched.
What a surprise.
It looks like another drop.
Okay.
If your internet connection is
Yeah, that was really, really fucking bad. I don't even know what to say about that. It's complete fucking dog shit, but, you know, it is what it is. Small indie company? Yeah, exactly. No LAN matches. It was just complete fucking garbage, okay? And I want to say also, like, the reason, that's why you guys coming into chats, this is why I don't do the streamer ratings. Because people go into other people's chats and talk shit to them for what the other streamers rate them. That's why I never did the rating the girl streamers or rating other streamers. Is because I knew people would do this. It's obnoxious. It is obnoxious. But like I just want to make that clear. That is the
I should update the
rationalization for
title.
why I do not. I do
Mobile
not do it.
54 now, so.
You can check out video source, but I'll look at that later. But I want to look at this right now.
isn't perfect, you will be dropped from matches instantly.
Yeah, I
This
don't
happens even in campaign missions, where you get an automatic mission failed screen.
Mission failed. We'll get 'em next time.
A delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad. Warcraft 3
Yeah, that's
Reforged
about right.
represents Blizzard's complete lack of empathy or care for their older games and the fans who still play them.
Yep.
They just pissed on their own legacy, and these problems barely scratch the surface. And now Blizzard is forced to take their sweet time fixing things that never needed to be fixed. In the pursuit of money and who knows what else, Blizzard has lost their identity, being one of the core titans of the industry, and seeing them
Wonder if I
fall
should've
so
just got a
far,
Metro casing
fall
for it.
lower than the likes of Bungie,
like an escort
is
quest, I'm
just
assuming?
sad, man. The franchises they used to be known and loved for are not what they once were. Where they used to be dedicated towards the fans, now they are dedicated to the shareholders. It's no longer about what do the fans want, but rather what can we get away with. Blizzard's sin.
That actually is a really good way to look at it. What can we get away? Can we fuck them this hard, or are they gonna start complaining about it? I feel like all gaming companies are like this now, almost.
No. There's some good ones. Warhorse is really good, as far as we know.
Yeah, I feel like if a gaming company gets big enough, it turns into this. That Cash App with 100 more gifted subs. Holy shit! Thank you very much, Cash App. God damn! Thank you very much. Thank you, dude. Oh my god. I really appreciate that. Riot's the new Blizzard. I feel like all of these companies are gonna have the same issue happening. Is that, you know, they go public. They've got shareholders. The shareholders are making the decisions through the board. And then basically decisions are made that are not necessarily healthy for the game. They're not healthy for the player base. They're just healthy for profits. That's what matters the most. And yeah, too big to succeed. I think that's what ends up happening. You're right about that. Let me finish the video. It's almost over.
Are numerous. attempting to disclose private information of their users to solve an issue that could have been fixed by better moderation, introducing microtransactions that undercut the core design and fun factor of a game people waited 12 years for, allowing a rival company to steal the commercial rights to one of the most popular games of all time, changing WoW into something fans didn't want, failing to provide fans with the experience they had been begging for until an independent group rose up to challenge Blizzard.
Yeah, some random
completely
guys.
misreading their audience by
who,
building
by the way, have more stable servers than vanilla WoW, classic WoW servers. Like, you guarantee, like, if there were that many people in Ironforge and classic WoW, there'd be people going like, you know, all the time, man. It was just complete fucking garbage, and it still is. I mean, this is... I don't know how the fuck that happens, man. I really don't.
Hype at their convention for a game their fan base has never expressed interest in. Countless tone-deaf, out-of-touch responses to valid criticism. Tossing out 800 employees like yesterday's trash during their most financially successful year. Punishing people who dare speak on important political and social issues, taking a stand with China, letting internal strife and protests run rampant within the company, tarnishing their own legacy with a careless disregard for the state of Warcraft 3 Reforged.
I don't know why they don't just go back and redo Warcraft 3 Reforged, like actual with Blizzard quality. I feel like they kind of owe it to the players, and they, like, more so they owe it to themselves. I mean, this is like a game that cemented their legacy. It's the reason why World of Warcraft exists, is because of Warcraft 3. And it just seems like at a certain point, even if you lose money, it's too late. No, it's not. If they make a good game, people are going to go back and play it no matter what. It doesn't matter. Like, if they go back and they say, you know what, we don't give a fuck, we're still going to do this no matter what, people would still go back and play it. Even if, look at the, exactly. Look at No Man's Sky. I think that's a good example. Beta's updating. I am online in the beta right now. We're just waiting for the servers to come up, okay? That's what's going on.
These are just the monumental blunders, the ones that have affected me the most.
Yeah.
If you want to see current sentiment towards Blizzard, go to their YouTube channel, where the like-dislike ratio is up in the air, and most videos have comments disabled.
Oh my god.
And if you take into consideration that Blizzard said they were going dark on Overwatch 2 information, couple that with the Diablo 4 reveal, and it just seems like a desperate attempt to shift players' focus from what a shithead company they've been to, whoa, look at these new titles. But that's just my theory. Blizzard has proven time and time again where their morals lie, and it's not with the consumers anymore.
I don't think it never really even had to be with the consumers. Like, have you ever thought maybe that if you make a really good game, people are gonna buy it, and if they buy the game, then you make money? Like, I don't know, like, this is like a weird fucking way of looking at things, but if you make a really good game, people buy the game, and then you've got the game, everybody likes it, and it's good. Like, I don't see how this is like a complicated process to deal with. I don't understand that at all. I really don't. That's Dark Souls video. I've got another one after this we can look at while we work through certain stuff. Go ahead.
I think the biggest problem here that I see is
Rich
this is just a big problem with capitalism.
Too bad I'm not a miner.
And how capitalism operates.
I remember farming. I was a miner in Skinner, so I'd be farming for those and also farming for the double Swords to Solo.
Capitalism at its very core.
If we did that, then we just have the same old companies making shitty games every year, I feel. Like, it's just that the problem is that there's not the passion behind the games. And I think that's really the problem. And, like, the focus, in my opinion, the focus is on these, like, short-term games. And I think that's really one of the biggest differences between, like, the way that Nintendo does things and the way, like, Blizzard and these other Western companies do things. Is that these Western companies, they're focused primarily on quarterly profits, making money right now, and they're not investing in a stable product in the long term. Whereas you have people like Nintendo that are okay not
Elemental
going
fire.
with the latest trend and doing, you know, everything that's exactly, the market demands, because they know that their strategy is good for the long term. And I think that there needs to be more of that long-term thinking and less of the short-term thinking, because the short-term thinking, I feel like it alienates a lot of people, and it also isn't healthy for a user base. So I don't know, man. From Software, Nintendo games are boring. Well, not everybody likes them, and that's completely okay. If you don't like it, that's fine. But there are a lot of people that do like it, and I think that's really what the thing is. Look at CD Projekt Red, Asman. They're doing amazing things with their titles, and they do it for the customer's best interest. Well, there's a lot of people that do that. Let me finish the video first.
So now do you see the decline of Blizzard?
Yes.
I do, but...
I do.
But what, my son? What happens now? Will Blizzard ever redeem themselves?
I hope
Will
so.
I ever be excited for another title?
Yeah.
That is for them to decide.
It sure
we can
is.
only wait.
Unless he's on top.
But if I were you, Act-Man, I would let go of hope. Let go before it leads you astray, like it did to me.
Yeah.
I believe this is it. The thing.
I think, like, look at the related video. Look at look at the related video here. The decline of gaming.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Is I don't think that what's happened here is something that's unique to Blizzard. I think this is happening with all gaming companies. Like, I feel like, yeah, this is happening with everything. Watch it. I might watch it, but like right now, I want to talk about this one right now. The decline of entertainment. I mean, like, we're waiting for the beta to come out. Like, I'll show you guys here. It's still fucking offline. Like, you knew we were gonna do the beta. Like, the beta's out. Like, did you get you got the beta, right?
Maybe he's an escort quest and someone's
Bullshit.
currently
You got
with
the
him.
beta. There's no way you got in the alpha, not the beta.
Hey, I only get into alphas, you understand, dude?
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Alright, let's turn
whatever.
in these quests and I'll come
Every
back to
company's just
do
pumping
this
out
quest here
VRs.
later
Yeah,
on.
I mean, I feel like generally, like, gaming has gone, because now gaming is much more popular. And people draw this same conclusion with streaming also. They say that streaming has become more mainstream, and it's like more about making money than it is like making a good
Community.
stream or building a community.
There you go.
People are more focused on making money rather than anything else. You guys see what I'm saying? And they update the alpha, the beta. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I don't know, man. Like, I really get disappointed with this, and it's sad to see it. But I think that everything that he said is completely true. That's really what it comes down to. Everything that he said is completely 100% fucking true.
Alright, hot take by Hasman Golds.
The decline of gaming, like, I kind of want to watch this to see how many parallels he has with this versus the decline of Blizzard. Okay, here we go.
I've been playing video games ever since I was 3 years old, when my
Yeah,
parents
about the same.
substituted a Game Boy Color and Pokemon Blue
Ironhide
in place of a
Bulbasaur.
babysitter. As I grew up, there was
that's
so
actually pretty
much
accurate.
to love about gaming. I got
If only
to
I were
play and
level 60, I
experience
would
countless
sell you
amazing
Mr.
titles
Dinosaur.
and witness
Those
the
were the
industry
days,
as it
man.
grew and evolved. After playing something like
Evolved.
Oblivion or Bioshock, Halo 3,
The RuneScape
I would just
music,
kind of
though.
sit.
Those were the good fucking days, man.
Travel to Winter Spring and
Fucking
speak with. Oh, wow, we're going to Winter Spring finally?
2005.
That's like the last zone. Wow.
2004. You had quality games
Alright, I'm going to turn this quest
with
in
almost
and
no microtransactions
I'll look
or
into
bullshit
how I
going
do
on.
that.
No developers
the
trying to
small
put
pack.
their own political
I
agendas.
was
in video
trying to look
games.
around that lake, but it's
You
like,
just had video
what do I'm
games.
supposed to find?
And it was great. Like, I was so happy, man.
There and wonder, what's next? However, in the last 9 or
Wasn't that
so
much
years,
quest in
it
this
feels
zone,
like
huh?
in many ways, the quality of
Maybe
video games, and
they show up
especially
later on when I'm higher
AAA
level.
titles, has declined. The industry is always creating something new, innovative, and epic. Gaming as a medium has evolved very quickly in the 35 or so years it's been around. And while there are
Sure
so many
has.
great aspects to love about this hobby, just consider this a more pessimistic take on the state of gaming. So what is it that has caused the decline of gaming? No, it's not these old Flash cartoons,
Money.
but they did inspire the name. It's the same thing that ruins so much of this beautiful world of ours. Insatiable greed.
Yeah. Good thinking.
This card allows me to implement microtransactions into Star Wars.
When did Bobby Kotick get his own Yu-Gi-Oh card? That's crazy. Yeah, this guy's all over the place, man. I can't believe it.
Battlefront 2.
Just to clarify, these are my opinions based
No,
on the
they're
facts
fucking
that I've
facts,
researched
man.
and observed. If I
This
get
is a
something
fact.
wrong, please feel free to let me know, which I'm sure you all will. For every negative thing that has happened to video games, you could argue an equally positive benefit has occurred.
Did you get
And
shot
that's a
on
fair
Beta?
point.
Yeah, we're waiting for
Greed
the
is the
service to come
driving
up.
force of this decline. But it gets tricky, because greed, in this case, takes on several forms. No, it's
Yep.
not an overweight Italian man with a ridiculous mustache. It's something both subtle and straightforward.
Yeah.
Let's not waste any more time on a pleasant intro. Let's jump straight into this. Perceiving the decline. Is it in our heads? It's challenging and overwhelming to tackle the core
That's it?
issues that plague a multi-billion-dollar industry.
What was the?
So, felt
What
note,
was the turning
small
point?
pack.
Where was the turning point that you perceived the decline? EA, FIFA. What do you think, Paul?
Small pack.
Cataclysm?
Quest. Classic.
But what was it? Was there a game that made you feel that way, or?
It's in the water, okay.
No, it's just when I stopped being excited for games, because all the shit I was looking at sucked dick.
Yeah, there is that. That's true. That's very true. When free-to-play became the norm. That's actually a really good way to look at it. I like that a lot.
With so many different companies,
There he is, dude.
developers, publishers,
Yeah.
programmers spread all over the world, is it possible to categorize and
the old
identify this decline? All we need to do is follow
We'll see
the
what he
money.
thinks.
So let me just list some things you probably noticed and we'll elaborate on them down the line. 1.
Okay.
An increase in buggy, glitchy games. Big budget releases off.
I like how the example of a buggy, glitchy game is immediately PUBG. Like that, if you think of like Bubby, was it Bubby? No, Buggy, glitchy game. Like you have like this dog shit fucking game. And the worst part about PUBG is it was so bad it became good for how bad it was. Like whenever you'd go behind a wall and you'd kill somebody, it was just something special about it. It felt good to do it.
Games. Big budget releases often have a botched
Yeah.
launch and are forced to rely on updates to fix their issues. Number 2, an overabundance of remakes, remasters, and sequels. Number 3, the corporatization of gaming.
Yep.
The conduct of major companies, publishers,
Yep.
and developers. And of course, number 4, the obvious influx of RNG loot boxes being forced into every genre of game. And
including World of Warcraft. I don't know, man. I think that
Gonna need a new lighter.
I think that the future of gaming lies actually with smaller developers. Because these larger developers with like these massive shareholder goals, I think that's really what the future is. Because they don't have to be beholden to these consumer unfriendly practices. That's at least like my take on it. I think that it's capitalism gone insane. It's not capitalism gone insane. It's just people doing things for money. And I think that whenever you have... Video games are art. They are a creative pursuit. And whenever you pervert that, and you convert that into something that's profit-driven, you kill the art.
There it is.
And instead of art, you have something that's, I don't even know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. You have, what?
Yeah, instead of art, you have fart. Got him.
That's fucking brilliant.
What?
That's really smart. What the fuck?
What?
No, you accidentally said something really smart. It's like now you have, okay, I'll go back to the video, but this is like the release cycle of video games now. So you have early access, beta, and then the game comes out. But what it really is that early access is the demo, the beta is the alpha, and then the release of the game is the actual alpha. And then you have the beta come out in the first patch, and then a year later, whenever all the problems are fixed, that's whenever the game's actually released. That's the way game releases are now.
Increasingly aggressive monetization schemes.
Yeah.
It could be that our own minds play a factor in this as well. Possibly we see the game industry as being worse because we had it so good in the past.
That's true.
Is all the disappointment we have caused simply by us growing older and more jaded? It's entirely possible the negativity we associate with modern gaming is outweighing the more positive innovations that have been made. Games.
I think that's partially true, and I think Classic WoW is a really good evidence of that, because if you go back and you look at Classic WoW, people see all the flaws and cracks and you know, inadequacies it has that they didn't see back then. And so I think that a component to it is actually rose-tinted goggles, but at the same time, you do, I don't know, I just feel like there were better quality games back then. And game developers now, they focus on things that people don't care about. Like, maybe I'm just speaking for myself here, but I actually don't care about having a motion capture character for God of War. Like, this is not something that adds value to me as a consumer. Like, I don't care about this. This doesn't matter. Like, all of the people in that picture, their money is being, like, the developer's money is being lit on fire and thrown in the garbage, because that product is that they just spent all that money adding value to something that doesn't have value to the individual. So I think this is the problem too, is that they're developing the game with value that's not value perceived by the customer. Wrong, Andy? Really? So you guys actually care about this kind of stuff? This is a real opinion. Like, it's a real question. Like, I'm not saying like you guys are dumb. You guys care about this stuff? Oh, for me, dude, I don't care at all. Maybe I'm weird, but like I don't care about the super, like, the photorealistic graphics or any of that. I just want to play a fun game.
Another Winter Spring quest?
Like, that's
to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I think
yeah,
we're
of
gonna
course,
go
to a certain
Winter
degree.
Spring.
Like, graphics like RuneScape, for example, are too much. But for the most part, I don't really care about graphics a whole lot. Like, I just want to play a fun game. So like all the money they spend on making these like super complex cinematics, it just doesn't matter to me. It just simply doesn't matter. Like it's a waste. It's pearls before swine. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Games look better, the story's more epic, characters are represented so realistically, animation vastly improved.
Yeah.
My point is, try not to become too overwhelmed with nostalgia for the glory days. And remember that your perception plays a huge part in this decline. What do and don't you have a problem with? That's for you to figure out. But now that we got a solid base for this topic, let's dive deep into the decline of gaming. Complacency. Pleased, especially with oneself or one's merits. Advantages, situation, often without awareness of some potential danger or defect. Self-satisfied. Complacency is probably the biggest deterrent to innovation and quality game design. The perfect...
I agree with what he's saying in this, but I also don't agree, because I think that the complacency is not... It's like a secondary... I think that the effect is the same, but he's attributing it to something that I don't think is necessarily true. I think that the effect is not complacency, but it's people wanting to make an amount of money. That's why you have, like, now, they're redoing fucking Jurassic Park. They're redoing
I'm gonna have to go through this
Spider-Man
damn
again.
cave.
They're redoing all these old movies because they know those movies will make money. And that's why you're not seeing.
I think I remember doing this like a year or 2 years ago on Classic WoW, and I made it through the cave without dying. I don't know if I was higher level than this, but
a lot of movies
combination of Stoneclaw Totem and
but they're just coming out again.
Earthbound.
And I think that the reason for that is because they know they're going to be able to make and print a certain amount of money by making a new Superman movie, by printing a certain amount of money by making a new Spider-Man movie or whatever. And that's what I think kills innovation. And the complacency, I think, is just a secondary effect.
Example is Valve.
We used to make video games.
Once known for their unconventional methods of game design and their repertoire of critically acclaimed releases, so many instant classics that to this day are viewed as some of the greatest
People
games
still
of all
play
time.
Team Fortress 2.
But what about since then?
Looks like there's been a change of plans.
Well,
Yeah,
Valve has
something
not
like
made a new game since Portal 2, 8 years ago.
Wait,
and the
what?
last time they even launched a new IP was Left 4 Dead. That was 11 years ago. But let's take a quick look at the game.
Yo, is that shit true? Alex? Oh, yo, boys, I fucking ordered that fucking VR headset, the fucking Valve, whatever the fuck it is, and they told me that shit was gonna be like 7 weeks to get here. The Index, whatever, it was like $1,000. And I don't even, like, I thought about it the other day, because my mom's like getting packages all the time. And I'm like, where the fuck is my box, man? Like, where's my shit? I think I got, I think Gavin skamazed me, man. I don't know what the fuck happened. Remaking old movie for new generation? Oh, give me a break, dude. They're just remaking Spider-Man every 5 years. Come on, it's not for a new generation. It's just for one now.
Games they've launched since then. CSGO, a remake of Counter-Strike Source, which was a remake of the original Counter-Strike. Dota 2, a remake of the Dota mod for Warcraft 3. Counter-Strike Online 2, Koreans only. Counter-Strike Nexon Zombies, free-to-play zombie shooter, no
That's
thanks.
cool.
Left 4 Dead Survivors, Japanese only. The Lab, a series of 8 VR minigames that was more or less just an experiment. Dota Underlords, a mobile version of Dota Auto Chess. Do I need to elaborate? This is the same company that made Half-Life 2, and yet Valve is just content with developing these unremarkable titles? You can really sum up the disappointment gamers have had with this company in the Artifact reveal. Everyone was so hyped to see what Valve was working on. It had been so many years since they came out with a new kick-ass game, and when they revealed it, everyone lost all interest.
Here he is. Bruh. Let me give you guys a little bit of tips, game developers out there. Nobody gives a fuck about this stupid ass fucking card game, man. Like, you think you're gonna get hyped up over a virtual piece of cardboard? Like, that's what these card games are. It's literally like, I mean, you got one thing, right? It's like the audacity to expect people to get hyped up over cardboard, but then to get people hyped up over fake cardboard virtually, no. Just no. Just fucking no.
A Dota 2 card game. The question is, why did Valve stop making actual games? What happened to their ambition? Well, as of March 2015, Valve makes $18 million per month off Dota 2 alone. Valve is also, by ratio, one of the most profitable companies with the fewest employees in America, earning roughly $300,000 per employee. They make 30% of every sale off Steam. They're just rolling in the moolah right now. The chimichanga.
That's what I should do, man. Like, I should say, fuck this screaming dude. Gavin's a billionaire, man. I think about that guy's a billionaire and he wears the same shirt every day. Like, he doesn't even give a fuck, man. Like, that's no reason. Yeah, dude, just fucking goes to work, man. Just, hey, what up, boys? And that's it. Like, I respect that, man. I do. I think that's great. Buy a Lambo then? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, guy's a fucking legend. Like, that's what I should do. I should have, like, the, you know, you have the Epic store, the Steam store, and then, like, the Asmon store. And that's where you have to buy games, and, like, you put it up for money. That's actually really smart. I should do that. have like a promotional system for the games, and then allow that to kind of like cement itself as like legitimate, and then have people want to be on it for that, and then like you take part of their sales. It's actually really smart. Fuck. That's an original idea too, by the way. I've never, nobody's ever thought of making a system where you can buy and sell games like that. Nobody saw that before.
It's the gold bars. If you're making tons of money selling the same thing for 7 years and you're a businessman,
fuck it.
Why would you stop?
Yeah,
why would you take the risk and time to develop and sell a brand new product when you can simply maintain your current products and watch the profits get dumped straight into your bank account?
Yep.
Oh, hey, Bethesda, how's it going, buddy? Didn't see you there. You still selling Skyrim? There's no question that Valve fans will eat up whatever new game they put out, provided it's the type of game people want. As a consumer, you'd buy Portal 3, you'd buy Left 4 Dead 3, and you'd most certainly buy Half-Life 3. Long awaited and pretty much dead, Half-Life...
Even I would buy Half-Life 3. Okay, even I would buy Half-Life 3, guys, and I know that sounds like a lot, but even I would do it. I've never played Half-Life 1 or 2, and that's how serious I am about it. I mean, I don't know, guys. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that this kind of stuff happens, and I don't know. It's just disappointing for me to see it. It's disappointing for me to fucking see it.
We gotta make our own games, dude. You gotta make your own company.
I don't know
you
if
gotta
I even
employ
want
your
to.
own people.
I would only make games if I knew that my games had the capacity to ruin somebody's life. Because if I didn't think that I could ruin somebody's life with my game, it's not good enough to be worthy of that privilege. Like, I would want to have my game be so good that people would forsake and ruin their own lives in order to play it. Like, that's how you can tell if a game is good, by the way. If a game is good, you'll see CNN and ABC news specials about concerned parents with their children ruining their lives playing the game. You saw that with World of Warcraft, and you saw that with Fortnite. What's going to be the next game? You'll find out at 8 p.m. on Fox News. The game that makes people ruin their life. Think about it. That is the biggest advertisement you can possibly have for a video game. It's so good that I ruined my life for it.
3 is a perfect example of complacency.
I got nothing to say about Half-Life.
Despite the critical acclaim and unrelenting hype for this title, you'd think Half-Life 3 would be at the top of Valve's priority list. But it never was.
Nope.
Instead, we're getting a VR game. And while it's cool they're finally making another Half-Life, all I can think is, what about the games that people want? You see, Valve and even some other companies need to
I don't care about VR. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I was just going to do it for stream content. I don't even want VR to be the meta. Like, I would rather
not
have,
really a VR person either.
Like,
no, in one end.
Wait until they have,
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna get Facebook again to fucking use it. Fuck that.
Like,
that's a deal breaker right there.
Was it like the neural fucking receptors or something like that, where they can actually make you literally feel like you're in the game? Because I think the VR is just boring. You know, like, yeah, actually, like Sword Art Online, basically. Like, that's what I want. And like full fucking neural immersion. And until that happens, I'm not really gonna give a shit about it. Like, some guy walking around in his fucking mother's, you know, living room with a stupid headset on. I'm sorry, but like, nobody's ever gonna get into that because you just look like a dipshit doing it.
Yeah.
Like, you just look like an idiot. Like, have you ever seen somebody with a VR headset? You look like fucking morons. Nobody wants to do that.
Lessons from Bono. You know, don't ever stop trying to be in the limelight. Keep pushing forward to infinity and beyond.
True.
Bethesda and Rockstar are another two clear-cut examples of how complacency has creeped into the video game industry.
Sure
the
has.
undisputed masters of reselling the same product in as many forms possible. After Grand Theft Auto 5, Rockstar basically did nothing except update the game and port their old games to different platforms. Until 5 years later, they released Red Dead Redemption 2.
Great game.
Now again, I'm not saying these are bad
I've
games.
never played it myself, but I actually do want to play it because I hear how good it is.
But if you look back in the 5 years from 2001 to 2006, they were putting out hot shit like GTA 3, Vice City, Midnight Club 2, Manhunt, Red Dead Revolver, The Warriors, and Bully. Rockstar used to experiment and try new things, developing several IPs at a time and building a library of games to their name. But now they've gotten complacent. Bethesda, meanwhile, had a 5-year wait between Oblivion and Skyrim. That felt like forever, but oh my god, it was worth it. Skyrim was amazing. It flew off the shelves like crazy. All my friends were playing it, and now it's been 8 years since Skyrim.
People are going wild over
and we
Skyrim.
basically have no
People
news,
love that
gameplay, or
fucking
anything
Never played
regarding
Skyrim
Elder
ever.
Scrolls 6. After New
Probably,
Vegas,
I'm
it
probably
took Bethesda
missing it,
5
to be
years
honest.
to come out with Fallout 4, a product that was very polarizing amongst the Fallout fan base. And then 76 releases.
Wasn't Fallout 76 not good?
No, that was Fallout Boy.
What do you mean? Fallout Boy's awesome. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I was just joking.
Good. Fallout Boy's fucking great.
Do you see this decline? It's this complacency, this lack of desire to innovate and create new things that has led to some of our favorite game companies releasing new games far more infrequently.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
when they do, it's either something you don't care about or it's just another sequel. Despite nearly every single game company falling prey to complacency, almost none of this applies to Nintendo, who have stuck to their roots and continue to evolve and release new games that blow us away. Nintendo is still doing things the old-fashioned way and making a shit ton of money, while these other game companies are doing things the easy way. Because if it's broken but makes a shitload of money, why fix it?
That's right, dude.
The abundance of remakes and remasters.
Fucking right.
It's a fact that gaming has followed certain trends throughout the years. You had arcades where you paid quarters for entertainment. In the NES days, it was all about side-scrolling platformers. The SNES.
Dude, I'm so lucky that like whenever I was really young, I still got a chance to play with the old fucking arcade machines, man. I was playing with the old fucking arcade machines at Chuck E. Cheese, dude. My mom would take me over there, and
I remember there was an arcade in my reserve.
And I was so young.
I remember going there. Then they moved those arcade machines to the next town over.
And Sega Genesis were all about graphics.
Yep.
Eventually, we had online gaming, rhythm games, battle royale. So many trends have come and gone. Some have stayed.
I want to say, I'll pause again. I think Fortnite was an original and great game. Like, unironically, I think Fortnite was an original and great game.
I actually think Fortnite was pretty cool. I dabbled in it. Played it on the Nintendo Switch.
A certain style of game is perceived as no longer profitable or appealing to the mainstream.
Like
3D platformers, for instance.
That's like RTS. No, like RTS. Like, when's the last time we had a good RTS game? Fucking never. Oh, wow, they're gonna re-release the old Command & Conquers? Where's the new Command & Conquer? Like, what's going on with that? Like, there's racing games a little bit. There's no MMOs coming out anymore. Yeah, fuck, dude.
Dude, that's
StarCraft
true.
2.
And Stronghold sucks too. Like, ever since Stronghold Crusader, they've all sucked dick.
I don't know. I mean, like, they re-released Age of Empires 2, which was great. I was happy about that. I bought that for my mom. I watched her play it for a while. But it's not Age of Empires 4? Oh, yeah, they are going to bring that out. I think people are going to play that. Like, I really think Age of Empires is going to sell well. It's going to make good money.
Long fallen out of favor outside of Mario. In this case, instead of developing a brand new game in a genre that's considered dead, companies will choose to remaster or remake their old ones. And would you look at that, they become hella popular.
Yeah, look at that.
Who would have thought? Spyro Reignited and Insane Trilogy were incredible remasters.
Yeah.
And since those were so successful, don't you think people would be even more happy to see a brand new game starring the Purple Dragon or Lovable Bandicoot? But there's been no such announcement, aside from a remaster of Crash Team Racing.
Wow.
You can do pretty incredible things with a remake.
Amazing.
Sometimes it turns an outdated game into something completely new, effectively remaking it to be as good as you thought it was back then. Remakes are a great way for new gamers to experience the magic of the past, without the daunting task of playing something that looks like this. Or it can be a method for the developers to add on to their old project
and
Halo give it
3,
some new
man?
bells and whistles. A remaster is capable.
Dude, man, did you ever play Halo 3?
I did, but it was never like a big thing for me. Like, I was never a big Halo player.
Dude, Halo 3, like Halo 2 for its time was much more groundbreaking than Halo 3. but Halo 3 I think is objectively like fucking the best out of the series. Like Halo 3 was fucking amazing, man. And like objectively, I think Halo 3 is better than Halo 2, but for its time, Halo 2 is better than Halo 3 was for its time. Like Halo Reach, man, I still think Halo 3 is better. I do. Like this new Age of Empires, look how much. I feel like almost all of the feedback from Age of Empires has all been positive too.
Capable of bringing old games up to speed with several quality of life changes and making it the definitive way to experience
oh shit, someone else is already clearing the way.
Awesome when they
it's
put
kind of fun.
To a newer console,
let's go.
You don't have to buy an old expensive copy of it, like Symphony of the Night and other Castlevania games being ported to Xbox. That shit's cool. The problem arises when companies become more content to resell their old games than they are to make new ones.
Thank you, dude.
It's become a meme. How many different versions of Skyrim Bethesda has churned out? Legendary Edition, Skyrim Special Edition, Remastered, Skyrim on Switch,
really?
Skyrim now with mods.
Wait, holy shit.
Edition, Remastered, Skyrim on Switch, Skyrim now.
Wow. I actually like Skyrim. I think this is a good game.
The fuck?
This is a very good game.
With mods,
Bruh.
Skyrim for VR.
Did my game crash? Really?
Bethesda announced via their blog that they were moving on from Skyrim.
Oh yeah.
To work on other projects.
Totally forgot about
that's
that.
a fucking laugh.
I gotta
Skyrim
get
Pinball Edition.
more sub
Really?
time.
At moments, some remasters just bank off your nostalgia and try to parade their old game as something new by slapping an HD at the end of the title. All I'm saying is there weren't a whole lot of remakes or remasters back on the N64, PlayStation, Xbox, PS2, or GameCube. And that's because they were focused on creating new games. In fact, I can only think of one remaster from those consoles, Conquer Live and Reloaded, which made the game look so freaking sexy. The visuals
I
are
still prefer
to this day, and they even launched
the original Conquer's Bad Fur Day.
That was just awesome.
I remember
but
that.
Nowadays,
that was a good game.
some remasters are just a shameless cash grab, where you could see a side-by-side comparison
except
and
some
notice
payment
no
methods
difference.
can't be
But
used.
hey, at least they added some extra dirt on the glass for BioShock Remastered. Take my $40. Remember
That's what they do, man.
original port of Dark Souls on Steam? Yeah, it was so fucking lazy and busted, they didn't even swap out the button prompts from the Xbox 360 version. I mean, holy shit. And then From Software comes out with Dark Souls Remastered, an actual real port of the game. And they charge people $40 to play Dark Souls with a revitalized PvP community. And even DS Remastered didn't bother to fix several game-breaking glitches, highlighted in this wonderful Inferno Plus video. Companies will also...
dude, I never played the original Dark Souls, so I can't really speak to that. I think it's good. I mean, I think it's good. There weren't that many games to remaster back then. Well, I mean, like, are you really trying to make an excuse for the fact that there's less creativity in development now? I feel like it's kind of... It's not really... Is this really like a fucking... a hot take here? Yeah, come on.
Take it a step further. EA turned Dungeon Keeper into a blatant pay-to-win dumpster fire mobile game.
Yeah, something like that.
Activision not only released Modern Warfare Remastered bundled with Infinite Warfare, but later added loot boxes and paid weapons into a game that didn't have those things in 2007. Some games like Sleeping Dogs, Last of Us will come out with a remaster 1 or 2 years after it released.
He doesn't even know. This is from 2019. He doesn't even know.
You expect me to believe technology advanced so far in that time span that a 1-year-old game is now considered out of date? It's
Actually,
nice to improve a game's stability, frame rate,
that's
and
about
resolution, but is all that really worth buying the exact same product again? My point is a lot of companies aren't willing to take risks anymore. It's disheartening to remember a time when the original Xbox was a haven of original, awesome, exclusive titles, and now the Xbox One doesn't even seem to be competing. This trend of lazy remasters and remakes brings me to my next point.
Oh, this is where the quest at.
Chasing
I got
trend.
2 quests.
Early access.
This guy
Hey guys, please excuse the shitty quality of this section. My video is still in early access, and you can donate to my Patreon to help fund my willingness to sit at a computer and edit. In an effort to capitalize on whatever is...
Yes, early access I think is bad, but I think pre-ordering is worse than early access. I think pre-ordering is worse. But it depends. Like, I'm okay. The problem with early access is this. Early access...
I don't know if I want to
that
do
doesn't
that quest.
necessarily imply the game's gonna change. It just means you get there earlier. Right? You get to watch a movie like a day or two earlier before it releases. That's it. Like, yeah, it's just... I don't know, man. Like, a lot of the problem with early access games is they stay in early access. That's really the fundamental issue.
Currently most popular, plenty of game studios will just shamelessly rip off others or rush out some basic-ass shell of a game. Remember
like Heroes
Lawbreakers?
of the Storm.
Man, didn't do so hot trying to copy Overwatch. So how about Boss Key Productions just copies Fortnite and PUBG and launch a shitty battle royale? That should bring in the money.
This is like
Radical
Doc's favorite
Heights,
game, dude.
Good God. Oh wow, this battle royale craze is really taken off. Let's release a brand new game that's completely fucked. Abandon our old one and alienate our fan base.
Yeah, it's about right.
Come back here
just
later.
how desperate some developers really are. Of course, it would take too much time and effort to fix PUBG before porting it to Xbox, so they just, oh my god, burn it all.
No, they don't need to burn it. It'll burn your own PC. But no, the game is.
Alright, let's pick up the flight path and then we'll start the quest.
They took PUBG out of early access before it was ready, just so they could sell it for Christmas. Like, nobody can fucking convince me that's not what happened. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Like, just selling a game whenever they knew for a fact that it was dog shit. Like, anybody that had played PUBG knew that it was a heaping, steaming pile of dick-ass cocks. But they put it out anyway.
They somehow made it worse. It's kind of shocking how a company that made all the money in King Tut's Castle didn't use any of it to improve the game. Instead, they just wanted more. And then Titanfall made advanced movement popular. Well, shit, of course Call of Duty and Halo has to adapt that into their games, even if the developers don't understand what makes the movement good. See,
that's what I didn't like, man. I didn't like how they did loadouts with Halo 4, man. Like, it's not Halo in that way. I get that they were trying to do something new, and I was okay with it, but I think Halo 4 is a good example. Like, they fucking did loadouts. Like, this isn't COD. Like, this has never been in Halo. And then they had, like, these special abilities, like this right here. I don't know. It wasn't... It's like Halo 4 wasn't that bad in a lot of ways, but, like, there are so many things where they just tried to make Halo 4 into high-tech Call of Duty versus Call of Duty within space.
That compromises the design style and identity of their franchises.
The game. Yeah, exactly.
Just copy it. I don't care if it works. If it's unintuitive, janky, and sucks ass, just copy them. Do what they're doing. A lot of these game series used to kind of just go their own way, and I miss that. The term early access has now been hijacked by companies who are too lazy to call their games complete or admit they're never going to finish them.
Yeah,
it used to mean you had early access to the game, and often it was like an indie title led by a small team that you understood didn't have the big budget some other games have.
Yeah,
and
like Ashes
additional
of
funding.
Creation or something.
But now all it means is the game is going to be a buggy mess, and you can't be mad at them because hey, it's just in early access.
There it is.
Even if they make billions of dollars, Bluehole and Epic will continue to call Fortnite and PUBG early access titles.
I love
then you got
PUBG.
all those shitty ass zombie survival games. My buddy brought over 7 Days to Die one time, and after playing it for 5 minutes, I was like, dude, you got fucking scammed.
Dude, I fucking... Robin forced me to play this game with her. I was so mad about this. This is like five years ago, right? Or like 4 years ago. His ex-girlfriend, right? I remember downloading it, and I just like, she was trying to dig a hole, and I just ran. I was trying to run into a cactus to kill my character, so I had an excuse to not have to play the game anymore. Like, I was so fucking tired of this game. Like, I hated it so much. It was the worst game ever.
You buy this shit from Jose in the back alley behind a strip club? Like, what the fuck is this? Once esports really started to take off, developers started tailoring their games to be competitive. Everyone wanted their product to break into esports territory, and that can really mess with the project's vision. When all you're worried about is chasing the most popular trends and the cash flow, you get all these half-assed games releasing, and suddenly the desire to create something new is replaced with the desire to copy others. Games as a service, updates, online only, broken launches, etc. The ability to patch a game after its release was one of the biggest revolutions in game development, allowing teams to continue their work before
allowing teams to begin their work after release.
Going gold. Bug fixes, balance updates, and more were now possible. Even when a game comes out and you buy it on launch day, it has an update, because the developers are still working on it after they started shipping copies.
The first time they had this happen, I remember it was with Halo 2, and they introduced like new maps. I think one of them was called like Sanctuary or something. And like back then, because not everybody had online access, you could go to GameStop and buy it, the extra map packs and everything, or you could just download it off of Xbox Live. And that was a long fucking time ago, man. Day one. Yeah, I still have the disc myself. And day one DLC. Hey.
Nowadays, you can fix, tweak, and save your ass as a developer with this luxury of post-launch support. Overwatch is a prime example of when it's utilized well. It needed several updates to become what it is today. Without them, most people would have gotten bored of the game. The idea of constantly adding new content and features to engage players and keep them coming back is good for both the gamers and the companies.
I'd say so.
However, it's when the games as a service philosophy starts enveloping every stage of design, when developers rely too much on fixing the game and adding to it after launch, that we...
I don't know if you guys ever think of a game like that, where like basically it gets released in an unfinished state, and then like everybody kind of knows it's not finished, and then they hope by like maybe the first patch, maybe it'll be okay. And then, you know, second patch, maybe they're, you know, kind of turning things around. And by the third patch, things are all right. And that's when the developers really kind of have a hold on the product. But also, by a third patch of the product, because they're not selling the box anymore, they're not making as much money, so they have to make a new product. And then in the new product, the new product gets released again, and it's not finished, and there's like the patch cycle. And it's just, I don't know if you guys can think of a game.
Yo!
What?
That sounds like WoW, dude.
I don't know. I mean, like, BFA was pretty good whenever it released, right? I mean, what do you mean? Like, Azerite armor? Remember that? That was cool.
See gaming decline. Halo 5 Guardians straight out the gate had like a 7-month plan of content. Why didn't you work that into the 3 years of development you had? You compare Spec Ops and Modern Warfare 2 and 3, and there's no mistake that everybody prefers those versions to the 2019 version, where it now takes Infinity Ward 1 month to get 2 missions out. 10 years ago, they launched a game with 23 of them. The difference is crystal clear in how games are developed. You look at something like KOTOR 2, Halo 2, and Smash Bros. Melee. These games all had hellish development cycles that devoured the lives of the people working on them. These heroes sacrificed time with their families just to complete the game when it was supposed to be done, so that we, the consumers, got the best product possible. Despite the many bugs, glitches, and general lack of polish in these 3 highly anticipated sequels, they turned out phenomenal, because neither Obsidian, Bungie, or Nintendo could depend on simply fixing the game after the fact. Not having that luxury put the pressure...
I used to do those all the time, man. You remember get back home with the boys, you're like, hey, dude, you want to do some super jumps on lockout? Like, yeah, let's do it, man. Like, that was so fucking fun, man. I loved it.
Now with the luxury of post-launch support, compare the content from Halo 2 to the latest game, Guardians. At launch, Halo 5 had 4 game modes, the lowest in the series, and it took a whole year of updates to make Halo 5 a somewhat complete package. What Halo 2 accomplished...
Isn't this what happened with Halo 4 too? Where Halo 4 released without ranked mode? Yeah, didn't Halo 4 release without ranked mode?
Alright, let's go knock out the quest in Felwood before I start doing any quest in Winter Spring.
Halo 4 was actually decent though. I don't know. I didn't play it really hard.
Back in 2004, Halo 5 needed an extra year after it was already out in 2015. But this isn't just exclusive to Halo, it happens to every game series, where the gears stop turning and something as simple as launching a game in a playable state becomes an urban legend, a myth. Bad Company 2
you don't
launches
really do
perfectly
that.
and works fine. Then DICE drops Battlefield 3, 4, and Battlefront 2, which all had nightmarish issues and simply didn't work. It gets so ridiculous to the point where you wonder if the games they put out are actually illegal because the product doesn't work as advertised. Then you got something like COD World War II.
Yeah, it's like what they said about Diablo 3, man. That's exactly it. Elon Musk is hacked. That's crazy.
Or even the menus didn't work.
That's crazy.
You look at how Mass Effect 1 came out back in 2007, pretty damn good. Mass Effect Andromeda 10 years later somehow looked worse. It was a glitch-ridden disaster. Diablo 1 and 2, absolute masterpieces.
Something
Diablo
like that.
3 is coming out. People have been waiting over
Absolute
a decade
cock.
to experience this game. It releases an Error 37. You can't play the
that's about
game
right.
until Blizzard figures their shit out. Then you had Dead Island, where the developers completely fucked up and released the wrong version of the game. How does that happen? SimCity was made to be always up.
Hey, you know, Bill brought the wrong CD into work, and we was all drunk, so we just put one of them out there. It turns out it's the wrong CD. So, my bad. It is what it is.
Online, except you couldn't connect to EA's shitty-ass servers. Batman Arkham Knight was knowingly pushed out onto PC despite the publishers knowing it was a terrible port with horrific frame rate issues. I'm not saying every game from the glory days launched in a perfect state, but these unplayable disasters happen far less frequently. And at the time, I was way more forgiving of them. And then we arrive at the Master Chief Collection, which was a testament to just how broken you could release a game and somehow not be investigated by the Better Business Bureau.
Zach and I, like, the thing is, like, we bought this and we played it last year. It was like whenever it came out, and the frame rate for replaying Halo 2, or it was Halo 1 or Halo 2, I forgot which one it was so bad.
This atrocity was so unplayable, I'm surprised there was no class action lawsuit filed. The new cutscenes by Blur were jaw-dropping, but it's hardly any consolidation when nothing worked. Menus were fucked, game glitches everywhere, impossible to find games, ranking system constantly resetting. 343 needed like 3 or 4 years to make MCC a consistently playable game. 3 to 4 years after I bought the game, I was finally able to play it the way they promised I could.
So Halo 2 Anniversary will contain the original Halo 2 multiplayer.
What?
Exactly as it shipped 10 years ago.
What? Oh
Though this is a subjective point, take a look at these MMORPGs. World of Warcraft changed the gaming landscape as we knew it and really gave rise to the games as a service philosophy with monthly subscriptions, new expansions. It was a nice source of cash flow, and for players that enjoyed the game, it was the greatest thing ever. WoW has been consistently supported for like 15 years, and that's great. But
consistently supported? It's been consistently.
An important point hardly ever mentioned. Warcraft as a series has been an MMORPG longer than it has been a real-time strategy. Despite 3 games with multiple expansions, the reason Warcraft 4 does not exist is because WoW does. Similarly, the reason why Knights of the Old Republic 3 does not exist is because the Old Republic does. Elder Scrolls 6 does not exist yet because they've been working on Elder Scrolls Online. For better or worse, these incredible series of games have converted to the games as a service philosophy. They've turned their backs on their roots. EA is infamous for shutting down...
I don't have a problem with that to an extent. And this is like kind of my... this is my preference, I guess. That's pretty much it. This is my preference. I don't really think that it's a big deal with making games like an online evolving world, but this is also kind of, I'm coming from like an MMO player. I understand that a lot of people don't like what I like, so it's important to keep that in mind too. Made by a different studio, yeah, I don't know.
Several game studios, including Visceral, who were working on a single-player Star Wars game. But because single-player games can't really be made into a service, EA saw this venture as not as profitable and shut it down. It's actually surprising when something like Jedi Fallen Order comes out with no caveats and is a genuinely great game.
Oh, yeah.
But in the 6 or so years EA has had the rights
Wasn't this like Star Wars but Dark Souls, kind of? Like, I remember this game was really popular for a while. I saw a lot of people play it. That's actually kind of cool. I might try this out sometime. I'm not really a big Star Wars fan, but it would be cool to try. It's a
Star
good game.
Wars?
Yeah.
This is the first single-player game they've put out. Flashback
like
to the
that.
early 2000s. Oh, baby. Jedi Academy, Republic Commando, KOTOR 1 and 2, Episode 3 game, Lego Star Wars, Bounty Hunter, Obi-Wan, Force Unleashed, Battlefront 1 and 2, Empire at War. Star Wars games were off the fucking hook, but EA is just complacent now. We live in a time where the updates a game goes through are more impactful than the actual release. And it's this ship it now, fix it later mentality that is allowing companies to churn out so many titles that suck straight ass when they come out. A video game should never be a gamble where the consumer doesn't know if it's going to function or not. Corporatization.
It's not a gamble because you know it won't. Yeah, it's not a gamble. Like, you buy a game like that, you just assume that it's not going to work. Like, if you buy a game nowadays, you just bet on it not working. And if you think that it's going to work and it works, that's great. But you should never expect that to happen. Very low
Anti-consumer. Probably the
Just
worst
always
thing about
bet
the
on
decline of
something.
gaming is the corporatization of it. The game industry is becoming more and more controlled by some board of directors who don't see this hobby as you or I do. They aren't thinking, how can we make the best
Because it's not a hobby for them. They just play the game. Or they just make the money. They just run the company. They don't play games. These are like the fucking grandpas that have like their grandchildren show them how to use a smartphone. These are the people that are on the board of directors for a video game company. They can't use a fucking smartphone.
Impossible. How can we make our fans happy? They're thinking, how can we make the most money with the least amount of effort?
Yeah.
There are investors to please, deadlines to meet. Game development used to be just a bunch of nerds pooling their talents and creativity to make something incredible, something they would want to play. Corporatization has been sucking the life and soul out of gaming, and this is illustrated by the complete lack of originality in the cover art of games. Check out this video by Nakey Jakey, it's really good, but it showcases a greater point, the lack of soul. It'd be foolish to condemn all pre-order bonuses, microtransactions, DLC, etc., because only a Sith deals in absolutes. But
I think I can almost condemn almost all pre-orders. I think pre-orders are not good, especially if you incentivize pre-orders. I don't like it. I think it's like kind of a consumer unfriendly practice. Like, the only game I ever pre-ordered is WoW, and that's the only game I ever will pre-order. And if I ever pre-order another game, I'm probably just being an idiot. It's just pre-order. I think that it's unethical to do that because you're effectively incentivizing someone with a unique reward for paying for a product that they don't understand because it's not out yet. You're basically like that's what it is. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm very upset about that. But you're creating an incentive for somebody to buy a product that's not even released yet. They're just buying it on the premise that it might be good.
You're the consumer. What do you want? Do you want cool, meaningful, cosmetic unlockables that showcase your accomplishments? Okay, what's the ideal way for the player to unlock them? Ask yourself this question first. Is this good for the player? Is it good for the player to unlock gameplay-altering abilities or cosmetic items in monetized randomized loot boxes? Is that a form of progression and unlocks that is beneficial to the player? Of course not. So why do companies include it? Because the well-being of the consumer and the quality of the experience is secondary to what's most profitable.
So true. That is so true what he just said. 100% so true. I knew it. See that, guys? So true.
Back during the 360, PS3, and Wii generation, players noticed there was a lot more downloadable content than the previous generation. In fact, the GameCube didn't even connect to the internet. But now it seems like loot boxes are far more numerous. That's because companies realized DLC was only a one-time purchase. But what if there was a way to turn players into payers? Consistently doing that would yield high results. Then you got all those season
I wish they made loot boxes against the law. Like they just made it where like you couldn't do them anymore. Like you couldn't.
Damn it! I thought I would steal it.
Period.
Let's go.
Like
that was intentional.
I don't think they add any value to the game. Like having a cash shop where you can buy things, I think is like okay.
Oh come on!
I don't like it, but it's okay.
Damn alliance.
But I see no purpose in like simulated gambling. EU is doing it. Well, that's good, and I hope the U.S. does the same thing. But the problem is, like, a lot of the U.S. politicians, again, don't even know what Overwatch is. They don't know what a loot box is. They think it's probably something that has to do with pirates.
Essence, where companies want you to put up $50 based on a promise. As video games become more and more expensive to make, the price of a new release has stayed the same for decades. And while any business, big or small, needs to make a profit, the lengths some companies go to monetize their games is absurd. Sometimes being so greedy to the point where they will compromise the design of their game. 343 and Creative Assembly went so far in this direction, crafting a mode specifically to integrate loot boxes into Halo Wars 2 and create a pay-to-win model. Madden and FIFA Ultimate Teams.
Oh.
Wow, those are so cool. Ruined by pay-to-win loot boxes.
Yep.
Battlefield 1 and 4 offering literal shortcuts through the progression system.
That is what I really don't like. Is that, like, having cosmetics and stuff like that is really bad. I don't like it because cosmetics indicate progression in games. But whenever you can buy things that increase your experience, that's where I draw the line. That's where I feel like that's too much. Stop crying about free games. Well, these aren't really free games. Like, for example, like Black Desert has this, and I didn't like that at all.
Think about that for a second. The designers created the system of XP, how it is earned, how much it takes to unlock things, and then decided to monetize a way for players to skip it entirely. Bungie literally cutting and reselling parts of Destiny 1 and 2 as DLC, making shaders consumable so players will have to buy them again, was not a decision made for the benefit of the player. Forza 5 offering just as many payable cars as ones you earn in-game. The list of DLC for The Sims alone is fucking staggering. Middle-earth Shadow of War, a single-player game, chose the loot box method, delivering...
Imagine how do you think Tolkien would fucking feel if he knew that his monsters were popping up in a fucking loot box, man? I guarantee you he would be pissed. He'd be fucking furious about that shit. Like, I don't care what the option is or anything. I hate these loot boxes. I think they're stupid. And I was more okay. I have gotten less okay with them over the years. Before I was like, and now I'm like, nah. Yeah, exactly.
Rewards to players. Dead Space 3 interrupting the game to ask you to buy more parts. Train Simulator 2015 offering over $4,000 of DLC.
God, dude.
Purchasable weapons in Black Ops 4 giving people an advantage.
Microsoft charging you to remove ads on Solitaire. Fucking microtransactions in Solitaire.
Then for some games,
is that real? Is that fucking real, dude? It is? Jesus. Man, what a cock, man. What an absolute cock.
Can get so bad that functional microtransactions become more important than a functional game. I couldn't get into matches in COD World War II when it came out, but you bet your ass I could buy loot boxes. And then Fallout 76. Wow. Easily one of the most embarrassing, blatant, empty cash grabs the industry has ever seen. Do you, as a player, want to have sections of the video game you bought sealed into randomized crates that are paid for with real money? Hell no. There's always a better alternative. Titanfall 2 is the shining example. It might not make the most money, but there's no bullshit involved. What you see is what you get, and the game isn't any worse or better off because of it. Companies have tried seemingly every slimy, underhanded tactic to get you to pay just a bit more. Metal Gear Survive had the audacity to charge people $10 for an extra save slot, and Modern Warfare 2
is what's gonna happen to us, man. They're gonna do this shit. I don't even know what the fuck to say about this one.
You had to grind for those extra custom class slots, but in recent games, you could just buy them. Like, is that where we're at now? Valve and Bluehole opened up avenues to skin betting, selling and trading with other players, which leads to gambling websites and the notorious shitlords like Team Martin and Pro Syndicate trying to make money off this
and Josh OG.
Infamous CSGO Lotto scandal. The increasingly aggressive monetization of video games had gotten so out of hand that it attracted the attention of several world governments. I mean, if you look at those leaked patents by Activision, it tells you everything. The intent is right there.
Yeah,
adhering to these patents.
It's just about making money. That's what it's about. It's about fucking making money. They're a company and they're about making money. That's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about, okay? And I get that, but whenever making money comes at the expense of the product, that's what the issue is.
Want to make you as addicted as possible to spending money. They want to control you. That's why Bungie decided to throttle how much XP you got. I bet they wouldn't have done that if they weren't trying to sell me bright engrams. The decline of gaming has manifested in so many different ways. It hurts to talk about. The game industry I knew and loved has just gotten complacent with lazy titles, trend-chasing garbage, half-assed remasters, corporatization, over-monetization, and a lack of drive to create something new. Games as a service and early access become crutches for developers to lean on. And when fans get upset at how dysfunctional and empty their latest release is, or wonder why game-breaking issues continue to exist, they use early access, or we're working on it, as their shield. Don't get me wrong, the good stuff is still out there, but you have to find it amongst all the noise. But with all this shit...
I think that the way that this is ever going to go away is if the consumers are actually stop buying games like this. And the issue is that so many people still support products and systems like this that there's no way for it to go away. And I think they won't. Well, I know that, but like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, because like these companies, they target the dumbos. They're going after the big stupids. These are the people that just want to sit there and they just want to play their game. And they don't care about anything else besides that. They just want to play their game. And the super, quote, normies, or whatever you want to call them, those are the audience that these developers are going after, because those are the people that won't ask questions. Those are the people that won't complain about unfair practices. Those are the people that just play games so casually and without any interest really in like the health of the game, that they just let them languish and die. And the sad thing about it is that they're the ones that are actually enabling these consumer unfriendly practices to keep happening. I'm very frustrated about it, but there it is. Beta online because we're addicted. Well, it's not just that. I don't know, man. What is the monetization that you believe? I think that generally if you're playing an online game, paying for a sub is what I would prefer to do, or having like certain microtransactions. If it's a free game, I think it can have microtransactions, but there's no reason that any game should ever have loot boxes. The loot boxes are completely unnecessary to every single type of game. They add no value and they're purely negative.
It's changed for the worse in gaming. It's starting to feel like a soulless assembly line production, and the way companies treat their consumers is making me lose faith in this industry. And that is how gaming has declined.
There it is. I think that's obviously a really good video. I really liked this video a lot. I thought it was very well done. I think everything about it was pretty accurate. I think also these companies are just trying to retread the same ground as they have before because it's easier for them and they make more money that way. I think consumer unfriendly practices are happening too often, and fanboys allow it to happen and enable it.
was the next one? Someone just, Asman just filled the void for me. I'm not really in a talking mood today.
There it is. World of Warcraft's most disappointing moment. So we're gonna start at the beginning. Right there, dude. That's one. Wanted to mount off. No. Not looking for a girlfriend.
Disappointment, sadness, or
loud.
displeasure caused by the non-fulfillment of one's hopes or expectations. Throughout World of Warcraft's history, there have been huge highs. From its launch in 2004, it soared to new heights with the Great Burning Crusade expansion, ultimately peaking in the Wrath of the Lich King, where it attained an all-time high of around 12 million subscribers. With every high, there is also a low, however, and the game has had a number of disappointing events in its 15-year run so far. Moments where fans' expectations were soaring in the heavens, but when the time came to deliver, they were left soured to not only World of Warcraft, but Blizzard Entertainment as a whole. In this video, we'll chronicle some of the biggest disappointments in the game's history.
That fucking picture, dude. I love that fucking picture.
In 2019, players enjoyed a trip to the past with Blizzard's official recreation of the game in its original state in 2004 to 2007, often referred to as vanilla. They were thrilled to re-experience the world as it once was, with all
I
of the
still have the
original
video
classes,
of the live crowd reaction. I never uploaded it.
skills,
Ooh.
talent systems.
Ranks.
They reminisced on the early days of raiding in particular.
Those were the
where
days,
the maximum
boys.
cap was 40 players.
Those
and
were
game
the
modes
days.
such as looking for raid or LFR were entirely absent. A difficulty setting that's often seen as being too easy, requiring minimal effort or thought to complete it
It's a
fully.
good thing Classic is there.
With Classic
That
having
won't
just
happen.
one difficulty, there were no easy options, players thought. And
No.
just like the old days, only the most hardcore would be able to survive.
That's right. Players are garbage at the game. 6 days. 42-minute PWL. 19 mana next year.
What
This
players
isn't
didn't realize,
vanilla.
however, was that not only were these
Wouldn't be a
raids
vanilla if it
not
was
as
a
hard as they
three-man.
remembered, but they were rather quite easy.
Yeah, they were.
2004 to 2007 was a different time. It was during the dawn of the internet.
God, dude.
People had
Look
bad
at those
connections.
nerds.
Video
All of
sharing
them are bald
websites
now.
such as YouTube or Pornhub didn't exist yet, or were still in their early stages. Database websites were extremely limited, as were add-ons, and a lot of the information and strategies for bosses were shared through word of mouth or online text guides. Combine this with the fact that the World of Warcraft was the first MMO for many people, and for some their first game period, set an unrealistic expectation of the difficulty of these old raids. We all know that the first time is the most awkward. It's a learning experience for everyone involved.
Never mind,
For many, it was the beginning of a long and wonderful journey, and for others it lasted,
few days.
5 seconds.
Yeah, somewhere
You
around
heard
there.
it before. I don't need to go into specifics. The Molten Core, as well
You
as
think
Onyxia,
you do,
were cleared within
but
the
you
first
don't.
week by the Guild Apes. This is also taking into account the time it took to even level the characters, and many members weren't even level 60 yet.
This was really
And that's
impressive,
not
the
to
fact they
compare
did
the
this.
entire raiding scene to the most hardcore, but in general, coming from someone who had no life and raided back then, it's undeniably easier. Gear optimizations, rotation, optimization, loot distribution, add-ons, all of it. Everything's been optimized to such an insane degree that there's hardly anything hard anymore.
It's just, it's
Not that
so
there's anything wrong with
optimized.
that. I mean, what's the alternative? Suck intentionally? Guys.
Yeah. I think people do that. They play bad specs. That's what they do.
Oh yeah, I'm playing Shaman Tank.
Obviously the game is way fucking easier. Yeah, it's way fucking easier. Like, itemization makes it a little bit easier. I think MC got nerfed once. If they bring out TVC, I do hope that they make sure they release all of the bosses and everything with all of their pre-nerf values. Minus the Karazhan ones, because those were overtuned. Like, Nightbane was super overtuned. Maybe even Gruul was kind of overtuned. But besides that, like, I want to have everything with their original pre-nerf values. Maru? Yes, even Maru. I think Maru will be a lot easier now than it is. Minus Vosh. See, I didn't do Vosh whenever it just came out. And so I didn't do actually Karazhan hardly whenever it came out either, but I don't think that would be it. Unnerved Kale, yeah, put it out there, see what happens.
We're doing a little too well here. For the next fight,
I think they should have done that with
backpedal. It just comes with the
Cthulhu.
territory with recreating anything in life, really. You can never really truly recreate your very first time.
No, you can't.
And even going outside of optimization for a while, the fights themselves are rather straightforward compared to today. So you have multiple phases, on top of more complex rotations and everything.
Yeah, mechanics
It's
are
understandable.
nothing.
It was the early stages of raiding, before there was a set standard, but something that's aged pretty poorly. It's not bad, it's just easy. A lot of these fights feel like trash mobs. They go down faster than current subscription numbers. Only time will tell if the upcoming raids will share a similar fate to the players, as this video was made just after the re-release of the Blackwing Lair raid. But the knowledge and skill we've collectively accumulated over the past 15 years was something that was surely taken for granted by players.
Yeah.
And we were disappointed to realize that it wasn't the mechanics of the actual boss fights that stopped them back then, but rather
They
a collective
sucked.
lack of experience with the game.
People sucked back then, like, that's what it is. Oh god, Sylvanas.
Have you ever read a really bad fan fiction of your favorite TV show or anime?
Yeah, I called it
Oftentimes,
Warlords of
people will
Draenor.
fantasize a representation of themselves within these fantasy worlds, commonly referred to as self-inserts.
Yep.
A lack of skill in writing
Shroot
and
gave me a hug.
storytelling often results in these characters being
Nice.
ultimately powerful and falling victim
Normally,
to common
whenever
fictional
an
tropes.
alliance
No matter what
emotes at
seemingly
me, it's usually
insurmountable
cheer.
odds they face, they always seem to
Pretty
come out
damn
as the
friendly
victor.
towards me.
Like when you played Cops and Robbers with your friends, and you get them, that they claim that they have some invisible bullshit force field or something.
We can't beat the Hulk, man.
Enter Sylvanas Windrunner.
Yep.
I'll go here in a bit. I'm gonna go turn in this quest here.
I am so tired of this bitch,
Not
man.
for having been established in the lore for many years, many would believe for her.
I am
one
so
of these
tired of her.
characters. With the release of the Battle for Azeroth expansion, she's become a key player in the story of the game. As the new war chief of the Horde, she goes on a savage campaign, slaughtering many innocents along the way in a Disney-esque villain-like fashion, murdering civilians, burning down capitals, betraying her own faction, executing comrades. The only thing that's missing on her bucket list is drowning a basket of kittens.
That's for Shadowlands. Have you guys ever noticed that almost every single female character in WoW goes through a crazy arc? You have Jaina, Sylvanas, Yrel. Like, I really, like, if you think about it, they all go through a crazy arc. Tyrande, yep, there you go. Ilaria, yeah, I mean, she literally got possessed by an old god. Nobody ever talks about this, you know what I mean? Ysera, yeah, look at that.
But surely this madness will come to an end. Surely, out of the millions of inhabitants of Azeroth, someone could put a stop to her reign of terror.
Yep.
Of course, it would be the entirety of the Alliance
Is there another
army,
quest
including
around
Jaina
here?
Proudmoore in her magical boat, and also Anduin Rin, armed with Shalamane. Or maybe the King of Furries, Gen Greymane.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope.
Well, if not them, it's definitely the combined might of the Archdruid, Malfurion Stormrage, and Tyrande Whisperwind.
Yep.
Nope. Well, maybe Sourfang?
Nobody thought
the
Sarfang
legendary
was
orc
going to come
warrior?
out ahead. He's like 80 years old. Nobody thought that was going to happen.
I should probably get some water, actually. Yeah.
Okay, dude.
No, all disregarded and dispatched with a smile and just one single scratch. Heh.
Yep.
Nothing personal, kid. Well, like not any of them. About the King of all
I guess
Undead,
I'll go to Winter
the
Spring
ultimate
and
evil
get some water
jailer
there.
of all unliving in the entire world, and the focus of an entire
Kinda
2-year
awkward.
expansion.
What would they only
unending
offer
evil,
35
the
water?
Lich King.
This
And
is
he's
like
down.
a 48 to 52.
Like, I got it that, like, Bolvar is not as powerful as Arthas. But this was stupid. Like, this was stupid. I don't... See, Sylvanas' plans are so... They're so into... She's so secretive with her plans that the writers don't even know what she's going to do next. She tricks even the writers. And I don't know what the fuck to say about this, but I'm really
that's where the
upset
quest
about what
goes
happened
to.
with Bolvar.
Okay.
This was... I know I was... Like, the cinematic looked cool, but I was so angry watching the cinematic. I was so fucking upset about it.
Seriously, he didn't even put up a fight.
No,
One
he
of
didn't.
the most powerful beings since the beginning of the game's history
Yeah.
didn't even get a single hit in, and was left crying on the floor over his broken toy.
Pathetic.
Essentially being toyed with the entire fight, as if it were an episode of Naruto.
Yeah.
Players for years have been eagerly awaiting the return
I'll
of the
be
Lich
Warchief,
King,
it's my
who was once
ninja,
Ner'zhul
it's my
and Arthas
ninja way.
Menethil, and now Bolvar
Baka.
Dragon. He was the focus of an entire expansion of what many consider to be the height of the game. Since the expansion's end, he's been the jailer of all undead in the world, lording over his kingdom in the Ice-Crown Citadel.
I was
Still
so
an ever-present
hyped,
threat,
man.
he
I
made
was so
appearances
fucking
during
hyped.
the Legion expansion, commanding the Death Knights of Azeroth to fight against the Burning Crusade.
Another quest
It
here.
seemed like Blizzard had big plans for him. So when the cinematic for Shadowlands
And
came out,
here?
and people saw him getting ready to face off
Oh.
against Sylvanas, they flipped out.
Actually a thing for Moonblade?
Surely
Like that?
he would be the one to enter Reign of Terror. Undead King versus Undead.
And
But not only did he fail to stop her,
the thing
he got
is,
completely embarrassed.
this didn't even need to happen. The funny thing about it is they literally could have had Bolvar beat Sylvanas, and the same storyline could have happened. It's so fucking stupid. And people are like, oh, well, he didn't have the powers. Like, oh, really? So he just made that Blizzard because he's a paladin. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, she is a girl. That's true. I forgot about that.
I mean, was it really necessary that he looked to be on the verge of tears by the end of it?
Will be your prison. This world is a prison.
Mom, it's not a phase. Go.
10 years. Players waited over 10 years to see one of their favorite villains make a return to the big screen, and this is what they got. It's like, geez, is he still level 80 or something? What's going on here? This isn't as much complaining about Sylvanas as it is making one of the most storied villains in Warcraft history look like a chump. They explained in the lore just why Sylvanas is so strong.
Yeah.
She's made a deal with an unnamed jailer in the Shadowlands, where she grows in power as people die. But that doesn't mean it's good storytelling or that the fans have to like it.
Still stupid.
Ultimately powerful and undefeatable villains are shallow and boring characters, no matter the reasoning behind them. I mean, why do we have Sargeras banished right now? Sylvanas is so goddamn strong, just release him and let her do her anime combo, and she'll surely dispatch him just as easily as the others.
Yeah, of course.
On the next episode of Sylvanas Ball Z, the time for games are over as our heroic villain storms the home of the dreaded Lich King.
I think he was
without
as
even
triggered
wiping
about
her
it as I
shoes.
was.
Little did he know, though, she came prepared.
Jesus Christ, man.
And remember, cool banshees don't look at explosions. Will anyone ever stop her? Does anyone even care anymore? Find out on the next exciting episode of Sylvanas Ball Z.
Fucking ridiculous.
At number 6, we have the disappointing
supposed to
moment
give that
when
to?
the Lich King was made
Oh.
into the Bitch King.
I'm not happy about it, man.
Stepping outside the game
I
for a
forgot
moment,
about
it's been
this
a pretty
one.
hefty past couple of years of scandals for Blizzard,
Oh,
I'll tell
God.
you what. It seems like every few months there's this huge controversy they're at the center at. Warcraft 3 Reforged,
Jeez.
the banning of Blitzchung amidst the Hong Kong protests,
Yeah.
and the prize pool scandal. Since 2008, Blizzard has officially held a competitive esports event for World of Warcraft called the Arena World Championship, where teams of players score off against each other for prizes and glory in the game's arena mode PvP system. The prize pool for the winners ranged from 120,000 in 2008 to 280,000 in 2018, all funded by Blizzard themselves. And
$280,000. Split 4 ways. So that's what, 140 divided by 2, it's 70,000. $70,000, about half of it's going to go to taxes for prize pool winnings. So you come out of it with about 40 grand. So you either be a
wow, really?
McDonald's manager or win BlizzCon. Split between all places? Wait, it's split between all places? 280K total. I don't know what I was thinking. You're right.
And since then, with the advent of Mythic Plus,
oh my God,
the addition of another event called the Mythic Dungeon International, also
just
with
part-time.
its own prize pool. For 2019, however, the stakes had been raised.
They sure had.
Blizzard announced the release of 2 toys in the World of Warcraft cash shop.
And we
if
all
players were to
wanted
buy
this.
them, 25% of the proceeds would contribute towards 2019's Arena World Championship
25%.
and Mythic.
And I even defended this 25% number because that's the same thing that Dota used. I even fucking defended this because it was an industry standard. I'm mad.
Dungeon International, guaranteeing that at least 250,000 would go towards each event. So, this led players to believe that this would come out of Blizzard's end, and that the 25% from the sales of the toys would be added on top of that. However, when time came to announce the prizes, players were disappointed and outraged to learn that unlike every esports event previous to 2019, Blizzard had not funded their own prize pool, and instead used the entirety of the toy sales to serve as a reward for 2019's tournaments, totaling $330,000 for each event.
And I gave them the benefit of the doubt with this. Remember whenever this happened, I remember very clearly, I was getting carried in BRD on my Warlock, and I was like,
BRD,
I don't know if this is true or not.
Depths.
And Snuts fucking messages me.
BlackRock
like, well, no,
Foundry,
because I'm like, there's no way Blizzard can do something this fucking stupid. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. And you know what? Snuts comes on, and I was wrong. I was wrong. You still remember that? I remember everything. Like, Sam Pass. Well, no, I'm not. Here's like a line of logic that I use, right? And so I have like a general like a way that I see the world and expect the world to go. And whenever things go outside of the window that I expect them to go in, right? Like too well or too badly, I assume something weird happened outside of just a normal situation, right? And it makes me question as to whether what I'm seeing is real or not. Okay, you see what I'm saying? That's autism? No, it's not. That's common sense. It's like if I randomly see something crazy happen, it's like, oh wow, an alien came down from space. Well, I'm going to just assume that probably didn't fucking happen. You know what I mean? Because it's outside of the normal window of what happens on an everyday basis and what my rational mind has led me to believe and expect will happen inside of the world that we live in. But, and so, like, I expect, I'm like, there's no way Blizzard would do this. Like, how could anybody say this is a good idea? Who's there at Blizzard, sitting there, like, yeah, so, we're just gonna take the money. Yeah. Fuck them.
Again, through the wording of the initial announcement, it was believed that Blizzard would put up $250,000 for each,
deliberately misleading.
And then 25% of the proceeds from the toy sales would contribute towards the prize pools.
Still play their game?
Miriam, could you define the word contribute for us?
Contribute. To give or supply in common with others.
Oh, in common.
To give or supply in common with others.
I guess they let us use the venue for BlizzCon.
Of funding. It's like being invited to a party and everything's all la-di-da, and all of a sudden you're paying for everything. Oops. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to toy with you. Many believe that once they saw the success of the toy sales, they decided to save themselves some extra dough and put the responsibility of funding the prize pool of their own tournament on the player base. A sentiment that was later confirmed by participants of the tournaments. It felt as if the rug was pulled out from under them in a greedy move by a billion-dollar corporation to to abuse the charitable nature of their own customer base, and to save some money to pay all of their hard-working employees some extra. Oh shit. Well, never mind that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty bad. I think that the worst part about it is that the players were misled. If Blizzard had said ahead of time that they were just going to have that replace the prize pool, like, some people would have been disappointed about that, but nobody would have been, like, it would have been better. Like, if they had just said that at the beginning. But you know why they didn't do that? You know what I believe? Is because if they had done that, it would have encouraged less people to buy the toys because they wouldn't be taking advantage as much of good people's faith. Or people's good faith, sorry, I fucking confused myself there. I think they intentionally misled people to allow them to buy the toys. And the funny thing about it is that they probably would have made more money if they just put in the $1 million, because now they can never do another crowdfunded event again because people are going to be super skeptical of it and nobody's going to buy them. They were keeping 75% of the money, and now the next time they do this, which is probably going to be never, they're keeping 0% of the money. It was such a stupid decision for them to do that. I know people still buy. A lot less people will buy, and people will actively discourage other people from buying. Short gains, that's all they care about? Hey,
coming in at number 4, we have the Battle for Azeroth expansion. The final patch
just like the whole thing
is finally out. We can
not
call
like,
the
oh, one part, no, just the whole thing.
It's 2017. The Legion expansion is coasting along, doing fairly well, in fact. A smooth recovery from that expansion, and players are comparatively having a good time. BlizzCon rolls around,
Legion's pretty
as
good.
expected, we get a preview of the new expansion, the Battle for Azeroth. Wow. Now that Sargeras has been dealt with and his Burning Crusade over, the Horde and Alliance are at each other's throats, and the major features of the expansion will follow this theme. Engage in epic scenarios against the opposite faction, called Warfronts, in a game mode reminiscent of the old strategy games. It's all out
I was
war,
so hyped about this,
largely
dude.
over a new resource called Artifazerite.
I like how they just call it
Obtainable
Artifact
from
Power,
another
too.
major system
In, like,
of island
interviews.
expeditions, where you team up with 2 allies in 3 vs 3 supermarket sweep for as much Azerite as you can carry.
It is a
Players collect
supermarket
the special
sweep.
resource to power up. Special armor pieces known as Azerite armor.
I like Azerite armor. I think
The
it's
developers went on to explain that we are to receive 3 different pieces of this armor, all layered with different tiers of special affixes.
I
that
know
will
some
change the
people
game as
disagree
we
with me.
know it.
I like it. I think it's cool.
The more Azerite you collect, the more powers you unlock, creating layers of customization to
Doesn't mean I
ensure
want
that
it to
not one
continue.
player has the same
I
experience.
think the idea of it should continue, though.
When the day came, players eagerly awaited to sink their teeth into this new, revolutionary, and it's just a bunch of passives. Increase your mastery. Versatility. There's an X chance to increase Y stat.
Yeah, some of the tier 3 stats are bad, but I think that Azerite armor improved a lot over the expansion, and some of the Azerite traits do change the way that you play the game. And while I don't have I don't like Azerite. Do I like it more than tier gear? No, I do not like it more than tier gear. I would rather have tier gear than Azerite gear. That being said, I like the customization that Azerite armor gives you, but the way that it was implemented was bad and not player friendly.
You might find a power that makes you think twice about using a talent that you've previously written off. And you will certainly find combinations that reinforce your favorite way to play your character.
Nearly every single one of these affixes would be boiled down to a simple DPS, healing, or mitigation increase, and didn't change anything really. What was promised to be a new and fresh way to customize your character ended up falling victim to the same problem the game has faced since its birth in 2004. There's no real choice because there will always be a best. We had slight differences for AoE versus...
That's true, but like I don't think there's any system that Blizzard can ever do that's gonna fix that. Like there's always gonna be a best no matter what. Like corruption gear, in a lot of ways, kind of isn't like that though. Like I mean, you can hate corruption gear all you want, but there are a lot of people that they want to use infinite stars. There are other people that want to use like stat boosters where it's like 12%. Other people want to use Twilight Devastation for like, you know, a 2-pack or something like that, or Hive Mind. Like fucking the corruptions actually is Blizzard's best shot that they've taken in the last 5 years to muddy the waters and make it harder to sim and just pick out what the best one is. Tupac? Yeah.
Single target for certain pieces.
Is
but they were
Tupac
few
still
and far
alive?
between, and
Yeah.
none really altered how you played the game as promised.
He's in
it really
Cuba.
just all boiled down to stay stationary and wait for procs.
Pretty
and
much.
That's the story of the Azurectile dysfunction. As for Warfronts, players were disappointed to learn that there was no PvP mode to be found.
Azurectile
An entire
dysfunction.
expansion based on Faction War offered a game mode
Okay.
where you could only face off against NPCs.
That's great.
And with a difficulty setting even easier than raiding in classic World of Warcraft. It's quite common, in fact,
Oh,
to
that
find
must be
players
my alt
just
there.
AFK auto-running into a wall. It
yeah.
was nearly impossible
That's
to
all
even
I would do
lose the
too.
game mode. Nearly the whole team would have to be AFK.
I like how whenever they introduced Warfronts, and remember whenever we all got a raid together of people and we intentionally lost the Warfront. Before that, there was like, remember back in like fucking 2005, 2006, where people would talk about how to get Ashbringer or something like that, or some rare item in the game, and everybody had like a friend of a friend of a friend who had a story about it happening to them. I feel like that same mystique was built around losing a Warfront. That's how rare it was.
As for island expeditions, these were as advertised, but players saw little depth behind the changing environments and enemies, as each instance could be boiled down to a rush to get X Azurite before the other team. The experience was also hampered by the reward system, which was mostly based off of RNG, and an insanely small chance to get a mount, which was the main reason for doing them other than that Azurite.
Yep.
Combining this with the advent of loot caches and Titan forging added even more RNG to an already overladen RNG loot system, and left quite a poor taste in people's mouths.
Fucking picture, dude.
Like biting into a chocolate to find a coconut. Credit
They're
to
not that
Blizzard,
bad.
these systems
They're not
as a
caramel
whole
either.
were received so negatively that they got makeovers in later patches. But all of this would only come nearly 1 year after the expansion's release.
See, like, that's the main thing that I don't want them to do in Shadowlands, because I feel like it's manipulative and intentionally disrespectful to players' time. I think if they want to introduce a system, if they introduce the system without obvious quality of life features, and then choose to withhold those quality of life features until later on, to where enough people cross a threshold where they feel like it's useful to now introduce a quality of life feature to then re-incentivize people to use the system again, I'm going to be really upset. Like, that's going to be one of the only things that might actually get me to just like probably like not really give a fuck about the game, because it's just so I don't know, it's just so like on the nose disrespectful to players' time. Care about now? Yeah, I care about the game.
By this time, many players had already dropped the game, as the expansion's main features fell flat on their face when Blizzard failed to deliver on their promises. And as for the dailies, oh boy, the dailies.
Yep.
What? I've talked about this before? Well, don't look at me. I gotta get my daily complaining in. It gives plus 100 depression. Some Azurite.
I don't think
But
the
holy
dailies are
mother
that
of God,
bad.
There's so much daily and weekly stuff in this expansion.
But the problem,
Here's
like,
a full
what he's saying now is true. It's not about the stuff. No, listen to what I'm saying. It's not that the 8.3 dailies are too much. It's that all of the dailies in the game that you're simultaneously expected to do are too much. That's the problem, in my opinion. Like, if I only had to do the 8.3 dailies and that was it and nothing else mattered, it would be fine. It's like an hour of time a day. I mean, you guys remember back in Burning Crusade, if you played back then, all the time, like, the first thing that you do whenever you log on is go around and do the Isle of Quel'Danas dailies. And, like, that was kind of fun. So it's not like, Ogre dailies, or whatever. An hour? I do them in an hour. Yeah, probably less than that, actually. So it's not like this is a new thing or anything like that. It's the fact that the responsibilities and things that you need to keep up with in BFA compounded on each other. And now, I remember I would have, like, whenever I was on break on streaming, I would probably spend, like, I've literally got a list right there. I'll show you guys. Like, why don't I just show you guys? Just a second. That's a list of things that I needed to do every day. Najdatar and Horde, Mechagon, Arachnoid Harvester, Garrison Garden, Blacksmith Daily Crest, Kufan, Direhorn, Seething Shore, Battle for Nazjatar, and then the crates as well. So I literally made myself a list of all the things that I needed to do each day, and I didn't even put like 50, 70% of the things on that list. And I did even more than that. Like, I would spend like fucking 5 hours a day doing WoW chores. It was disturbing.
List, in fact. We have daily world quests on 7 zones, a daily emissary, daily quests in Mechagon, daily quests in Nazjatar.
Oh, here we go.
Daily quests in the 2 assault zones.
See, none of those were on the list.
The daily mini vision, your daily mission table missions, your daily warfront contribution quests.
Yep.
And if you control the warfronts, daily quests in 2 more zones, a daily faction incursion.
Yep.
And as for weekly, we have the island expedition bar, world bosses in 5 zones.
Yep.
Base BFA, 2 warfront bosses, Nazjatar and Azoth Assault. You have 2 warfront scenarios on 2 difficulties.
Yep.
You have the latest raid on 4 difficulties.
Yeah.
The weekly Greater Assault bar, your weekly Call to Arms quests, your weekly PvP chest,
Yes.
your weekly Mythic Plus chest,
Yep.
your weekly Adventure Guide quest.
Yep.
Ooh, this weekly is to complete
20.
dailies. Nice. You also have your weekly Against Overwhelming Odds quest if you're outnumbered. And finally, you have your weekly Vision loot at multiple tiers.
Okay. That's only for an average player. For a loser like me, there's tons of other things that you have to do too, right? To get like all the completionism content as well. That's what's so crazy about it, is that you talk about like, this is what an average player does. I need to do this times 5. It's crazy.
The only thing that's missing are daily quests to complete dailies. Oh wait, those are emissaries.
Oh
There's
my
so many
God.
daily
I
and
never even
weekly
thought
tests
about it
during
like
the
that.
game. It'll
Wow.
make your head spin. Nearly everything is tied to some sort of
Yep.
daily or weekly lockout that it starts to become a
Jesus
chore to do.
I
It's
mean,
an excuse
wow.
to get you to log in every day to feed into engagement metrics rather than from a
Yep,
place of
that's
fun
what I was saying
due to
earlier.
the failure of the previously mentioned features. The Battle for Azeroth is a lukewarm expansion at best, which tries desperately to maintain a player base with 400 forms of daily and weekly busywork to make up for its
Only
shortcomings,
400.
and it didn't
Nice.
live up to the standards and expectations set by Legion for many players.
Accurate.
RPG gaming, role-playing game, character
What's that?
development, progression.
Huh?
These terms are synonymous with the genre. Even
Not
before
anymore.
the advent of video games with role-playing
The only
game
thing that's
Dungeons and
synonymous
Dragons,
with the genre now
they've been a
is
core staple of every
microtransactions.
single RPG in history.
Sorry for
You
talking
create your
over
own
the-
character, your own story, and through a lot of time and effort, grow them in power, skill, or knowledge.
Oh,
Whether
I
it's
remember
obtaining the
I
Master
did
Sword
that.
in
Yes,
The Legend
dude.
of Zelda, learning high-level spells in Final Fantasy, or gaining another skill point in RuneScape.
God, I love that
Character
game.
leveling and progression is paramount to any RPG in existence, MMOs
Secret of
included,
Mana.
and if you forsake it, you
I used to
forsake
love
the
that
genre
game,
as a
man.
whole.
Dylan stole it. He stole my game. I don't know where it is anymore. I'll have to text him, see what he
Enter the level boost.
Oh no.
It's 2014. The Mists of Pandaria expansion
Oh,
is out, and
no.
the game has been bleeding subscribers for the better part of 4 years.
God.
And Blizzard needs a way to recover financially. They had many avenues.
What a disaster
The return
that
to its
was.
RPG roots, as proven with the classic re-release. There's some
Yeah.
value in this approach. They could reverse the destruction of the loot system.
No,
maybe try
no,
to implement
no.
ways to make it more
Come on.
community-driven, or
Come
maybe all of
on.
the above. Well, the answer is none of the above.
There you go.
The answer was to forsake everything sacred to the RPG genre,
Because money
and that's
above
to
all.
buy progression. Throughout its lifespan, and with the ever-growing focus on the cash shop with services like race transfer,
Yep.
faction transfer, or cosmetics,
Faction-
Blizzard promised
Like, the race change, I don't care about. The level boost, in my opinion, I think that the faction change is more harmful and detrimental to the game than the level boost. I genuinely think that the outcome and the culture that the faction transfer created is, why do I think that? Oh, okay. And I'm only speaking from like a max level semi-hardcore perspective. The problem is because players are expected to kind of move factions, and if one faction is slightly balanced more powerfully than the other one, because the option to change is so easy, it immediately hurts the other faction in a massive way. And that's why you see now the Alliance Hall of Fame sometimes doesn't even get filled up for an entire tier. And that affects PvP massively. It affects PvE in an even worse way. And it has like a cascading effect. And that actually affects everyone's gameplay. The level boost effectively only allows the player to cheat themselves out of an experience. But the faction boost creates a culture and a society inside of the game that hurts everyone. That's why I think that it's more harmful. But I don't think either one is particularly good. If I had a wand, I would wave both of them away.
So that players would never be able to buy an advantage.
Fuck.
It's all cosmetic, or as harmless as a server transfer. Fast forward to the date of February 18th, 2014, a day that'll live in infamy because it's when Blizzard betrayed the RPG genre and began selling character progression.
Yep.
Called the Character Boost. Players would be able to pay Blizzard some money in exchange to boost any character to a desired level.
Yep.
Cash shops are the big ticket these days.
They sure are.
Free-to-play games roll in the dough. Mobile games, whose sole purpose is to drain your bank account, can make more than AAA releases. It's actually mind-blowing that World of Warcraft has the payment model of both. You have to pay a subscription, and it has an in-game shop with...
No, what do you mean you have to pay a subscription? You also have to buy the fucking game. It's buy to play, pay to play, with paid microtransactions.
Mounts, character services, level boosts, gold buying,
Jesus.
you name it. The paid level boost serves no purpose in an RPG setting other
Absolutely
than making
not.
money, and it acknowledges that you failed in creating a leveling experience that's fun and
You make so
rewarding,
much money
and that
off
players
this.
would pay money to skip an important aspect in your game.
Christ.
You ever use Game Shark or Game Genie, an RPG game back in the day?
I did, yeah.
You level up to the max, you gain invincibility, and every spell.
And then you quit the
It's
game
really
because it's
fun,
boring.
right? Well, it's fun for about 10 seconds because you realized you've earned nothing. There's nothing left to do but to bully every enemy in the game.
Yeah.
Because you skip past the main point of any RPG, and that's character progression and rich storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine buying level boosts in Final Fantasy VII at the start of the game and skipping to Disc 3.
Yep.
But
That's the speed
what's
run.
that I hear you say? It's a bad comparison because one is single player and the other is multiplayer. Well, I agree. It's
Yeah,
even worse because in a
that-
multiplayer scene,
there it
there's
is.
an inherent competitiveness tied to everything. In one way or another, you're competing against everyone else. No longer is it a goal to
Yep.
finish a story and get a credit screen, but rather to get the best gear and be better than everyone else. And when you start introducing ways to pay to get ahead of other players, you lose a big part of what makes MMO special. Add on to that the ability to buy gold, and thus gear, and many other things.
I feel like the problem, like that's the issue now, is that like, do you think we can ever really have the integrity of BOE items in the game again, now that we have the WoW token? Because, like, I like the idea of being able to farm gold and buy BOEs because it gives casual players a way to gain raid progression progress. But the issue now is that because you can just buy them, it muddies the water so much, and buying tokens is such a common and accessible thing. It's gonzo. Yeah, I mean, like, I wish maybe it would be better if Blizzard made it to where you can only buy like one a week. If you could only buy one a week, I would be a lot more okay with it. And like, actually, yeah, only a week? Yeah, one a week I think is reasonable. One a month? Listen, like, I mean, if you guys want to say one a month, okay, that's great. But at least, like, one a week would be fine with me, and just see how it happens, or see how it changes the economy. Because, I don't know, I feel like there's so much potential that you could have in the economy that you just lose out on whenever you take the integrity out of it. And I think that's what the WoW token really did, and that's why it was such a problem whenever they had the corruption gear, is because the integrity was completely broken with the game. And a game's integrity is ultimately what makes a game matter. It's like whenever you play a fucking BR, like, how many BR games has there been where a month after release, whenever you die, there's always a thought in your back of your mind, I wonder if that person was cheating. And whenever you have that thought in the back of your mind, that replaces the thought of how can I get better at the game. And it's an awful scenario to be in. And I think that WoW kind of has created it for themselves. Call of Duty Warzone? Well, yeah, it's happening in Warzone a lot now. It happened in every game.
Much two key features in the MMORPG genre.
Integrity of the game is the only thing that really matters.
Solely for the sake of money. They add nothing to the game.
If it doesn't have integrity,
vital, important
then the accomplishments
and the
mean
game
nothing.
as a whole suffers under the influence of the mighty dollar.
Yep.
At number 3 on our list, we have when Blizzard forsook
it killed
the RPG
PUBG.
genre
It sure fucking
by
did.
allowing players to pay for progression. MMOs live and die on content updates. It's a big elephant in the room with Classic. Although successful right now, the big question is after the final raid tier, Extramus releases, what then? New raids,
BC,
Burning Crusade, or nothing?
Yeah, let's see BC.
Even if
I'm
there's
ready.
no credit screen in any game, for most players, there's a foreseeable end where they consider it to be completed.
Yeah,
Maybe they
create the
achieve a
end.
certain rank in PvP, they finish a gear set in PvE, and the only thing left to do is to move on to the next thing. For MMOs, I'm of course referencing expansions here, but the drought between the final major patch and the next big thing is critical. Just taking a look at the game's history here, between the final patch of Vanilla 1.12 and the Burning Crusade release, we have less than 5 months. This
My
is a
hair is
special
looking
case
bad today.
because we're going from a huge base game with 60 levels. Wrath was a little slower. The final major Burning Crusade patch was 2.4.
And nobody gave a fuck about this. Do you guys remember this? Like, if you played at the end of BC, like, nobody cared, really, except for, like, Sunwell guilds and, like, some BT guilds that were stuck on Brutalis or something, and they couldn't figure out how to do Sunwell. Nobody cared, because the majority of the player base wasn't at that fucking guy. So it didn't matter how long the content drought was if the players never finished the content in the first place. I wanted TBC to last longer. Yeah, like we cleared Sunwell, but we got up to Felmist. I think we killed Felmist before 3.0 came out, and then obviously we just like fucking rolled it over whenever 3.0 came out. And I think they pugged it and they got it. I have to ask Takina. But before that, like, we had wanted to be able to finish the raid. And after nerf, no, we killed Brutalis pre-nerf. I even have fucking screenshots. It was the first time I ever raided with my guild. It's a big deal to me. But besides that, like, even us, like, as a more hardcore guild, we'd raid like 4 or 5 days a week. And even we had more things to do in BC. That's the beauty of progressive raid content and progressive content, is that a new player coming into the expansion a year after it comes out has a year's worth of content. And now Blizzard just rolls that over every fucking patch. It's like they're deleting their own content.
For 2008.
I am
And the
triggered.
release was of course November of the same year, so less than 8 months this time. Okay, a little long players thought,
Yeah.
but workable, especially considering how good the Burning Crusade was. Players didn't really mind that much.
Yep.
Maybe they had a hiccup in development, and surely they'll have mastered the process for the next one. Between the final patch of Wrath and the release of Cataclysm, players had to wait a whole year.
No. What do you mean is a year? It's 300. Year is 365 days, man. I hate this fake news, dude. Mad Season's just trying to push an agenda here. This is not a whole year. What do you mean? That's not a whole year? That's less than a year. I remember I made this joke about how you could literally have a kid and be doing ICC, like get a girl pregnant and be doing ICC, and have the kid and also still be doing ICC. And Zach, like a Mick Reeve, he reminded me, we have a mutual friend, Hayden. Hayden did. Hayden literally had a kid, got hooked up with his girlfriend, had a fucking kid. He was doing ICC whenever they were dating, and he was doing ICC whenever they were fucking having a kid, dude. It was the funniest shit ever.
Well, it is on such a grand scale. I mean, not only are we getting new zones, but all of the old zones are being reworked. And many of
Cataclysm
the
had a lot
current
of potential.
systems are also being changed as well. It's a big expansion with big ambitions, so surely the next one will be
Weapon
better.
skill wasn't that great.
Okay, 10 months for pandas.
Well, we had Diablo 3
okay,
come
I
out
don't know
then,
what
so
that's
it was
about.
more okay.
Little did players know. I haven't seen anything yet.
Literal rampage, yeah.
Well, maybe I guess they actually were used to seeing it.
Yeah.
Just tapping their foot, feeling the wonders of furry Disneyland, waiting for the next big thing.
16. Was it? Oh, never mind. It was only
They would
14.
wait 14 months this time for.
With me.
Draenor.
With me. And I had no problem waiting. By the way, I had absolutely no problem waiting. Warlords of Draenor, like, I thought was going to be great. Siege of Orgrimmar was pretty good, and the end of, like, Mob got really boring, yeah, but it got boring a lot slower.
And after the final major patch of Draenor, 14 months for Legion. Although some may argue that Legion was at least worth the wait.
It was.
This was the 1-2 death punch that knocked out a large amount of subscriber base, as the game was as stagnant as my sex life. And players were disappointed to learn that a long wait does not equate to a good expansion.
Yeah. Oh god.
Disappointment, sadness, or displeasure caused by the non-fulfillment of one's hopes or expectations. It's 2014.
Oh god.
Players have suffered through 14 months of drought since the final patch for the Mists of Pandaria expansion. The longest yet at this point. What a great expansion this must be.
Yep.
It looks awesome.
I thought it was
We're
gonna
going
be.
back to Outland. Well, Draenor this time actually.
I thought
before
it was
got
gonna be a Hong
corrupted
Kong thing,
and changed to
actually.
what we saw in the Burning Crusade. Ah, the Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
Thought by many to be the prime of the game. It had all of the conventions from Classic, except there was some semblance of class balance. Memorable raids, PvP. Okay, that was a pretty good 2-year prank they pulled with us on the Mists of Pandaria expansion, right
Yeah,
guys?
yeah.
A good old out-of-season April Fool's joke.
He's like,
But it's nice to finally get back to our roots. People were hyped. Don't believe me? Well, the
Must have been
subscriptions
the
don't
Nintendo
lie.
64.
Because at this point, the game had the biggest surge in subscribers. The highest it's been ever since it started.
Everybody thought it was going to be amazing.
Some expansion. Almost to Wrath levels, in fact.
Yeah.
Just the atmosphere at the time was something you had to witness.
It was
fucking
announced
awesome. At BlizzCon 2013, and people were ready.
I remember waking up and I watched the cinematic with my mom.
Listen to them. Yay, garrisons. Those sound awesome. You have your own
So
mining
good.
nodes, so you don't have to compete with other players. You have your own herb garden, so you don't have to compete with other players. You can make your own profession buildings, so you don't have to interact with other players. And you can run mobile gaming missions, and even recruit your own followers so that you can pretend that you have friends. After 2...
I didn't really dislike the follower system. I just disliked that they made you do it.
Yeah.
Like the Legion, or sorry, the
I
BFA
feel the
follower
same.
system I think is great. It's completely optional. There's no real impact that it has in the game. But it's something optional that players can do if they want. And that's completely fine. Like, just add in something for people that like being able to micromanage the different units and followers. Like, that's cool.
Maybe the add-ons did
I
it
have
for
no
you.
problem with that. But in fucking WoD, you had to do it for the Legendary.
lukewarm expansions at best. Players were ready for a return to their roots.
Yep.
The good old days, some called it. Troubles arose right from launch, however.
Oh, what do we got here?
Just like the old days.
Oh, all the shit that I fucking play on offline again.
Not that this is really on Blizzard, but they came under a distributed denial of service attack.
So I remember this happened to me, is that I was the first warrior, like one of the first warriors on the server, and like I was in like I think the top 10 people to like hit 100 on my server, and I log off and I log back on, and there was a fucking 20 like fucking hour queue. There's a 20 hour, oh, it's a cap? You want a real cap for that? That was the worst I'd done in multiple expansions. The past 3 expansions, my group has been realm first. So, I mean, you can just go literally watch the VODs or look it up. Like, we've been round first every fucking time. So, being number 10 was actually a downgrade to me.
Commonly referred to as a DDoS. The act of flooding a service with so much artificial traffic that the servers get overloaded with lag, and they crash, and lag, and crash.
Dude, like the loading screen, or sorry, the login screen was awesome.
Oh,
for WAD.
shit.
I liked it a lot.
Really?
Really?
The launch was the worst in the game's 10-year history at that point, and it took several days until things finally stabilized. Once players got in, however, what awaited them was a lackluster expansion at best.
Yeah.
The garrison system just
No
isolated the player
in-game
base
at
from
all.
each other. You had few reasons to leave it.
Yeah.
And the world was just empty.
There's nothing to do.
A problem that arose from the garrisons themselves, and also the massive hemorrhage of subscribers due to the sparse and sluggish release of new content. The
Don't
entire
forget the
expansion
selfie
had
patch.
only 3 raid tiers throughout its 2-year run. Many features ended up being scrapped due to time constraints.
I heard that Heimdall was supposed to be its own raid. I talked to somebody who told me that. And the thing is with WAD, like why I really think WAD deserves to be number 1 here, is because of everything that it could have been. Because it's not World of Warcraft's biggest fuck ups, it's World of Warcraft's biggest disappointments. And the fact is that WAD, Heimdall was a raid. Oh, sorry, what I meant by own raid is that it would be its own raid tier. And not like basically Heimdall and Blackrock Foundry shared a raid tier, even though almost all of the gear from Blackrock Foundry replaced the Heimdall gear. I didn't say that correctly. But the issue with WAD is that it could have been the return to form that we were all looking forward to. And it's a huge disappointment that it didn't happen, because Blizzard had an opportunity to rewrite a lot of the history and make the game amazing.
I won't go over all of it, as it's a bit much. And this video is already like 30 minutes long. Ah, screw it. Major cities were replaced by small footholds outside the
forgot about
Island.
that, yep.
Cut scenarios. A new arena system was scrapped. Pet breeding, which I can't talk about on YouTube. Multiple garrison locations throughout Draenor, so you could play with yourself wherever you wanted. Abandoned storylines, including an appearance from Medivh. Quest accessories. A transportation system with a Grimrail depot, since they originally weren't planning on adding flying. That changed once the 5 people still playing threatened to quit. A Zangarmarsh zone, which they cleverly just turned into a sea. In fact,
the
multiple
Zangar
entire
water
zones were scrapped, along with the whole raid tier. You
Oh,
know that
great.
giant bubble in Talador? That was supposed to open up at some point, but something suddenly came up.
Yeah?
You can find an Easter egg in your garrison graveyard. Here you'll find the burial site of Ray D. Tier. Player housing has always been a huge request, and the common excuse to not bring it to the game is that it would require so much work that they would have to skip an entire raid tier. A funny little reference, but maybe closer to the truth than we think. And consider that all of this was after a 14-month wait. The joyful cheers of glee quickly soured as players saw the expansion for what it was. And as of the game's 15-year run so far, it remains to be the biggest disappointment. They broke records on release, selling 3.3 million copies, but within a few months, subscriptions dropped back down to 7.1. In the second quarter, they were 5.6, which was the lowest since its initial rise in 2005.
Do you remember, like, whenever I made the video? I
November
want to
of
show
the
you guys the
same
video
year,
after
they
this.
had stopped releasing how many subscriptions they had in shame, stating that there are, quote, better ways to gauge success.
Yeah, like by microtransactions.
Yeah, you know, the Detroit Lions aren't actually a bad team, guys.
Just
You know,
don't judge
scores and
success
Super
based
Bowls,
off of
I think
wins.
are just so archaic in determining what makes a good team.
Yeah.
There are better ways of measuring success. I mean, come on.
0 and
From now
16.
on, the best team in the NFL is the one who sells the most jerseys. And as for the content that was patched in, well, it sucked. Guys, everybody hates garrisons. They say it feels like a single-player game, and they can't stand it. What do we do? Ooh, I know. How about another garrison system? Brilliant.
Oh my god, I
You
forgot
wanna
all
know
about
the
the,
worst thing,
the
though? It's that
shipyard.
financially, it was hugely
Oh
successful.
my god.
The level boost was introduced in late Pandaria.
Wow,
So Draenor
I
was the
forgot
first
all about
expansion
the
where it was really rolling
shipyard.
for the full duration. I'll bet you BFA was also a huge financial
no.
success due to the same thing. And also that wombo combo of allied races, paid race changes they have going on.
How convenient.
It's a shame. People used to go to these conventions with huge expectations.
Yeah.
Blizzard as a company was one of the few bastions left in gaming. They seem to put their fans first.
You guys take care of us, man. You guys really take care of us, man.
They ran on credit. They could
God,
seriously make a game about a walking turd, and people would have bought it. What was once a company held in the highest regards by some of the most passionate and loyal fans in existence is now met with pessimism and low standards by the very same people.
Alright, Mad Season, like, let's be real. People thought the game sucked in 2005, too. I mean, everybody always thought the game sucked. Like, you can find people that say the same thing nowadays about, about the current game. Like, WoW has always been dying since before it even came out. WoW is dead before it even released, okay? But the difference is that they weren't wrong. Like, or sorry, they were wrong then. The game was good. That's why people continued to keep playing it. But now, they're not wrong. It's like if you go and you tell somebody else their game sucks, like go tell a Final Fantasy XIV player their game sucks, and they're gonna try to like eat your ears or like bite your ears off or something like that. You go tell somebody about Overwatch being shitty or something like that, and they'll accuse you of being racist. If you tell somebody that whatever your fucking game is, you know, Counter-Strike sucks, they'll just say it's just because you have bad aim. But if you tell somebody that plays WoW that their game sucks, they'll agree with you. That's the difference.
It's almost too much to keep up with.
Yep.
The making of this video, the whole Warcraft 3 Reforged fiasco started up, and people are pissed they paid $30 for what's basically a texture mod with updated DRM. Hey, at least all of the bugs are new.
It's a big mischance on these Dragonhawks at a disconnect.
A disconnect.
I'm gonna assume Thorzain dropped, but I feel like Moon was on the way to holding this attack.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
You're benched.
What's this?
And looks like another drop just happens.
And that's with
wow.
delays in development, by the way.
Oh, wow.
You know, they just wanted to put on that good old Blizzard polish. As time goes on, the benchmark for disappointment seems to be becoming lower and lower, as controversy after controversy transpire in one of the biggest rise and falls in gaming history. It's a sad tale, but maybe this is just a low in the company's history before a soaring high. Or maybe we're just setting ourselves up for disappointment.
I don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing, is that it's like every company nowadays is a fucking disappointment. Like, Bethesda, you know, like, every company sucks somehow. The only companies that are good are companies that make one game. If you make one game, or maybe CD Projekt Red, okay, that's a good counter. But besides that, I feel like if you make more than one game, you're gonna have some problems. Rockstar? Well, weren't people really mad about Rockstar working people to death in fucking Red Dead Redemption 2? I remember that being a big thing. And From Software, okay, you know what? Yeah, you guys are coming up with some other exceptions. I guess, you know, maybe I am wrong about that. But I feel like Blizzard can bring it back. Like, they can bring it back whenever they want. They can bring it back whenever they want. Just start making good games again. It's easy. Just make good games and everybody will be happy. Just make the games, people like them, respect the players, boom, it's done. Problem solved. Game is happy. Players are happy. I want to show you guys. So I remember whenever this fucking drop for WoD happened. Where is it? Shit, yeah, this one right here. I don't know if you guys watched me back then. Asmongold, WoW, sub numbers, WoD.
What's up, y'all? It's me, it's your boy Asmongold, and today we're going to talk about the fact that in the first quarter of 2015, World of Warcraft has lost 2.9 million subscribers. And so just to put that into perspective for everyone here, that means that in a 3-month period, they've lost over 1/4 of their entire subscriber population. You know, the only real question I have to ask here is, Is anyone really surprised? Is anyone really surprised whenever people decide that they're not going to pay money to play Farmville anymore? Is anyone really surprised when people get tired of running the same treadmill on 4 different difficulties? Is anyone really surprised that people get burnt out of an MMO that you don't even need to interact with another player in order to kill the last boss of the game? It is a huge disappointment to me. It's a huge disappointment to a lot of other people. Like, if you go to Twitch TV, look guys, if you want a comparison here, RuneScape has more viewers than World of Warcraft, okay? I don't really think that I need to say anything more in this video, but it's going to be a little bit longer. That's just...
I was pissed. I was fucking pissed. And the fact is, whenever I wasn't streaming, that happened. Like, we would literally see times where, like random fucking games. Like, let me see. We'll see if I can find it here. So, WoW has 97k viewers, and, like, let's subtract, how many do I have? Like, let's say 50,000, right? And so 47k. Like, we'd be getting beat by Animal Crossing. Like, we'd be losing to Animal Crossing. We would lose to this Teamfight Tactics. We'd lose to fucking poker. It's embarrassing, guys. It really is. And there would be times where, like, like Smite would be ahead of WoW randomly. Like, let's say Mizkif played Smite or something like that, and it's beating WoW, beating World of Warcraft, GeoGuessr, you know, something like that. FIFA, FIFA, and Castro is offline, and FIFA's still on. FIFA's still beating WoW. Like, I saw that, I had to take a nap.
Where's the next one? Asmongold reacts to all this shit that I will react to. Asmongold reacting to shit.
The Ballad of the Level Boost.
By not saying anything at all.
You guys ready? Here we go. It's good. I'm gonna resize it.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You see the title, you see the video duration, and you're like, oh god, it's finally happened.
Yep.
He's gone postal. No worries, I'm fine. Honestly, it's just a big change with the game, so naturally, it warrants a big video, that's all.
Yep.
So, as you may know, the level boost was announced for TVC Classic recently. There's been a lot of discussion surrounding it, and I wanted to weigh in myself here. I want to go on record here saying that I didn't want to make this video. I know that's like the biggest cliche on YouTube.
Me too, because I'm
but
lazy.
Really, it's true. This is an unpleasant subject for me. The discussion surrounding it is very toxic.
Yes.
I know it's going to make a lot of people...
I think that the conversation around it has been really toxic too. The reason why I think that it's been really toxic is because people have been able to portray the different positions as basically they've like mischaracterized them in a negative way. So they say that the streamers that are for it is for it because they're out of touch losers, and generally there's like a large contingency of like the classic WoW community that just reflexively dislikes streamers. So I think that it makes it very easy for them to kind of paint people in a bad light and then vilify them in that way. And I think on the other side it's obviously like lazy casuals.
Angry. And to that end, just keep in mind, it is my opinion, and it isn't meant to make anyone angry.
Well, it did.
Anyone who's a regular to the channel can probably guess that I'm against it. Yeah. In general, I'm not a fan of cash shops. They do work, and they make sense in some games, but I personally think that they don't in Classic, as I'll explain. But whatever the case is, I want to stress constructiveness in this video. I said that there's...
What? Is that Mr. Dog?
Saying hi. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. As I was saying, I said that there's been a lot of discussion about it, but really, it's more just arguing and toxicity. It's hard to find a discussion where people are debating the points. It seems to me that people are more debating that they're 100% correct, and the other party is 100% incorrect, which usually isn't the way the world works.
Apparently Mad Season doesn't go on Twitter.
Like, I guarantee that there's a certain percentage of people who just heard me say that I'm against the boost, so the switch has flipped on.
Yep.
And they're thinking that anything and everything this guy could possibly say is irrelevant and incorrect.
That's right.
It literally doesn't matter what I could say. It could turn out that foregoing the level boost would lead to world peace and pure happiness for everyone on Earth. There would still be those who would reply, yeah, but that's not fair to those who don't have time to level. Stop being selfish, you nerd.
Yep.
Well, really, let's be honest here. That's not a discussion. I've invested what some would consider an unhealthy amount of time thinking about and researching this topic.
I mean, like, if there's a way to invest an unhealthy amount of time into something WoW related, Mad Season has probably not only done it, but then made a video that he's invested an unhealthy amount of time in making the video about doing it and the process of doing it. So, yes, this is accurate.
In the past 3-ish weeks, I've been reading forums, talking one-on-one with Blizzard developers, streamers, YouTubers, players, the works. If you truly care about the game as much as a guy who spent approximately 120 hours of his life making a 1-hour video about the recreation of a 15-year-old video game, you listen to my points just as much as I listen to yours.
Yeah, okay.
So I just wanted to put it out here that the overall goal of this video is to have an actual discussion about a pretty major feature coming to DBC Classic. The biggest thing is to not take it personally. The goal of this video isn't even to necessarily sway your opinion, it's to let you know exactly what you're getting with the level boost, because it's not just a level boost. It comes with many strings attached, and these strings have the potential to tear down core design pillars that make Classic World of Warcraft Classic World of Warcraft.
I agree with
this world-ending thing? Of course not, but at the end of the day, this is a paid service in a game that didn't have it back then, that wasn't designed with it in mind, and that it will indeed have cascading effects, as I'll explain.
I agree with
that. So forgive me for the extra long intro, but I just wanted to front-load it with all of this because, as I've said, it's been a rather nasty and sensitive.
The thing is, like, the people are so fucking nuts nowadays, he has to actually start the video out with a 3-minute disclaimer. Like, he has to. Like, or there's gonna be like a million hate threads about it.
The subject. This year's BlizzCon revealed many details about the highly anticipated recreation of Blizzard's hit 2007 expansion to World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade.
Those were the days.
The word of the day is changes. Video game re-releases are always tricky because there's a special balance that you want to hit in recreating the original game, but at the same time, sticking true to what made it special. And as hard as that is, it's even harder for MMOs because you always have that multiplayer aspect. What other people do has an effect on your gameplay, either directly or indirectly, so from the get-go, developers are in this dilemma. Many of us saw in Vanilla Classic the repercussions of staying too true to the original. The no changes method in an attempt to preserve the original experience as much as possible.
I hate to say it, but like one of the coolest things in Classic is already taking the Griffin at the same time. I think that's fucking badass.
Sabotaged in some ways, as they learned that recreating the game versus recreating the experience are two very different things. We saw this in the form of world buffs, raid logging, and the general easy difficulty of raiding, to name just 3. Back then, when the idea of changes was unheard of, I always joked that people would freak out with their farts smelling different because that's what it seemed like. And the idea of a level boost would have sent the community into nuclear overdrive. But
well, the thing is, like, also, realistically, Classic WoW is like an entire experience of like levels 1 to 60. Like TBC is really just an update of 58 to 70. So it is different, but at the same time, leveling in TBC was still something that many people did, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And I worry about this a lot. I do. And I don't really worry about the boost, fundamentally, but I worry about the mindset behind why people are okay with the boost. They're okay with the boost because they don't have time to play the game, and that's the same reason why the game changed to the point to where they want a Classic in the first place.
They've said things have changed, and many big changes were announced in the Burning Crusade Classic.
Oh, yeah.
And overall, from what I can tell, the community has been quite receptive because we've all seen what the hands-off approach can bring. Arena tweaks, shared paladin seals, gated raids, and of course, the level boost, which brings me to the meat and potatoes of this video. At BlizzCon, it was announced that the Classic Burning Crusade will have the level boost service, which is a paid service that will instantly bring one character of your choice to 58. It is limited to 1 use per account, and it is 58, not 70, which is of course the cap for the Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
And you can only use it on the Burning Crusade Classic servers. The Classic era realms, which are the permanent non-fresh 60 servers, will not be available for this boost.
That's
and
good,
you can't use
obviously.
it on the new races, the Blood Elf and the Traineye. The reasoning for this, provided by Blizzard, an official fact, because there's this person who wants to play PC.
I'm gonna do
They're
that.
going
I'll,
for the old world.
yeah.
They're not going to play unless this boost exists.
May as well walk to
That
suburb.
is such a huge, in my opinion,
Ashenville.
a terrible way of making the game. Like, it's just so bad. Because what they're saying is, like, some people just don't want to play part of the game, so just remove that part of the game for those people. And that's actually been the logic and the mindset that Blizzard used for years in the game, and they fragmented the player base more and more and more. I really worry about that. It's true, though. The thing is, though, is, like, if you have a player who is not going to play the game unless they get, like, a massive boost to their character, is that really the kind of people that you want to appeal your game to if it's an MMO? I think that one of the big mistakes Blizzard made is trying to make the game appeal to everyone instead of appeal to their specific audience. Like, for example, I think Path of Exile does a great job of this. Path of Exile doesn't really make their game appeal to a large audience, but the audience that it does appeal to, it really makes those people happy. And I think that's why the game is so healthy in its seasons. Yeah, harvest changes are not ideal, right? But like as a general rule, I think this is true.
So because of these restrictions and the overall climate of the community's receptiveness to changes has created two sides. The boosts are good for the game, as they'll bring more people in who otherwise wouldn't play because they're allowed to skip the hurdle of leveling. And the people against boosters who think about all of the bad that it'll bring. The boosters and the anti-boosters. And don't worry, we'll talk about all of the bad, but again, I said that I wanted this video to be constructive, so first I do want to talk about and acknowledge the good, because after all, that's what the discussion is.
I do also want to add a caveat to what I said. Realistically, most people do not level in Classic WoW the way that they used to. So whenever you think of leveling in Classic WoW, you think of killing bears and Hillsbrad foothills. The reality is that most people in Classic WoW buy gold and then pay a mage to AoE dungeons for them. So it's really not the same experience, and I think that's probably the strongest argument for boosting that I can think of, is that because the leveling experience is so dramatically different than what it was, and this is an outcome of the community, that the value of that leveling experience and the cachet of it, or the novelty of it, is diminished, and it doesn't matter enough to where boosting really would make a difference. That's what I think the two arguments are.
You don't just ignore and dismiss the opposing
I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying these are the two perspectives.
When we get to the bad, I can see a couple of benefits with the boost. One is just what Blizzard has in the pack. It will absolutely bring in people who otherwise wouldn't play.
That's true.
What's better for the health of the game than more people playing it, especially in the case of multiplayer games, is the bandwagon effect. The more people play something, the better it looks. People see a packed Stormwind like this, and they're like, dang, this game is popular.
That's true.
There must be something to it. It's one of the reasons why every couple months we see a new game just blast off into orbit. Fort Skin, Among Us, and the newest one, Valheim. These games are all great in their own right, but a big part of why they're successful is this bandwagon mentality. Look at everyone having fun. I want to do that.
I'm unironically a bandwagoner. Like, I'm actually a bandwagoner. Like, I will fucking go and I'll watch a stream and I'll see, like, oh, a lot of people playing this game, and then I go and I play the game.
The reason why companies will pay the most popular streamers money to play their game on stream for a certain amount of time. It's a huge marketing strategy.
That's a big
It works in the opposite direction as well. If hardly anyone plays a game, your first impression is that there must be something wrong with it.
Yeah, game sucks.
And the next point kind of goes hand in hand with point one, is that it allows people to more easily play with their friends. Maybe it's not the grind that's the issue. It's doing the grind alone, so fast-tracking to 58 solves that issue.
You'd have the mage in your group.
So, that's the good, according to Blizzard and their official FAQ. They're simple, but strong points for what they are.
Someone's getting gold.
Oh.
The first
over
point
there for the water
boost is that I feel like this target audience that Blizzard set up doesn't match and is inconsistent with the restrictions that they currently have set up for the boost. And I have one short but simple question that I'd like for you to answer.
Okay.
If this were truly for this player who hasn't leveled yet and wants to play with their friends, why is it that those who already have level 58 characters are able to purchase it?
Really makes you think.
If your goal is to recreate the experience and bring in new players, while at the same time not making it a major way, anybody who already has a level 58 now on whatever server they plan on playing on has no need for a paid level boost. You would just have to lock out server transfers on these boosted characters.
I mean, I'm gonna use my character boost 100%. I'm gonna level Paladin. Like, I'm a level Paladin, I'm a fucking tank. It's gonna be so, I cannot wait, man. I cannot fucking wait. And no, you can't say same because then you're gonna take my gear. Nobody else can roll Paladin except me. But yeah, anyway, I actually need to do that soon so I can start doing MCs to get a Thunder Fury. But what I'm saying is, like, this whole thing, right, is it does seem weird that only people that have 58s can do it. It does seem really weird.
Obviously, or else people would just bring one over to their realm. I understand that Blizzard is a business and they need to make money, but it doesn't need to be done at the expense of the game, which I'll be talking about throughout the course of this video.
It's free.
But
okay, that's what I thought. Like, but then why? Wait a minute. Let me go back and read this again. We're at 8:49.
So that's the good.
Not be usable in classic era realms. Players are limited to boosting only one character per account. Okay, so then that doesn't even matter. People already have a 58 can still buy a boost? Well, yeah, because they want to play it all. I think that's the best, like, that's the most okay thing about it. Like, you've already leveled once. If you want to boost another character, that's, like, that's the least bad thing possible. Yeah, you've already gotten a character, and you want to boost another one. That's totally different than boosting your first character, to me.
Course of this video. But back to my question, if your answer to it is, well, it wouldn't be fair to those who already have a 58 that they can't buy the boost.
That's true.
That means you're acknowledging that a paid level boost does give you an advantage. And if you really want to bring up the word fair, how's it fair that there are those who already leveled from 1 to 60 that now people can just pay to skip it? That doesn't seem very fair.
Yep.
And even putting that aside, if the boost does come out, there will be those who won't buy it because they just lack the disposable income. So why is it okay that you get to buy the boost if there will always be those who can?
That is true.
If sacrificing gameplay for convenience is an objectively superior game design, then why does Classic even exist in the first place? It's the textbook definition of the game adapting to the player instead of the player adapting to the game, which is one of the major reasons people cite for quitting Current in the first place.
I think that's what happened, though, is like the game is adapting to the player because the player adapted to the game, okay? Like, this is meta. But, like, what I'm saying is that the player adapting to the game is people negating the leveling experience in Classic WoW by just boosting characters through mages. And then the game adapting to the player is adding the boost, so that process is not necessary.
Hey, you can't argue the fact that the game became the giant that it is today and peaked in popularity because they kept this core design philosophy in mind. It was right around here is when the growth stopped and started taking a turn for the worse.
Yeah.
And maybe coincidentally, this is when we first saw the major cash shop services, the race change, and the faction change.
What this is like Wrath of the Lich King is like smoking weed in high school. It's like, it's really cool while you're doing it, but as time goes on, you start doing, you know, like, let's say somebody starts doing more drugs, and, you know, things start going downhill. Now we're into Cataclysm. Right at the very end of Cataclysm, the new raid comes out. It's called Meth. And, you know, you get excited about that. It goes up a little bit, and then suddenly you find out, oh my god, you know, this fucking raid sucks. Jesus, this raid's really, really bad. And you get to the very, very bottom there, and you think, okay, we've got to find another raid that's even better than that. How about Heroin? And then, oh my god, you get a massive boost, and then it goes right down to the fucking bottom. That's the way I feel like Wrath. I don't even, like, I took the analogy way too far. But the point is that Wrath fucking was good in a vacuum, but the fucking things they did for the game in Wrath were bad for the game in the future, okay? Weirdest analogy? Yeah, well, halfway through the analogy, I realized that it sounded stupid, so I recalibrated it, and I said something else instead.
Not just that, but also the adoption
really
of this backwards mentality that the game must adapt to the player.
I saved it, yeah.
Getting off topic here, back to the boost. I have a second question for you as well.
What?
Again, if the goal is the overall health in the game and to bring in as many players as possible, why even charge a fee for the level boost? If it were free, wouldn't that bring in even more people? Well, then it would really be broken. May as well not even have the Eastern Kingdoms in Kalimdor at that point, because it's straight to the outline for 90% of the player base.
Oh,
but somehow this arbitrary dollar amount makes it okay, which is a lot to some people and nothing to others. One of the main issues I have is that you're creating an in-game advantage based off of the real-life wealth disparity.
True.
And such is the issue of in-game cash shops, since in-game cash shops have existed.
That is true. Who thinks they're going to do the WoW token in TBC? 1 in chat if you think they're going to do WoW token, 2 in chat if they won't. I'd say we're looking at about 80% ones. Maybe, now maybe like 75, 7%, somewhere around there. Gold buying is really bad at the moment. Well, hey, WoW token is a lot easier than actually doing your job. And if I were people doing their jobs, so probably going to do a lot.
What, you never seen a Shaman Tank before?
It's restricted now. How long is it until we see that maybe it's not 1 per account anymore? Maybe it takes you to 70 now instead of 58. I mean, if you skip 57 levels, why not 69? You know what, guys? BC Classic has been out for 6 months at this point. It's not that big of a deal. Why is this level boost still restricted? While we're at it, let's just bring out the race change, faction changer. Dang, these bots are a real big problem. I don't know how, but ever since TBC launched with the level boost, things got really bad. Surely being able to start from level 58 had no impact whatsoever on the massive botting problems the game has right now.
I think also, you know, you could, like, this is clearly a slippery slope analogy and, or fallacy, excuse me. Now, slippery slope fallacies are really interesting because they're not always fallacies, and they're also used in many other, like, cases. Like, you have, like, a salesman has the idea of getting your foot in the door. Like, this is a codified technique that salesmen use that follows the same paradigm as the slippery slope fallacy, but it actually does work, and it's something that many salesmen use. So I don't really think that people that use the slippery slope fallacy are necessarily ever wrong or right, but whenever you're using something like this, it's definitely important to look at how realistic is the extrapolation of the original event going to be. You see what I'm saying? So like for example, like how much can you extrapolate out of that
What's
original
the language?
event to say,
Calamag.
oh, this is going to be where we're going to end up?
I hope that Blizzard brings out the WoW token so players can buy gold from them instead of bots, because that always does a really good job at stopping botting.
Wait, look at that!
Has zero issues with bots.
Wait a minute, that's me! Look at that!
The big issue I have with the boost is
that was actually such a good fucking stream. Like, boys, that was so good. I cannot get, dude, that was such a, I remember, and then they started getting rid of them. Oh my god. I was so happy that day.
Necessarily even the boost itself, but rather what it'll eventually lead to.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Let your standards slip slowly but surely. I really wouldn't be surprised if we saw a WoW token in Classic.
Don't they have WoW tokens in Classic?
The level boost gives tacit.
Don't they have WoW Don't they have WoW tokens in Classic WoW in China? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's absolutely not a. I don't think that's really much of a slippery slope either. I personally don't think so.
Approval to put anything on the cash shop. Hey, the people want to buy things, so let's give it to them. You see this with their cloning method of moving from vanilla to BC.
Yeah, that's actually
Without
a really good
paying,
point.
You can choose to continue your character to BC, or move it to a Classic era server. But if you pay money, you can do both.
Yep.
Why does this cost money? Well, to make money, of course, but more importantly, the more minor cash shop services you slip in slowly but surely, the more receptive people are to them. Like, just think about it. How do you implement
TBC streamers on Twitch and YouTube? I'm sure that's a very healthy thread. I think also another element of that is like, if you go back, let me look at this.
First, but more importantly, why does this cost money? Well,
I think that the reason why it costs money is the same reason, I forgot what I was going to say for a second. The reason why it costs money is the same reason why faction transfers and server transfers cost money. It doesn't really cost Blizzard $40 to do this, but the money there is being added as a barrier to entry, so people don't just do it willy-nilly. And I think there's an argument to whether that's a good idea or not, but I think that's actually the reason why Blizzard has it at that price, is to create a barrier to entry to where people don't do it all the time. And also, I think with this, the simple reality is that they don't want to have to spend a lot of money on these classic-only servers, and that's why they're making people pay money to transfer characters over to them. It's just so they can make more money, because you're transferring the data. I really think it's that simple.
Money, of course, but more importantly, the more minor cash shop services you slip in slowly but surely, the more receptive people are to them. Like, just think about it. How do you implement cash shop services into a community that isn't very receptive to them?
Yeah.
You slip them in, make them very minor,
Yep.
have these restrictions, so you generate a certain amount of people who will do your work for you, and try to convince everyone that it's this minor thing. You slowly but surely increase them in their severity until you're at a point where you can buy anything. You may see that as a pretty pessimistic statement. I see it as just paying basic attention to the past 15 years. The level boost,
That's literally what they've done.
race change, faction change services didn't just magically appear in current World of Warcraft in some
I think they should have never let you faction transfer.
patch. They were gradually
That was a
slipped
mistake.
in there one by one as people slowly let their guard down. And now we're at a point where the only thing you can't buy in the game is raid progression. And even that is a gray area because people will sell carries for gold. And obviously you can buy gold with the WoW token. Also,
yeah.
Searching for groups in current. I find it pretty funny
Well, it's
that
not like that anymore, because we took care of those bad boys, didn't we, boys? Yeah. 200k for getting edge? Is it really only 200k? There's no way it's only 200k right now.
at least 50% of the listings are done by real-life money boosting services.
Oh, they all are.
I was curious, and I checked out one of the actual websites, and they have a section on why you should boost. And it's so funny that this TOS unfriendly paid service website's reasoning for boosting is remarkably similar to Blizzard's and the Pro Boosters reasons for bringing out the monthly.
Yeah, because it's the same thing. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, no shit. Also, if you ever think about using one of these websites, really be careful about doing it, because these websites are, I mean, they usually take advantage of the people that are actually doing the sales, and they will also take your data and sell it. Like these websites have like no ethics at all. So if you give them any information at all, they will take that information and use it against you in whatever way possible. So be really careful with using these websites, and not just for getting your account banned, but also for them taking your personal information and misusing it. Like Facebook and Google and Amazon. If you really want to, no, it's completely different, man. Like, I understand that, like, yeah, Facebook and Google, they do privacy invasion, but at least they pretend like they're not. These people don't even pretend. They don't even care. It's like two different universes.
So why should you buy World of Warcraft boosting services? Come on, guys, the answer is simple.
Yeah.
You'll save tons of your time and make the game more enjoyable. Let's face it, farming/leveling is a time-consuming and tedious activity. Since the early days of vanilla, players have dreaded spending countless hours doing the same things over and over to get pets, achievements, or mounts.
Very true.
Wait, achievements in vanilla? I call bullcorn. Here at Censored Website Name, we don't think it's the best way of playing the game. That's why we've started the Professional WoW Carry Company to give you more time to play the game how you want.
Professional WoW Carry Company.
This is just hilarious. So this isn't okay because you're paying some third-party website.
Yeah.
But it is okay, and apparently the best idea in the world, but only if you're paying Blizzard. That's just amazing to me. Okay?
Yeah.
not okay. Okay, not okay. In fact, I think that would be a fun game. Just take excerpts out of Blizzard's back and this website and show them to people and have them get...
That's dirty. Like, this is... I never even thought about this. Yeah, that is pretty fucking funny. I never even thought about it like this. I've never seen this, this comparison made before.
Yes, who's saying them? Wait a second here. I thought that if Blizzard sells you all of these services, that means websites like these don't exist. Why do they populate 50% of the listings in the group finder? Why are there so many YouTube videos of various gold farming bots in Shadowlands? I'm seeing a contradiction here.
Yeah.
Can it be that saving the integrity of your game by compromising it yourself isn't as effective as people claim it to be?
Well, they can't ruin the game because we already did. They can't do anything now. Can't ruin it if we already ruined it. Problem solved.
The bottom line is, the whole point of Classic was to go to a time before cash shops dominated the game.
That's true.
It's my personal theory that
true.
they thought that Classic would just be this minor thing that isn't worth monetizing. You see that with them only releasing like 10 servers at launch. Then, oh shit, the people who are fighting to the death that Classic
Time
is
to take
dumb
another
and no
nap.
one would actually play it were wrong. Would have thought.
This is such a good day, man. Like, I remember, dude, the lead up to Classic WoW was actually like the fucking best time ever. It was so cool. Like, everybody was playing together. People would always play the game, and you had like these stress tests that literally everybody would log on to. Oh my god, it was so fun. Like, I'm not the only person that fucking remembers that, right? People called it vanilla. Yeah, it was great. Invite to Asmon Lair.
And there are actually a ton of people who play it. There's a lot of money to be had here.
Dude, I remember this.
Look,
My dad even saw this video.
Cash shops. How do we sneak this in here? I know, let's just restrict it. Use this new player.
Well,
how do we...
The character boosts are not keeping classic. We don't want to break in her. Well, it's not classic. It's TBC. It's TPC classic, which means it's not classic. I mean, come on. That's two completely different things, guys. Come on.
Sneak this in here. I know, let's just restrict it. Use this new player as a straw man to see how receptive people are to it.
Yeah.
One of the main issues I have with it is that they're using this poor, downtrodden new player as an excuse to bring out the boost, yet it's available for purchase by literally everyone.
New players.
And people either...
The lazy fucking casuals, man. I agree with exactly what he's saying here. Personally, I really do. Again, I said, the strongest argument for boost is like, the community of like classic WoW and everything. But the fact is that like, if you're paying a mage to do the boost, you are still injecting money into the economy. You're still playing the game. You are still playing your character. There is an interaction that occurs, even if it's like really, really minor. And I think paying a mage for a carry is not the same as buying a boost directly from Blizzard. I really think they're completely different. They're two completely different things. Even though, like, functionally they're the same.
I agree. But I mean, you can't do it in SOM, really.
Totally fucking different. It's worse, dude? Of course it's worse. I do think it's worse. But the point is, like, obviously the outcome is the same, but the impact is completely different.
A, don't see that, or B, they're just willfully ignoring it because they want a 58 without putting in the time to get it.
To be honest, I want a 58 without putting in the time for it.
But it's overused for a reason.
Yeah.
Just because it's true. I've been playing since March of 2005.
I can't wait to boost my paladin.
I've been down this road before,
It's gonna be great.
and I know where it leads. I remember when they first released the little KT and Pandrin pets in the cash shop in Wrath. The players were worried that this would lead Blizzard down a path where players could pay for an advantage. We were told that would never happen, and look at it today.
It did. Yeah, I mauled it out over the, I did that. The Celestial Steed was, like, my first recorded mauled out was over the Heart of the Aspects, right? Like, the Heart of the Aspects was the, that was the big one. But the Celestial Steed, I was really pissed off about that too. Like, I genuinely felt like kind of betrayed back in Wrath whenever they did that. And I didn't really make videos a whole lot then or talk about the game then, so I never really talked to anybody about it. But I remember it did feel like it felt like it was fake. Because like before then, everything that you saw in the game, somebody earned. But at that point, I guess besides TCG, I mean, TCG is also another gray area too. But I don't know, like just being able to buy the mount like that, it just felt wrong to me.
Hey, hell,
Now
we
you're
were told that
accustomed
there
to
would be
being
no
fucked
level
in the
boost in
ass.
Classic just over a year ago.
Yeah.
Gee, that lasted long. What, is TBC not Classic? I'm confused here. So when I'm told
It's
that,
TBC Classic.
oh, it's only to 58, oh, it's only usable once, I have a pretty hard time believing it. I don't have a problem with Blizzard making money. They are a business.
Yeah.
I just think that they make it in ways that are destructive now. They created the best MMO of all time, where it peaked in popularity with zero cash shop.
True.
In the context of a recreation of that game, these services have no place until they were originally introduced. For example, I wouldn't have a problem with the race change and faction change in Wrath, because
I would.
after all, that's when they were released. I still don't care for them.
I think faction changes are terrible for the game. I really think they should have never let you do that. In my opinion,
I agree.
I think they should have never let you even race change.
I agree, because I just literally had to make a new character if I wanted to go Tauren Shaman Tank instead of Troll.
I guess like faction change I really feel strongly about. Race change is like just me, you know, it's my opinion. Faction change I do actually really feel like is harmful to the game.
But I don't have much room to talk there. Like, can we just acknowledge that World of Warcraft is the most monetized game of all time? Let's just take a look at the different payment models for games
here we
today.
go.
You have your typical upfront purchase.
True.
Typically this is $60 for a full retail release.
Unless
Maybe
you're
later you
buying
have some
Cyberpunk.
DLC that you can buy at an additional cost.
Yep.
You also have the free-to-play games where there's no actual required cost to play them.
Yep.
Instead, they make their money through a cash shop. They range in severity. Some are purely cosmetic, and some give clear advantages over those who don't use it,
Yeah.
commonly referred to as pay-to-win. And lastly, you have subscription-based games. Of course, these are commonly MMOs. A lot of the times, the game is free. You just
Do you guys think battle passes and like FPS games are basically subscriptions? I was thinking about this. Yes, I think they kind of are. Like, obviously it's not the exact same. I've never bought a battle pass in my life, but I do think they're similar.
pay a monthly subscription to keep playing it.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft has all three. You pay for the expansions, you pay the sub fee obviously, and it has a pretty substantial cash shop where you can buy pretty much anything.
For a lot of money.
Like I said, even raid progression due to the advent of carry runs. Current is current, whatever. I used to complain about it, but people told me to just quit if I didn't like it.
True. Wait, oh my.
So I did, and guess what? I wasn't
World of Warcraft player numbers dropped by 41%? What? Yeah, damn. Like, I saw there's a Belluar title of that. I assume that was like bullshit, is it not? Maybe I'll watch that, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch it later. Okay.
So I did, and guess what? I wasn't alone. But the whole reason why Classic exists is, again, to go back to a time before it dominated the game.
Yep.
And again, Blizzard saving the integrity of their game by compromising it themselves doesn't seem to work out very well.
No, it doesn't.
So at this point, you probably are calling me a pessimist.
Yes.
But again, I just call it paying attention for the past 15 years.
True.
You're treated based on how you've acted in the past. And I'm sorry, the history is there. So if you're getting heated at me for saying these things, just keep in mind that I wouldn't be saying them if Blizzard didn't do them in the first place.
I just remember remember that speech I gave? Remember that speech I gave, Poll the Chat? I was in ICC whenever they first announced Classic WoW, and about like how I didn't want them to change shit. Poll who quitted? Poll who did quitted. Okay, I will poll who did quitted real quick. Are you actively playing Shadowlands? I'll let you guys, I'll check it in like maybe 5 minutes, okay? Because it's like a little bit slow.
But next time you go and try to convince people how minor the boost is and how restricted it is, take a look back at the past 15 years and ask yourself a question. Are you trying to convince other people, or are you trying to convince yourself?
Ooh, turn it back on him. Turn it back on him. Use that psychology. I love it.
I'd like to bring up the point that it's just paying to skip content.
Yep.
Leveling is such an important thing in MMOs, classic MMOs especially, and to be able to skip it even once has this butterfly effect that F's up so many other things.
Actually, fuck it. Just do a
before
Twitch
you
poll.
finish your comment, I already know
Just
what
do a
you're
Twitch
saying.
poll, guys.
Leveling in Classic isn't a big deal because people pay mages to power level them anyways, which does happen. For those who don't know, there's something in Classic called power leveling, where basically you pay a mage to run you through a dungeon, and they just AoE everything while you sit at the entrance, AFK, and collect XP.
Yep.
It doesn't seem like a very healthy or natural way to level.
Because it's not.
People use this as a reason to bring out the level boost. Because we're not losing much, right? I'd like to address this first because it seems to be one of the bigger reasons that the pro boost crowd pushes. I have two problems with this take. First is power leveling is nowhere near as bad as a paid level boost.
Yeah, like, I mean, paying the actual company itself to artificially increase the level of your character with by giving them real money is a totally different universe in my mind than paying another player to help you level in a dungeon. Like, that's totally fucking different. So, let's see what the poll is here. We have the fucking main one, 54% is at I quit Shadowlands. And I don't play WoW is at 15%. I'm playing now is at 31. So most of the people that are fucking watching my stream right now, like fucking 70% of the people that are watching my stream right now don't even fucking play WoW anymore. God damn, guys. I'm leveling alts in Classic. Yeah, I was thinking about leveling a Mage alt or something like that. Like, I actually kind of do want to level in Classic. Like, I feel stupid, though. Like, I want to level in Classic WoW the normal way because it's more fun. But, like, there's so much ganking and shit on my server that I feel like that wouldn't be fun. And then also, every time I'm leveling and it's, like, taking me a while, I just feel like I'm stupid for not taking advantage of the boost because of how much easier it is.
For starters, it still takes time and money. People who power level are players who already have a main character on the server, or those who buy gold, who should be actioned, by the way, because, you know,
shit in their mouth.
The rules exist for a reason. A new player, which is the target primary demographic for the level boost according to Blizzard, can't afford to pay someone to level them from 10 to 58, thus leveling remains to be an important thing that they must progress through, just like everyone else. Number two is that if we're in agreement that power leveling will result in emptier world and emptier leveling experience is such a big issue, why would we destroy any chance of restoring it by giving people the option of paying real life money to skip it? It's a contradictory argument.
That's actually, I really agree with this. The poor state of leveling is important enough to me to use it as an excuse to bring level. It's not as important enough to actually fix it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the leveling boosts are like a solution either.
There will always be people who dislike leveling, even if mage power leveling didn't exist.
True.
There will always be a fastest method, but even if everyone was naturally in the world, as they were in 04 to 07, there would still be those willing to pay to skip it.
Absolutely.
I guarantee you that they existed back then because I played the game back then. However, they were stonewalled back then because it wasn't designed around a level boost. And I'll provide many examples of why in this video. Leveling has become more of a minor thing in modern MMO design, but players who want that have modern MMOs to play.
That's right.
I thought the whole point was to go back to a time before the modern MMO. Some changes, such as the pre-nerf bosses for increased difficulty, I can understand. As players grow in skill and knowledge, they have to adapt to recreate that experience. But a level boost to me isn't adapting to anything. It's trading money for time for those who want something but don't want to put in the time to get it.
Exactly.
If you see dungeon power leveling as a big enough issue to use it to rationalize a paid boost, you're not interested in the betterment of the game. You're just interested in fast-tracking yourself because a paid boost doesn't solve the problem. It avoids it. Some people say that dungeon power leveling will be fixed since TBC introduced the AoE cap. Blizzard noticed how powerful AoE was back then, so they limited the total overall damage of several AoE
Yeah,
abilities.
caps at like 20.
I personally don't think that itself would fix it, because they missed a big one, and that's the Paladin's Consecrate.
Yeah, Consecrate.
I think that it would.
Consecrate is not AoE capped, and neither is the flame effect on the ground that's left behind after Flame Strike. Because it's not technically an AoE ability, it's like an area that just deals damage. It's like a degen area. Dude, I watched this video on, remember those fucking 4x3 monitors at Jeff's house while we were laying in the bed together, thinking about how we were gonna roll paladins and power level each other in dungeons, dude. Like, honestly, WoW Hobbs was such a huge, like, he was like the guy. I remember watching his videos all the time.
Require further attention, such as an XP nerf when there's a high level disparity within the party. It is already reduced, but clearly with the strategy of these dungeon runs, it's not enough.
Yeah.
This would be another change, of which there are many with TBC Classic, and that would bring the game closer to what it was back then, not further away. My take is that if one truly cares about the leveling and the old world, this is the route that should go down. I do think that some people overstate it, and they make it out like literally everyone dungeon power levels to 60. That's just not true. In fact, ever since the announcement of TBC Classic, natural world leveling has seen a resurgence. People are...
Is that really true? Like, I should actually go on to Classic myself and see. Because I don't know. Are people actually going out and leveling on their own? Because if they are, maybe I should do it myself. I think that'd be really fun. I'd like to level a new character in Classic. Not really, on some servers, yes. I'll look into it after this if you guys remind me.
Leveling characters in preparation for the Burning Crusade, which... that's how the game was designed.
Yes.
Guess what? This
Wow.
all disappeared. Boost. I just don't get the argument that leveling isn't a big deal because no one is out in the old world. So let's introduce a paid service that further reduces the amount of people in the old world. Can we all agree that a paid boost is the definition of rubbing salve on a tumor? If there's an issue with leveling, we should fix the leveling, not introduce a way to pay to skip it. That's the most destructive game design I've ever heard in my life. Like I said, the community at this point is open to changes. If you truly care about the leveling experience in the game, you would address the disease rather than the symptoms. And not to stay on the same subject too much, this video is about paid boosts, not dungeon power leveling. I just have one final point here though, because again, this is the most common argument I see to bring in boosts. My last point is the fact that the two of them are just inherently different. Power leveling ultimately is a service. You're paying someone in-game currency to do something for you in-game. You see this all the time with people selling tanking services. Some industrious players noticed a shortage of tanks in the game.
Yeah, of course, that's what you do, right? Is like if you're a tank and you've got full fucking, like imagine you've got like fucking max gear. And like, what's your max block value with fucking tier 3? It's like what, 400 or something like that? Like, you can literally go into most of these dungeons. You don't even fucking need a healer. And you can just do whatever the hell you want. That's what's so good about this. I know nobody's literally paying attention. Is anybody even watching my fucking... watching the video? Like, holy shit, guys. What is wrong with you? God. Oh. I knew this Google was a mistake. What video?
People will sell summons for gold to save time for others. And while these services themselves are up for debate, the fact that it's an exchange between players is a natural and healthy part of the economy. While I do think that power leveling brings more bad than good, at least it's a service that you buy from another player.
I agree.
With in-game currency.
I agree.
You're not swiping your credit card.
Giving them
and
real life money.
To skip a core part of the
completely
classic
different.
MMORPG genre. Fixing the leveling instead of neglecting it would do so much good for the game at the same time because it helps with another issue.
Yeah.
And that's botting.
Ooh. Okay.
Anyone who's played Classic before will tell you that one of its biggest problems is botting. They're everywhere, and whatever Blizzard has been doing for all of Classic has not been enough because they're pumping an absolutely ridiculous amount of gold into it.
I can say thank you, bots, because having to pay like fucking 400 gold for my flask back in like, you know, mid BWL or like AQ whenever they pretended to care about it for a little while, that was so bad. Like the bots, it's great, dude. It's fucking great because I can actually, like on Faralina, it's so disgusting that even now, like, how much is a mongoose? It's like, it was like 8 gold last time I checked. It's so stupid.
Economy. Everything is inflated.
5? Oh, it went down then.
Third-party gold selling websites.
It used to only be like 3.
And a level boost, I believe, will make it worse. Let me explain why. One of the puzzling things about bots, people often
completely
tell you
normal
is that
players, by the
they're
way.
So obvious. Gee,
totally normal.
There sure are a lot of guildless hunters with gibberish names running around. Here's a pretty popular spot in Duskwood on my server. If you go here, usually you'll find a bot, and you can tell instantly. They repeat the same exact patterns, snap to enemies. So,
and then he
so
walks
obvious,
in and out.
Then why
Look
are
at
they
that.
also so plentiful?
Oh my
I'll tell you one of the reasons, at least. Because of power leveling, there aren't enough people out in the world to find and report them. I don't think it's a coincidence that when power leveling...
Maybe we should go on like a botting fucking expedition in Classic WoW and try to find bots and just report them too. Maybe that's the that's the goal. And we just like go out and we try to find them, and instead of like killing them, a crusade. Yeah. You guys like that idea a lot. Maybe we should do that. That'd be really funny. And Classic's a snooze fest. Well, that's the thing, is these people are asleep. We gotta wake them up. We gotta make sure they ain't sleep. They're probably, honestly, that dude is asleep. He's sleeping while this bot's fucking leveling it for him. He's killing tigers while this dude's jacking off on his other computer.
It started to become a norm. Because when the bots started taking over, bringing out a paid love boost doesn't bring more people out into the world, it takes them away. So now my idea of nerfing dungeon power leveling sounds a bit better, because not only are you bringing people back into the world this way, but you're also recruiting more boots on the ground to actually report them and ban them before they do any significant damage.
I like that.
I'm not saying you would catch every bot.
I like that. That's
there are
smart.
bots that level through dungeons, but there's still a ton
harder
that
to do.
level in the old world, and you'll find them if you just luck. But none of this happens if the level boost comes out, because it allows so many people to just skip past all of this. And if these people...
I'm pretty sure if the Tiger team was in charge of this, what they would do is they would change the way the rotation of right-click report. So like instead of it saying cheating at the bottom, they'd put cheating on the top, and that would make it easier for them. That's what the Tiger team would do.
Otherwise not play.
It would take them 6 months, by the way.
World. What kind of gameplay experience are we creating here?
Yeah.
Everyone just skips straight to Outland.
Exactly.
The bots continue to run unchecked.
Nobody cares about the other world.
We don't fix the leveling. We ignore it.
Exactly.
While we're on the subject of bots, let's tackle the more obvious issue.
What?
If you think that they're bad now, let's talk about what'll happen if you give everyone the ability to skip to level 58.
Oh,
At least right now, you still have to level up from 1 to the 50-ish range to be able to farm enough gold to significantly impact the community. A lot of them don't get caught, but a lot of them also do, I'm sure. I don't know exactly how long it takes. I suppose if you're unchecked, it might take about a week to level high enough. I'm sure it depends on the bot and its efficiency. Give or take a couple days, maybe. That time's
this actually does fast track bots. That is so... I did not think about that at all. Fuck.
And it's time spent leveling, aka not farming gold. Someone on Reddit actually did the math, which I'll derive from here because they actually made a mistake, but they were on the right track. Assuming 10,000 bots across the game, making 1 gold per hour while leveling, it takes each bot 200 hours to get to level 58, which I think is a fair estimate. That's 2 million gold and 2 million hours of botting. However, bringing in the boost, you're already at gold farm bot status, and at this level, maybe you farm 100 gold per hour. So let's take that 200 hour investment. Now you've gone from 2 million gold to 200 million gold. But what's that, I hear you say? The boost costs money? Well, yeah, they do, but again, using the same post, let's assume gold sells for $15 per 1,000 gold. So that's $30,000 from gold farmed from 1 to 58. And with boosts, this is $3 million, assuming that the price of the boosts are $40, which I think is also fair. That's a $400,000 investment. And you take that away from $3 million from the money earned from botting at 58, you're netting $2.6 million. It's 86 times more effective than leveling from scratch. Jeez.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that is really, really fucking good. I think this is what happens whenever you have, like, for example, you have these boosts. It makes it so much easier for people to just get up to the max level and not have to worry about it at all. It's actually crazy. Because, like, if you can just boost up, you don't have to amortize the value of leveling. You can just make the money immediately.
Goblins weren't kidding.
This is
money, friend.
It
and
sure
just so
is.
you know, I'm doing you a favor here and assuming that people will pay full retail price for the boost anyways.
They will.
Which won't happen. I won't speak too much of it, but there's a way that's been around for all of Vanilla Classic where people can basically give accounts for $4 a month. And assuming that the boost is $40 still, it's actually around $8
I don't know how to
using
do
this
that.
method.
I have
Which
no idea.
most assuredly will happen because it's been happening for the past year and a half. But regardless of all of that, there's no way that you can argue that starting off at level 58 doesn't give these bots an enormous head start. At least if they level, you do have time to catch them.
Because they're going to
and
have
stop
gear.
them before they do any damage. At 58, it's straight into the Blackrock depth.
It's kind of like, you know how, like, a fucking frog will lay their eggs in, you know, like a small little patch of, like, dirt, and then the eggs become tadpoles, and they have to swim out and, like, kind of get into the water? You see what I'm saying? Okay, so, yeah, there's certain frogs that do this. And we could also use, like, was it crabs? That, like, the little baby, no, it's turtles. How about we use turtles? Yeah, a turtle made it to the water, right? And the turtles have to get to the water. The blizzard is the seagulls that come down and eat the baby turtles. And you actually want the cycle of life to be as cruel as possible. And that way they don't make it to the water, and the water is being able to make money from botting. No, it's true. It's true. That's the cycle of life. I'm serious.
Or just 12 levels for some Outland bot farm.
Yeah.
The response to this is usually, well, they won't be able to sell that much gold. Well, putting the argument
they will.
that the defense against this is that bots will be able to farm so much gold that they won't know what to do with its side. I can't help but feel we have a failure of understanding.
Because it'll devalue the gold that
here.
people farm
The
legitimately.
more gold that's in the economy, the less it's worth.
Exactly.
200 million is a lot of gold until it is eventually injected into the
Exactly.
economy, which it will slowly but surely because the purchase price will be driven down as it loses value, and sooner or
And that
later
affects
you're in a
casual players.
situation where 1,000 gold now is eventually worth 100 gold, and 10.
Imagine
and 1.
that. That's never
Now
happened
you can
before.
farm your epic flying training by mining in Nagran for a day because the ore sells for 50 gold a pop. You never have to worry about repairing.
Yep.
Or any of the other gold sinks developed to naturally keep the economy in check. It's just one example of probably.
Because people are just injecting too much money into the economy. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Of why the game wasn't designed for a level boost, at least in the context of how botting has overrun Classic. A lot of people argue this point, saying that, oh, it's too late. The bots have already taken over, so the level boost making it worse won't make a difference. Again, gets into that same issue with power leveling. Why is it that your first response is to immediately give up? Classic is a game that's much more affected by the economy.
Yeah.
Just look at Vanilla. You can gear up a pretty decent character just through the auction house.
Yep.
You have things such as the Lionheart
Especially
helmet,
now.
Edgemaster's handguards, Titanic leggings, Cloud Keepers. Consumes, I'm sure you know by now, play a huge role in vanilla ratings.
6
and this is
gold,
still true for the
7
Burning
gold.
Crusade. Storm Herald, Lionheart Executioner, Spellcloth.
You actually can't buy Storm Herald because the nether vortexes that you need in order to craft Storm Herald are BOP until the last patch in BC.
And it's not just item availability on the auction house, but rather item availability elsewhere. In current, you can get gear from raiding on 4 difficulties, Mythic Plus, which are spammable infinitely, and to a lesser extent world quests, your order hall, PvP gear that's still effective in PvE. There are many more ways, often way more cost effective, to gear your character. And since all of the gear in current is basically the same, since it only has 4 secondary stats that are useful for every spec, really, who wants to pay hundreds of thousands of gold for an item when there exists 20 clones of it in other activities?
Exactly.
In Classic BC, it's raiding, crafting, and PvP-oriented gear only from PvP. You have much more power in gearing up and buffing your character for gold compared to current, so it's all the more reason to treat it as delicately as possible. In this aspect, to me, the level boost is the equivalent of letting a bull loose in a china shop.
I know what you think.
Not just with botting, by the way, but also with trans.
I think the strongest argument that Mad Season has had for this entire thing has been the idea that the level boost will actually remove the barrier to entry of leveling for bots, and then cause those bots to be able to create negative effects for, have those bots create negative effects for the economy much more quickly. I actually think that it's an incredibly big problem that I am assuming Blizzard probably didn't even think of. I bet they didn't even think of this at all.
Which will serve
My
as
mom used to make all her money
gold.
through selling these, by the way, back in the day.
Now let's just stick on bots. So botting is a big problem. If they've been ineffective in controlling it for the past year and a half in vanilla, what makes you think that they'll magically be more effective in the Burning Crusade?
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard the word bot once in this year's BlizzCon at all.
I wonder
the boost
why.
has the potential to turn it from big to huge, and Blizzard will have to patch in a new zone for the Outland called Zimbabwe. I'm telling you right now, this paid boost comes out, and the players who use it aren't put under 10 times the amount of scrutiny as other players. This is exactly what'll happen. There are a lot of farms that you can do right from 58. You can even do them while naked, putting old world materials aside because they will still have value, unless they release the profession boost token. You have things such as BRB pickpocketing, to name just one. In fact, let's have a little exercise. Go in-game and do /who rogue Blackrock Depths, and tell me how many guildless rogues you see in there 24/7.
I actually want to try this.
Botters right now are just rubbing their hands looking at the paid boosts.
I want to try this.
Gee, thanks for saving me the trouble of
I wonder how
leveling.
bad it
Get
is.
straight to it now. And let's be honest here, this issue goes beyond botting.
Oh, hey, dude. Why did I've never
I remember watching this one too.
What the fuck? Wait.
It's
In
the
general,
Stairway to
cheaters,
Heaven.
if the time investment for re-entry is short, are more likely to cheat.
Oh.
Yeah, getting banned would suck, but if you can just
I can see that guy's good at the game. That's why he understands how to get all the way up there. People that are below him are just bad.
buy another 58 and get right back into it, it's not as big of a deal. Cheaters are bad enough, but now we're setting up an even more ideal environment for them.
Yeah, it's very
Maybe
conducive
it's just
to cheating.
me, but don't you think it's possible that we're going in the wrong direction here?
They've been fly hacking for a week now. I've been watching them for over a week, and I reported them. And a week later, they're still here.
You know, maybe if Blizzard would have shown that they were capable of actually controlling botters, teleport hackers, speed hackers, fly hackers at a reasonable level, that would be one thing.
Yeah.
But the simple truth is, they didn't.
They didn't.
Botting and cheating hasn't been addressed in several months. Not one peep from BlizzCon.
Yep.
So how's the community supposed to have any level of confidence that this level boost won't take an already huge problem and amplify it 10 times over?
Dead worlds are unhealthy for MMOs. That's very true.
Let's tackle the next
Like,
obstacle.
Blizzard actually solved this problem a lot with cross-realm zones. Like, they solved this problem really well with cross-realm zones, and they just made it to where, like, you're always around other people. It was actually smart for them to do that. I'm actually a fan of CRZ to an extent, but not the extent that Blizzard implements it.
Obstacle. I've now realized that I've done this video out of order because this should have been one of the first things I mentioned. That's the fact that, doesn't it just seem unhealthy to you that in a game with 47 zones, that 90% of the player base is loaded into just 7 of them?
Yeah.
Leveling serves as a barrier for more than just gold making. It's a way to spread players around the world. I thought that one of the biggest appeals of MMOs is that it's this online sprawling world where, no matter what time it is, someone is clearing through the crypts of Duskwood, or skulking through the jungles of the Stranglethorn Vale. Again, another reason why dungeon power leveling has hurt the game. Once more though, to solve this, we shouldn't introduce a way to skip it more effectively. We should fix it by actually fixing it. But again, the boost just completely destroys that, and everyone immediately goes through the dark portal. Some people say that because Draenei and Blood Elves are restricted, that this won't happen, which will be true in the pre-patch when they're released.
It literally doesn't matter, because they're going to, it does not matter at all. Like, it's only slightly different.
There's going to be a ton of old world activity.
Yeah.
I like to use ejaculation as an analogy, though.
Okay.
There's this initial burst of activity.
Yeah.
But then DR kicks in extremely quickly, and before you know it, you're shooting blanks. And the sperms are all paladins and shamans. And shortly after this, much like my sex life, the old world will die.
Yeah.
And again, how long do you really think that these restrictions will stick? The old world is a part of BC.
Okay,
I don't know where
I
people
like it.
got this notion
Yeah,
that
I like
just
it.
because
That makes
BC
sense.
comes out that the old world suddenly doesn't exist, like it's vanished out of thin air. The This is the world of Warcraft, not the world of Outland. And even
just like that's such a good point, because that's exactly what Blizzard does now with every expansion. I was actually really happy to see them not do that as much in Legion. I think Legion was a really great example of Blizzard adding extra things, and BFA to a lesser extent, right, with the new Darkshore and stuff like that. But, you know, integrating the legendary quest lines into the old world. And now, why would you ever leave the Shadowlands? You're just playing the same 5 zones, period. That was one of the criticisms I had even of BC, is that it felt like BC just like invalidated everything that was in Classic. It didn't feel like an expansion, it felt like a replacement.
Putting the unhealthiness of 40 zones becoming ghost towns aside, this causes other issues with layering. If you thought that layering was bad in Vanilla Classic launch, wait until you see your entire server with boosts loaded directly into an expansion that's one-tenth the size of its predecessor.
One zone.
This part will happen regardless at launch. But the point I'm trying to make here is that having people in the old world actually leveling would help. By bringing out the paid boost, you're just adding on top of it.
Yep.
Outland, I wouldn't be surprised if on the higher population servers it reaches like 30 layers. No joke. Which is an issue for me, because how am I ever going to get on Asmon layer now? On a serious note though, can I get an invite to Kazakh on layer 32 please?
Yeah. Dude, TBC is gonna be so stupid. Like, I really hope, like, my plan right now with TBC is, like, I'm gonna play it a lot for probably the first, like, 3 or 4 weeks.
Yo, what's up, dude?
I'll do, like, some content creator, like, Karazans, maybe, like, some shit like that. And,
hey, bud.
Like, I'm deciding if we're gonna
Merry belated Christmas.
I don't know if we... Oh, I don't know if we should or not.
I didn't think I'd be running ST with you, man. I was like, this is out of my depth.
I mean, normally if the healer is like lower level, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. Yeah, this one I'm a fair bit below, but we can definitely do it. Like, so again, there's like level 47 like gear that drops in here, so I know like some of the gear is going to be right around my level, at least the mini bosses.
Oh, we can't summon Tank?
That's why I walked here. I knew you guys wouldn't be able to summon me either. I needed the flight point anyway.
Oh, they're too level. Too low level.
Yeah. It's like 50 to... yeah, 50 to 60.
I was just gonna start walking here, because I don't have the flight path either, actually.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
I'm gonna go get the flight path then, since that guy's like in Gadzistan. He's like on the other side of the world.
Okay. I have so much rested. I'll probably level from this for sure.
How many bars?
Oh man, 5 bars of rested.
That's
almost
good.
Yeah. I hope our rogue wasn't expecting me to like help him.
What did he die to?
He's getting ganked by a whole group of Alliance because he tried to jump the warrior.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not in the plan. Worth a shot, he says. I mean, he is in our guild, but I don't think I would have flagged. I wouldn't have flagged either. Actually, it's like I don't know if you're gonna try and fight a losing battle. I don't know if I want to join in on that.
At 47, it's like let's just get started. Let's not waste any time here. We know what's gonna happen at my level.
It's in his rogue instinct and nature to just attack the enemy faction.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching you earlier while I was getting dinner. I was like, let me say something to him.
I saw it like 5 minutes later. I don't have I don't have 2 monitors, but I was like, yeah, over 9,000.
Yeah, Frontier Prepper, that's me. I used to do some videos on there from time to time, like prepping videos, you know, disaster awareness sort of stuff, ham radio stuff. I was all into that for a bit, but yeah, I don't really do it much anymore.
Oh, okay, I was like, that's not an actual name, that's like a YouTube name.
Yeah.
Normally people got like their Google account still connected to their YouTube shit, so I like see their actual names.
Yeah.
They just DOS themselves in my chat. Or not, it's not DDoS, it's like, what's the word for exposing yourself for like in internet terms nowadays, where it's like...
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean, but I can't remember what that's called.
I like forget, but yeah, it's basically I used to, well no, actually I never I had a fake alias name before on the same YouTube. It was like, cause they wanted to connect like a Google account. I was like, well, I'm not giving my real name, I will give an alias name.
Are you really from Canada?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
But I'm not as polite as most Canadians would be.
Yeah, this won't be too bad, I think, until we get to the part with the whelps and the prophet and, you know, the avatar of a car and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, if like you end up running out of mana, like this is a shadow priest, anyways, you can end up off healing as well.
Okay. Yeah.
I was drinking whiskey with my dad last night.
Oh, cool.
I got pretty drunk. Normally I don't drink whiskey or anything. I just like drinking my beers and keeping it to like something around 4 or 6% alcohol.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But I was mixing it as well. Not really like chugging it. We're kind of just visiting.
Yeah.
He was supposed to show up to work, but he's like, he called in, he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna be able to make it. We both work at the same place, but we're on different shifts.
Oh, cool. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's for this construction thing, but mainly what our job is during the winter is just shoveling up entrances to this mine area, and it's like a huge facility. There's multiple buildings involved in this thing, so there's like over 60, 70 entrances that we'd have to walk around in like our PPE gear or whatnot.
Oh man.
I think they were trying to call me last night, but I was already too busy, like being in the damn Christmas winter mood, so it's like, couldn't reach me if you wanted to.
It's like, sorry, too late.
That's what you get for putting me on call. You should just put me on an actual shift so I know when I'm going to work. You can't just rely on a damn on-call person on goddamn December 25th. Like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
You have to go back starting next week.
Oh yeah? Where you work?
I don't. I ain't worked in a couple of years now since I hurt myself at work.
Disability then?
Yeah, at least for now, but I'm actually looking for something now. But it's been a nice couple of years hanging out.
Oh yeah? What'd you hurt?
Yeah, I had disc bulging in my back.
Oh shit.
Two of them, yeah. Bit of a pain in the ass.
These guys are actually PvPing. Wow.
Oh shit.
They killed someone. I didn't get any honor though because I'm not flagged.
Yeah. I've gotten 4 dishonorable kills doing Nomer one time.
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
I don't know how I got that, but like I got one dishonorable kill in my whole lifetime with this character. It's like, where's that from? It must be from Nomer.
Yeah, Nomer, man, it's evil. I didn't even know that like you could get them there, but those things that go running past you that are like alliance flagged, if you kill them, they give you dishonorable kills. It doesn't even say civilian on them. It just like it somehow gives them to you. Touch them. I didn't get any in classic, dude. I did a lot of PvP. I didn't get a single dishonorable kill.
Yeah, neither in classic did I. This is the first time I've gotten a dishonorable kill.
Yeah, if I had a rank, I could probably D-rank. I hear it causes like rapid D-rank if you start getting dishonorable kills.
Yeah. Oh no, did that fall in?
Look at your level, dude. I have been BS in the past couple days. You are just there. You're up in it.
I'm doing like a level a day. I mean, I got 44 earlier. I'm like halfway to 55 today. So
almost
like,
time for BRD.
Yeah, I could start tanking arena runs basically, where it's like the first. Once I get the key, or if I have someone with the key, I got to do the quest line to get the key to unlock that shit.
Yeah, the Shadow Forge key.
Yeah. I finished like most of the quest in Ungaro, so now I'm like moving up to Fullwood before I go to Winter Spring.
Oh, sweet. This poor guy, he must be having to have it. Oh my god, he's just getting the Stranglethorn.
Oh, tank and stuff. I remember grouping with this guy. Like,
me too.
Multiple times.
Yep, same here. Maybe
it's probably in my SM runs.
Yeah.
And I remember he like stepped down for let me get the, I think it was the shoulders that dropped. I remember.
Oh, cool.
Or he just didn't roll on it, roll need for it. Let me get him.
Yeah, it was nice of him. Dude, I had the best friggin', I had a Mara run yesterday. I did one, or yesterday? Yeah, I think it was right before I went to sleep. Oh, dude, oh my god. So we get right up to Princess, right? We're fighting the two stone giants right before you get to her. And one of the precisely calibrated boom stocks dropped. First epic I've seen. And one of our guys dropped out right there. He dropped out before he even seen it. He must have passed out while playing. So he just missed it. So it dropped. I didn't win.
What was it? Is it like a weapon or?
Yeah, it's got 14 agility on it. It's like a rogue pre-bis gun.
Okay.
And it's good.
Oh yeah, I've seen that drop. Remember where I was talking when we were doing the Hinterlands lead quest? I saw that drop from one of those mobs there.
You saw that one, yeah. That's a nice epic to drop too. But I didn't win it. And then the Blackstone ring drops. There's another enhancement shaman with us, but everybody rolled for it. I didn't win that either. I was like, son of a bitch, I can't get anything. It was a good run though. It was just amazing to see good shit all in one single run. I got this for emergencies, just in case. Just in case we need that extra boost for getting Aranicus down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready to pop that. Oh, cool. Have you used it yet? Oh, cool. Oh, man. Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Seen you play Overwatch. Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah. Yeah, I caught you. Dude, you were killing it. I was like, oh man, he is good with Bastion. Man. Oh, okay. I beta tested it. I never got it on PC though. I actually got it for Xbox One and played it on there with my brother and some other friends a bit. I like Lucio and Moira, but Moira didn't come until a little later. Oh yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, he's fun. He's a weird one, and he's just an unusual character. He's a healer, right? He has the ability to heal or boost people or something like that. Right. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Uh, you said you stream Dreamcast or something like that, right? Do you do that with Are you in it or oh GameCube? Oh, okay. Are you doing it? Are you using an emulator, or do you have the actual systems you're doing it with? Yeah, I was about to say, man, I wish I could get my hands on like a PS2 or something, man. I miss it. I used to, oh God, I had a million games for it back in the day. I couldn't tweak them right. I have a lot of them too. I have PSX and stuff like that, and I have Dolphin too. And yeah, I've tried them all. I like especially the real retro stuff. NES was like the first system I ever had. So SNES, NES, Sega. Yeah, I've, oh, oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I wish we could just run past it all, but I know that I wouldn't be able to. uh, you guys probably could. You could probably move as a unit, but they'd probably pluck me off easy. I used to just run up in this place all the time, doing it at like 60 for people. Run past it all. 48, yeah. Yeah, I think I will. I think I will. All this extra rest, that would put me at about 6 bars away from leveling after I fill up the rest. So, oh yeah, this place, I feel like I will. I mean, I might not, but I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be close. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. This is real dead. Oh god, yeah, awesome. Making it easy on us. level are they? Oh, 45. Yeah, okay, we're cool. Yeah, yeah. That's not too bad. Oh, this is nice, man. Yeah. Took like 20 minutes just to get in when it's fully spawned. Yep, and then you jump down here. Yep, and you go over there. You do the hokey pokey and it's Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, either there or the little or this little right cubby, one or the other. I remember going to first usually. You just use what totems you want, and I'll work around you. Okay. Things I'll do. God, I'm forgetting my totems, man. Jesus. Yeah, there we go. Strength and Wind Fury. Gotcha. I think so. Yeah, this is like the the 4 mini bosses or something like that, right? Or maybe that's down right here. I don't know. One or the other. You got to do both though, right? I feel like you got to go down and you got to go up. Yeah. You got to position all them damn statues and shit, and then go in the middle. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's fine. I'm glad anyway. That gives me more of a chance to drink then. It's a magic effect, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, they can do magic. I don't think they can do curses. I know mages and druids do the curses. Yeah, I think priests can do diseases as well. Yep, yep, exactly. Yeah, these guys dropped something that I was looking for, some kind of yeah, the breastplate. That's right, yeah. And they all drop the same thing too, so that's cool. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Are you streaming this one? Yeah, you should. You should. Yeah, this is a fun dungeon. Yeah, that definitely helps. Having a good tank definitely makes it more fun. Oh, sweet. Oh, wait, you got that Jamal the Prophet quest? That one is the only. That's yeah. I don't have that one. Actually, I don't have any of them. That's just the one, the only one I really want to do. Oh, there we go. Well, no, but I figured for me it might be decent. Yeah. Let me look at the legs. Oh, yeah, those are some weird legs, though. I don't even know how to process that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if I don't need the DPS stuff, if there's something worth using that's for healing, that's always nice. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Does general attack power go towards ranged attack power as well? Cool, cool. Yeah. Yeah. I know we have to do like each of the balconies, but I can't remember where this goes to. What the hell? How far does this go? does, don't it? It looks like it's taking us somewhere else. Okay, alright. Yeah. Yeah, just... Yeah.
I'm out of range. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast it. That's still recharging. I can't cast it. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready.
We have to keep going around, right? And keep... Oh, didn't we come up this one? I can't remember. Okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah. The maze, man. This place is a maze. Yep, pretty damn smooth. Damn, you're still rocking that ring? Hardcore. Seal of Savannahs. Yeah. Yep. Dude, for real. Like their drop chance must be low as fuck. You got an ad behind you. A Pat. Get off me! It's alright, you're good. Yeah, he didn't like me. You know, that would be a sweet race right there. One of those, a Berserker Troll. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It could be like a Troll's tank form or so, I don't know. Or maybe a racial where they can turn into it. That would be sweet. I'm gonna drink real quick. Like, what are you guys doing? You don't need to drink. And you can't even look at the mini map either because it's like incomprehensible. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Might have been a critter or something, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I marked him for you. Oh yeah, I know, right? you gonna hit me? I barely even did anything. I, like, laid a totem down. Oh yeah, you're right. Shit. That's pretty good. Yeah. Oh jeez. Dude, imagine a one-hander version of the Ravager where you could spin around still and get that whirlwind effect. Oh, if only. Yeah. Weren't there like serpent statues or some shit that we have to line up? Is that another area? Maybe. No, no, that's definitely wow. It's like a bunch of stone statues, and you have to position them to make this. Oh, you know what? That is a part of this dungeon. That's another part. I think you have to do. Interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I was about to say serpent sting is like yeah one of the few things I can think of. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. Because I don't think we're supposed to jump down there yet. That's like the last portion of the dungeon with all the whelps and shit. The dragonkin. I guess it depends though. What if you're really trying to do the whole place or not? You don't have to either. If you don't wanna. Thanks. Yeah, these ones are pounding on you. Yeah, yeah, we got this. They were just hitting harder. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's another one that's circular where you position kill the guy, position the statues, then you jump down and like an arena boss shows up and you gotta fight him. And that's like a whole portion. One thing you'll notice about me when I'm healing that I don't do, that I know tanks can't stand, is when you get aggro and then you run away from the tank with the aggro, and they can't feel it. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. It's the same thing if I end up tanking something, I'm like, come towards me. Come towards me. 47, 50.
I'm out of range. I can't
I was trying to stay near the totems, but I knew one heal would pull them. Oh yeah, this is a different one, ain't it? It's a weird one because it goes down. All right. Ah. Okay. Huh.
Rise up, Atalai! Rise up!
Yeah. I know you get a trinket off the end boss. He gives you a quest, and then you turn it in, and you get that poison trinket, AOE poison effect. It's pretty from what I. Yeah, it would probably be good for that. Yeah. I don't think I ever got to use it though. I was playing Resto, so it just sat in my bag. Yeah, let's give it a shot. They all look the same to me. All right. Those guys look like they have something else in mind. I think they just ran down that second set of stairs because it looks like they're back there waiting. The one that we originally came up. Yeah, yeah, I think you're. Well, no, maybe not. There's another way down. I don't know where that part goes to though. Where the further down section goes to. Oh yeah, yeah. I, I assumed that they all went down to there, but maybe not. I don't know. I think they went that first one we went down. I think they went there, but then they went down that second set of stairs, and we went back up. I think. Yeah, I think so. I can't see them anymore though. It was showing them before, then we got out of range, and now it's not even showing them. Nah. Yeah, I think so. Okay, yeah, now we can see him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh shit. Okay. Like I remember some stone statues. Joe behind us, we got an ad coming. I think he's yeah, we aggroed him. Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the statue room. Yep, and then afterwards you spawn the center guy and you jump down, you fight him, and then you fight your way back. Yeah. I can't remember if you just clear the whole thing and then everybody goes to a different one and then everyone will activate one and then we all jump down together, or if it's like you do it as you go. I think yeah. Yeah. Everybody just yeah, everyone picks a statue, goes to it, and then they all sit there and take turns and they'll label each person like purple go, orange go, right? I don't know the pattern though. I don't remember what the pattern is, but there is a pattern to it. Yeah. It's like northwest, south, east, something. It's like that. There's a pattern to it. It's written somewhere. I used to have it on a notepad. Yeah, looks like it.
damn it, I was muted.
South, north, southwest, southeast, northwest, northeast.
There's like a fucking Banjo-Tooie memory fucking thing involved with this whole shit. What the fuck?
I know, right?
Is it a thing where we should get everyone in Discord for this?
I think the way people used to do it is everybody would get a marker, and then whoever the hell knew what was going on would call it out.
Okay.
Ooh, he's a biggin.
Oh. Come here, you. That's interesting. That's a lot of stamina, but leather.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting item there.
So I figured out something for our raid rosters. Like we don't need that many shaman tanks. We need lips or whatnot, or is it or FAPS, a free action potion or whatnot, where we can
Fear immunity.
Where it's just damage immunity and it's like
oh, lips.
yeah. It allows us to like leapfrog the aggro.
Ah, okay.
So when a taunt off is needed, you just lip as the main tank, and then the next shaman tank and the second or threat will pick up.
Ah, okay. Yeah. You just kind of burst it down.
I was thinking of like a suicide kind of strat where most shaman tanks would just die with whatever buff they need to do and shit. Alright, we got one more balcony, it looks like.
Okay, yeah. Alright.
Stamina. Wow, is that better than what I've got? It is. Priesty. There's a helmet upgrade. Oh, don't worry about gold. Sweet. It's a helmet upgrade, but it looks so ugly. Rogue tank over here. Leatherworking, dragon skeleton. I'm going for that. So I guess I'll need.
Shoot, this is the spot too for dragon scales, right? This is where you get them all from.
Oh, I haven't even been skinning. Damn.
Yeah, well, not these anyway. When we go down there to the whelps and stuff, then you'll be getting dragon scales off them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wait here, then everyone else can fuck off.
Alright. Wait, there's another one though. Balcony next to ours.
Wait, really? Is there? No, it
Yeah,
looks like they're all clear. Oh yeah, never mind.
The oozes, yeah.
I'll wait at that balcony.
Alright.
Or wait, there's like 6 and there's 5 of us, so one of these balconies we don't wait at, right?
Only the ones with the statues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a certain time period of like what statues need to be hit in what time, like right at the same time, or is there a delay in time that can be allowed?
Yeah, I think so. I want to say, yeah, you can have a delay, but I could be wrong, but I thought you could.
Because like everyone's syncing up at the same time just sounds
Yeah.
like way too much
It's just
for like a 5-man dungeon.
I think it's to save time, honestly, is the only reason it was done that way. But yeah, you could just have one person, I guess, technically walk to each room too, if you really wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a pee as well while this guy's taking a pee.
Alright,
Dibs
cool.
on this one. This is north. Okay.
Just gonna go pick one. think you're next. Yeah, I think you're next. Could be wrong.
Wait, the other guy already do it?
I see south is lit.
All right,
so
I'm lighting mine.
if yours lights up green, then it's correct. Yeah. Southwest. So that's where he just was. the tank stopped. I don't know where the fuck he went. He was just there.
Maybe he's going to the next one.
Maybe I'll walk over. Yeah, I'll walk over. I don't see him unless he's coming for it from the opposite direction.
Behind it are these players who want to play with their friends, but they won't be forced to level through the old world. Again, leveling is an important thing in classic MMOs.
Unless someone lit something.
There are players who dislike it.
I did north. I don't see any.
Unless yours isn't north. Well, now yours has to be north.
Yeah, I'm up north.
Content is focused on that end game.
And that guy directly south of me is
sometimes too much, in my opinion. And leveling is more of a side attraction at this point. I mean, look how fast you can do it with Pokemon pet
Southwest
battles.
is right there where you guys are at. That's what you said.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah? Okay.
I had to click it 3 times.
So southeast now is the other one. Alright, so our guy over there. You're at the... Oh, okay, never mind. So northwest now.
Is this in the game now? Yo, I love pet battles.
That is...
We love pet battles.
Over here.
I'm gonna do it today.
Go back to the one I was at because it's
Tank.
not lit, just in case that's
You're
the
next.
A little outdated as it's been nerfed.
God
it's now
damn
closer
it!
to 8 to 12 hours, but damn, that's pretty good.
Okay, so now northeast. You're at it now.
Shit,
the
man.
final one.
From this major thing to a complete side attraction.
Wow.
May as well not even begin.
I think we'll have to jump down together. I'll come over to you.
This guy don't even drop anything for us, but okay.
Yeah, it figures.
Oh, we're all here, alright. I'm surprised I didn't pull all the ads with him.
Yeah, I thought it would too.
Guess they're not chained. Congrats to the warrior. The statue? Oh. I guess he needs the statue as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, what's this? Altar of a car. Into the depths. That's what I needed. Gimme.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that wasn't the one for the dagger, but it was a quest complete. Easy experience. Now I just need 5 more bars.
Ooh, these little maggots are all over me. Ugh.
Hold on, I'm popping a stone claw. Ooh. Oh no.
I'll wait before I heal for a second so they don't all come to me. Alright, here we go. Come on, stop hitting me. God damn it.
Still on you? Oh shit.
Some of them.
Hold on.
Relentless.
Oh shit, he popped retaliate. Was Tank and Stump always not in a guild? I thought he was in a guild.
Yeah, I can't remember. I thought he was too. I feel like everybody's in the war effort, so it's weird.
Yeah, I think that's where he was at as well.
Yeah.
I recognize his name. I was in that guild first.
They lost a good one. They got too big for their britches. What happens when you got fucking 1,000 people in a guild? Everybody's just a fucking face.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just let Tank and Stump Tank or whatnot while I'm drinking if he's gonna keep on pulling.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that if you've got the mana for it.
Yeah, it should be alright. It looks like there's some small pools coming up. I was higher level than Priesty at one point. They've been going hard.
Yeah, I remember that too. He's like one level ahead of me.
Yeah.
I remember he was in our SM run, same with Tank and Stomp.
Yeah.
For like armory or some shit. One of the SM dungeons.
I could be close if I really wanted to, but it's just not a desire. Like, I already know what it's like once you get to 55. Once you hit BRD, I know what it's like. It's spamming the same dungeons over and over again, which I did all the way through Classic. I was not in a hurry to get to that again. It's really these dungeons I didn't see a lot. I only saw these like once, maybe twice, like as I was leveling.
Yeah. I don't think I did this dungeon in Classic.
Yeah.
Or actually, maybe I did at 60 or whatnot.
Lubers and Uber, they get old. Yeah. Like, once you've done them a million times, they get so old. We used to farm them trying to get the Lionheart helm pattern. Fuck.
It's a bitch and a half doing those.
Yeah. I did it enough. I even seen the epic drops, which you never see. The one that comes off of. Shit. Hang on, I'm gonna mute this for a second. I'll still be here.
Alright. Two oils of relation, so I gotta use them really wisely. Okay. Leather split. Making you work for your money now, huh? I see you over there with no mana. Same with the priest too. That's a big pull though. And this is like a mini boss, ain't it? I think. Are you muted, by the way? Merc. Oh, this ain't a boss, actually. Just like melting him. thing I can do here? Oh. Sweet. Now we got like a 11 stem dagger for the turn on that. Wow, double. That's nice. Nice. Oh, we got a nice dagger coming our way, shot. Upgrade from the GF. Okay. this way. Not going there yet. Some music going on. Or listen to this.
As far as I'm concerned, just start everybody at level 50. So it's no surprise that all of these retail players are coming in, then looking at the old world, and they're like, fuck that button, because it's more of a major thing that makes it even more damaging if you're able to skip it via a level boost. And that's the key point here. Current is built in a way that leveling is a side attraction, Let's just compare the endgame of Shadowlands to the Burning Crusade. In Shadowlands, you have Torghast, the Maw, raids on 4 difficulties, mythics, world quests, PvP of course, order hall, its own currency system, a renown system, story quests, achievement hunting, pet, transmog, and mount collecting, and I'm sure more that I'm missing. In the Burning Crusade, you have PvP, heroics, raids, and the attunement for the raids. That's it. So where am I getting with all of this? Well, where I'm getting at is that the boost is designed for modern MMO gaming, where leveling is more of a distraction. It was not designed for a game where leveling is a bigger chunk of that game's content because there isn't as much endgame to keep the players busy. Thus, you're letting people skip a huge part of the game in the context of the classic MMORPG.
I completely agree with that because leveling was the game. Like most people in Classic didn't even hit 60. Like in Classic WoW, I think a lot of people probably they got 60 and then they stopped playing the game shortly after because they were fucking done with it. They were bored. Like leveling is actually a really good part of the game. It's the best part of the game. That was me,
yeah. The message that the game begins at the high levels, and leveling is indeed this unimportant distraction that's meant to be skipped over. There are players who, because they find the leveling experience in current dull, maybe they think it's ridiculous that you can level to 50 in one day of pet battles, so they come to Classic instead to fill that void. If the first thing they see is a paid level 58 boost, how is this player going to react? I know that many of you just refuse to believe it, but there are players who actually enjoy the leveling in Classic. People are already nostalgic of Classic's launch. Even though it was only a year and a half ago, everyone seems to mention how awesome it was to see so many people leveling up.
It would have been, dude, I would have had so much fun leveling and playing in Classic WoW if I didn't play on a PvP server. Like, it actually would have been the best time ever. I totally ruined my experience by playing on a PvP server. It sucks. Like, there were so many, I can't think of a single thing. Some of the Blackrock Mountain fights were cool at max level, but other than that, it was always just like an annoyance. It was so unfun, man. It was so fucking unfun. I would have had so much more fun if I had just played on a PvP server.
The world is active like this. You feel like you're part of this big experience, working with others, competing against others. It feels like a game.
That's my raid.
Crazy, huh?
That's my
raid.
raid.
When your friends hit 60, you have this sense of accomplishment. And when you know that people can just pay for it, what's the point? With the level boost, your accomplishment is that you swiped a credit card,
big money,
clicked
big
a button,
money,
and generated a level 58 template. Whoa, what a journey. Someone better tell Joker his world record has been broken. Look how fast I can level. And what's more, if we're talking about this casual player, which again is the target demographic according to Blizzard, the casual player's game time is much more heavily favored in leveling.
Exactly.
They don't raid
because it's more on
PvP
rails
as much, so if they can't be bothered with the leveling, they may as well not even be bothered with the game, period.
Exactly.
I'm all for bringing in more players for the health engine, but the target demographic for the boost is so skewed and contradictory. It brings a negative element that everyone has to deal with for a demographic that I predict won't even stick around anyways. The idea is that they want to buy the boost because leveling is too time consuming, or maybe it's too grindy or unfun. Well, those players are in for a surprise because if they can't level from 1 to 58, how in the F are they even going to finish the
I was about to say that, dude. Like, farming out all this shit.
attunement to these raids in the Burning Crusade?
Look at that.
The attunement for BC is absolutely huge.
It's big dick.
If we're talking pre-nerf here, to attune to the Black Temple, you have to attune to Mount Hyjal. And to attune to Mount Hyjal, you have to attune to Serpent Shrine and Tempest Keep.
You gotta get that key.
To attune to the Tempest Keep, you have to complete a lengthy quest chain that requires you to clear through 4 heroic dungeons of 4 factions. But to zone into the heroic dungeons, you have to grind these 4 factions to Revered. And to zone into Serpent Shrine, you need to attune to Karazhan.
I like this, to be honest. I like the way that they had all the attunements and everything in TBC. You know, ironically, it reminds me of Valheim. So, like, in Valheim, each boss that you kill unlocks a different level of progression. So, like, for example, whenever you kill Moder, you unlock the Artisan Table, which allows you to make the Blast Furnace and the Windmill, which allows you to make Black Metal Gear. whenever you kill Bone Mass, it gives you, does Bone Mass give you anything? I don't know if Bone Mass gives you anything. I don't remember offhand, but I know like Elder gives you the Swamp Key, and so then you can go and like look in those things. The Wish, yes, yeah, Bone Mass gives you the Wishbone that lets you, you know, mine for silver. So I in a way, Valheim has these same kind of attunements, and I think that's actually a really cool way of gating the game. It's natural progression.
Tune the Karazhan, you have to complete another lengthy quest chain.
You
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Remember, they also nerfed leveling a little bit in BC. Each level requires about 15% less experience compared to vanilla, so I think the 1 to 58 grind is comparable to a tuning in BC. Honestly, leveling is probably more time consuming, but I think it's in the same league.
Yeah, maybe.
And even putting that aside, the raids in BC might be pretty damn tough. It was confirmed that we're getting the pre-nerf versions of these bosses, which went unkilled.
The raids in TBC are going to make Nax look like a joke. But to be fair, Mythic Castle Nathria is going to make the raids in TBC look like a joke. Like, this is not going to be anywhere near the difficulty of, like, any current beta. But it will be a lot harder than Classic.
By, like, 99% of the player base back then, this demands even more knowledge and even more time in building your character properly, understanding each boss fight and its mechanics, and furthermore, especially in the context of re-releases, we all agree that Classic's worst enemy is stagnation, right? Eventually you will, quote, complete the game and run out of stuff to do. It's unique in the fact that it's an MMO with a planned end. At least that's what everybody's been telling me for the past 2 years. So why now is it suddenly okay to start paying to skip content and move people along more quickly to that finish line? If you're rationalizing a level boost because it takes a lot of time for someone, you're directly developing against one of the biggest weaknesses of your game. It'll cause players to finish the game faster, and therefore it will stagnate faster than it otherwise would have.
Exactly.
If the level boost wasn't part of the design. If someone won't play TBC Classic because they don't have enough time to level, or they think it's too grindy, a level boost just...
It's like the same thing, man. It's like imagine you go to like a fucking place that sells hot wings, and you're like, man, everything here is always so hot. Man, why is everything in the hot wings place so hot? This is crazy. Why can't they just do normal wings at the hot wings place? It's like, you don't want to waste your time on something. Don't fucking play an MMO.
Delays the inevitable because other very basic things in BC are extremely time consuming and
that
grindy.
axe. Jeff bought
So
that
I
axe.
ask again,
He's
who's
such
this
an
boost
idiot.
for? For people to just level up to 70 and then
It
quit
was
once
so
they hit
bad.
the
Singing
attunement?
Crystal Axe.
Your response might be that, well, what's the problem then if they're just
so
going to
bad.
quit? Surely that doesn't affect you, does it? Well, no, it doesn't, but all of this other stuff in this video does.
Use his mom's credit
So,
card to
I
buy
answer
gold
your
before
question
it's
with
live.
another question.
Okay.
If nothing is gained but money for Blizzard, then why does it exist?
Money
It only
for
brings the
Blizzard.
bad stuff in that case. But maybe the problem isn't starting from scratch. Maybe the problem is starting from scratch behind everyone else.
Okay.
Maybe the reason why people want to skip leveling so they can just get in there and play with their friends.
Yeah.
Which after all is the whole point of multiplayer games.
I think that's true.
Of course, grinds are always more fun with buddies, right? I get the question, is it too late to start Classic all the time? Because, understandably so, it sucks to pick up the game when everyone's level 60 and all geared out.
Yep.
People don't want to start behind and level from 1. This is an issue I can get behind, but first, can we just acknowledge that this was the case back then?
Shimwaxon,
We
thanks
didn't
for
get a
10
paid
subs. I
boost,
appreciate it.
and I
Thank
don't
you.
know, this seemed to work out pretty well for them,
Sure
don't you
did.
think? Starting from behind is an unavoidable downside of MMOs, since MMOs have existed, and if it were really as big of a problem as people are making it out to be, why is it that in current, with its many different ways to catch up, such as using the loot islands, or scaled up gear from every other activity, or I don't know, level boosts, that it still to this day has struggles keeping players subscribed?
Because the game is, the thing is, like, he's right, but also people play games differently now. People are just so much better and faster at playing games now. It's crazy. Like, if you want to figure out how to, it's metagaming. Like, it's like hardcore, like, it's like metagaming. You guys have no idea how big it is. because like every game now, if you want to figure out how to kill like any boss in a video game, like let me just look at this is just a random thing, how to kill Guardian. Let's see. Let's look at fucking Nameless King. Look at all these videos. Okay. So you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, people just play games differently now, and they're just better at video games. The general competency for video games is way higher now than it was 15 years ago.
Throughout all of this, it still has retention issues. They hide their sub numbers, obviously, and redefined what success means for them.
Yeah.
But the consistent server merges speak pretty loudly, I think. When you allow people to skip this hurdle, you're gaining a player base with a high turnover rate because they're not as invested into their characters. If you keep
True
this
and
hurdle,
real.
the players you gain, although fewer, will have more of a chance to stick because of the time and effort required to get on the same
It's a
footing
healthier,
as
yeah, it's a
everyone
healthier
else.
community.
And this includes not only gearing, but also leveling, especially in the context of Classic. It's how they built their player base in the first place. It's short-term gain versus long-term gain. Again, referencing here that I feel like Blizzard makes money in ways that are destructive to their games these days. But as I said,
They do. I think they exhume money from their IPs now. It's like you're withdrawing integrity from the game. You are withdrawing quality from the game, and they make money at the expense of the game, and that's what I worry about.
This guy right
comes
here.
up a lot. And I can always get behind the idea of making it easier to play with friends because it just amplifies the experience many times over. So for the sake of constructiveness, I offer a healthier solution.
Okay, what is
Fresh PC servers are such a huge request that I'm very surprised that they confirmed that they will not be out at launch. Due to the aforementioned botting issue and Blizzard's failure to control it, there are those who won't play unless fresh servers come out. People want fresh PC, and although I'm not sure everyone is willing to re-roll, if one of the reasons to bring out the boost is so people can play with friends, I think this is a way more healthy alternative to get new players into the game. Everyone's
Hey bud, you still hanging in there?
Yeah.
Not mad at me, are you?
No?
Yeah, sorry about that. My mom called me from the hospital. She's just awake still.
She is better.
Yeah, I appreciate that. She's been in a bad way these past 3 days now. She had a stroke. She had 2 of them in the same day, so she's like in terrible condition. But they're supposed to be getting it fixed, so hopefully everything works out fine and it's not an issue. But she's fine right now. She can't sleep because she's got so many needles in her arm. It drives her crazy. She needed someone to talk to. I told her to call me if she needed someone to talk to because I'm awake till like 5 a.m. lately.
Because I've already leveled up my fucking character.
That's alright, but she's had really good health up until now. It's strange, right? When you got a parent who's healthy your whole life and then like something happens, it feels like it's like it's not possible. It's like, my mom's really young too. She had me when she was 16, so she's only 52. Like I'm 35, she's 52. She's only 16 years older than me, so she's really not that old.
People were let down by the news of no fresh. If not enough people playing is a big worry, you can balance that out with the people that you lose.
We gotta go back around, I think, and we gotta keep killing all these right here in the center, and then go down.
Every single dragon, even not just the big guys?
Yeah, we gotta kill all these, because they'll come when you start fighting Aranicus. He's down one of these halls.
I really don't think that people are not going to play TBC.
Yeah, he'll summon every Dragonkin in the instance, which is pretty much this whole area we just did. He'll summon, if we miss any, he'll summon all these.
I have friends who loved everything.
I learned that the hard way a couple times, I think.
Love the pre-nerf stuff, Paladin seals.
Oh yeah, Trimmer, dude, Trimmer for real. That is Biss. That is Biss in here.
And a broken economy. Some have over 100 days.
Plus these Dragonkin, the female ones, they sleep. Although they've been getting interrupted, so that would be an issue if people weren't interrupting them. But at least we'd have Trimmer to clear it.
Officially endorsed Gold Bond.
But this is a solid team.
I remember
this is a
one
good group.
time, so fucking my mom back in TBC, she would make all of her money through alchemy.
Yeah, I was having a fucking. When you first pulled and you're like, "Oh, I'm making you do work." I heard, I was still hearing you at the time. I was like, "Yeah, you are."
Shut up, man! Like you
the
know
struggle.
how I talk. You know that's not what I meant. You know that, dude.
I was hoping you were watching my man. I was like, "Oh God, oh God."
Listen.
Yeah,
it was all going to you. All the heals to you. I was like, that other guy can die. You better watch himself.
And she was a transmute master. And there was one time.
Yeah, one of these halls is going to lead to two dragons flying around together, and then you fight
Extra
Aranicus.
things whenever you do a transmute. Like instead of making one, you make three. There was one time that she procced
After we finish all these
primal
center ones, at
mites
least.
out of one. I remember she was like, Zach, get in here. Get in here, quick. Quick, look at this.
Shaman really is bissing here, though, dude. Especially on him. Because that sleep effect, he causes everybody to go to sleep, including the tank. And Trimmer is the only thing that can clear it.
Okay.
The next point.
Yeah, and having two Shaman, oh my god. Easy mode.
If I told you that the level boost is indirectly an officially endorsed way to buy gold. Transmute alts are very powerful in Classic.
Oh wow.
I used them to fund my Ring 14 grind. For those who don't know, certain professions
True
have
and
these
real.
transmutes that you can only do once per day.
Are you getting plenty of dragon scales?
To turn not so
Some of
useful
them.
items into
I think the
neutral
rogue's
items.
more on it than me. I just got 3 dragon skills.
I've seen trade chat all the time, people selling their transmutes. They don't even have the materials.
Totally forgot that I could
They just buy the
skin
gold.
these things, so he's probably getting most of them.
Also has these transmutes. Spell claw.
Is there something you're going to be making for yourself? The whole black dragon scale set, right?
Yeah, fire resistant crap.
Have a certain character level.
74%
Developers
fresh.
recognized back then if people could just train these professions right out the gate, it would break the
Fresh is
fragile
hype.
balance of these profession cooldowns.
I didn't expect that hype.
For the important vanilla stuff, it's level 35 to train up to 300 skill.
Damn.
And for the Burning Crusade stuff,
I
it's
believe
50
these are the
to
last guys,
360.
then we go
so you
there.
can do it all the way
We're
with the
basically
builds.
done.
58 boost.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last mob pack, and
That's a
now
huge
we got like
investment.
bosses,
Work is
basically.
done.
Yep.
It's just another
Just like
example
three,
of
like
how the
3
game
bosses,
wasn't
2 mini
designed
bosses,
for
and then the
every
main
level
boss.
boost. It's a package deal that indirectly also brings in gold buying.
How close are you to
My
leveling?
This is actually a really good
3
insight.
bars
that he
exactly.
brings up. I never thought of this.
Looks like I might be about 3 bars
Playing
myself
vanilla
from
classic
leveling
for
by
a
the
year
time
and
we're
a
done
half.
with this.
You
Because I'm at
honestly
like
think that
about
the
4 right
community
now.
will exploit this to its fullest extent? Like, this is the classic
Just a bit
community
shy,
we're
but not
talking
far.
about.
Yeah.
These are people who will raid log their characters for 6 days with world buffs, level an alt of
I still have my character with the Dark Moon Fair buff. Because I might raid next week, and I didn't come into raid last week.
same class so they can actually play the game, but end up doing
I'm
the same
still
thing with
sitting on
that
it.
alt, funny enough. You have players running over a dozen accounts, camping each and every Black Lotus spawn in an entire zone. Not that there's necessarily anything wrong with min-maxing
That's
and
good.
forcing itself. That's what you like, that's what you like. And you
It
guys
is
know my
fun.
opinions on world
Yeah, I think
buff.
the Emperor's like
Point
level
I'm making here is
57,
that
so
the classic community
yeah,
is
you'll
the
be
definition of
uncrushable
min-max.
here soon.
They don't min-max, they are min-max, and will do
I think classic WoW players
Dude, your
are
character's
more
like
min-maxed
blinking
than
across my
retail
screen.
WoW players.
Is it just me?
Which is kind of fucking
Yeah, that
funny
is
whenever
weird.
you think about how easy the raids
He was
are.
like hovering.
anything and everything.
Yeah, that's
you buy,
strange.
Every last
Let me look at my
percentage of
no, my
advantage they
latency's
can
good.
possibly get. So do you really think that they wouldn't buy new accounts?
Shit, he's on to
solely
me.
bypass the one
Whoops,
current
I said that out loud.
spam transmute
Use
alt?
your
And
abilities.
this is
Get me
assuming it's
fat
still
loots.
$14 a month. Assuming that the boost is 40 or $8 still. It's 55 or 12 as an entry fee.
What's
and
this dude
15
got
or
anyway?
4 months for
Warfaz,
sign-up
right?
play.
Let's see.
Like I said earlier,
Warfaz and
to some that's a lot.
Both got
and
the
to
same
others
loot.
It's nothing, which creates an unnatural discrepancy.
Yeah, that ring,
between
that's right.
players
They can
and
produce a
their
pretty
less
sweet ass
disposable
ring. It's
income.
got defense on it,
I
so let's,
already know
yeah,
that
get
you're
it,
gonna say
baby,
that
get it.
people buy Golden Classic anyways.
They do.
Again,
That's true.
Random
plain
though, since
give
I'm
up
telling
and
what you
fold
get.
mentality
Don't
that
die,
people
Yeah,
don't
just
die.
give up.
attach
That's
to.
the solution.
Rules exist for
Wanna,
a
like,
reason.
face towards the wall.
Enforcement.
Dude, your
is
character's like
officially
teleporting
endorsed
around. What the fuck?
optimization of the game across the board. Another point that people bring up is the fact
My
that
point,
everyone with
my point of
gold
view doesn't
are
look.
very
It
few
looks pretty
people that
normal.
buy gold through the multiple account transmute alt method. Only a small percentage of players will. Well, first, I don't think that's necessarily true. And two, even if it it is a small percentage.
If it weren't for you, this group would have never brought me here. Even though it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all.
The rogue is in our guild or whatnot, so it's like, I was like saying, oh, maybe you could heal and whatnot. And he's like, I got a healer, but we'll see if we can get you to like off heal.
Yeah,
or rather the priest off heals.
Fucking dude, multi-boxing.
Yeah, he's only had to maybe a couple
so
times it got hairy, but that's it. It's been smooth for the most part.
I really
no
did.
loot.
I thought
Yeah,
that was
that's
so
some shit.
funny because you had these people that like invested
Shade of Arenicus. It's got a it's got a nice shield. I don't know if you would wear it.
No, my next shield upgrade is like from AV rep and oh wait, what's this?
Spending a bunch of extra
sword.
money just to
I don't
get
even
an
need that.
advantage in the game. What a bunch of
None of us can use that. Oh, I guess the warrior could.
And botting as well. Like I said,
Look at this guy, 55. Ooh, he is beefy.
Oh, I could take him.
Of course not.
Oh no, you can. Yeah, you definitely could take him. I don't want anywhere near him, but you could take him. I don't even know if I can get that close. You think I can get that close?
Kinda, yeah.
3.5 gold. I'm pretty sure on my server.
I can lightning bolt from this distance.
Wow.
And then I'll face him away. I guess don't go behind him.
I got Trimmer down here, so I don't know when he does the dream thing, but he'll do it soon.
Yeah, why does that happen?
Or I'll face him sideways from you guys.
It's a great privilege to pay Blizzard to allow us to skip critical parts of their game. Leveling is character progression in the context of Classic, and paying for progression with real-life money compromises its integrity. I see the whole thing is arbitrary anyways.
Oh, shit.
The main reason Blizzard brought out
I'm
is
slept.
What the fuck? Trimmer's not working on you.
Boring or too time-consuming to be bothered with it.
Yeah, it's supposed to work.
The attunement is time-consuming.
The
All my
fuck?
friends are attuned, and I can't go into the same raids as them. Where's the boost for
Yeah,
that?
Trimmer is supposed to save you there. Don't tell me that that's one of the curveballs they threw at us.
I might
I
be.
fucking remember that shit because I had one of my characters. I couldn't take it into Karazhan. That is a fucking
shit.
That is a true. They got rid of the attunement. Well,
Priest, you can tank it for a bit, I guess. I mean,
they made them a
we're
little
both
more
in,
relaxed,
but I
and they
mean,
didn't
we got
get rid of
12k
attunements
left.
until, like, the very end of
Cool,
TDC, the fucking pre-patch.
Oh, I think I got it now. I got the threat back.
2.4, yeah. Like, I thought attunements were a good idea.
We just
like,
sit here and fucking try to stab him, because I'm fucking I'm fucking
Going down.
here, I guess.
Alright, warrior's probably gonna get.
Who would be forced to do it? I already farmed to get my flying mount once. There's no reason to force me to do it again.
True and
Let's
real.
bring out the WoW token.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay, that was a mouthful.
We stun you.
Can you tell us
Stun
more
you,
about
son
the
of a
game,
bitch.
Ed? Hell, I think you do if you get this
5K.
far.
You can probably
What
onk
do
if
you
you
think
need
about
to.
all this?
I don't got onk.
I think we could.
Oh shit, you should have told me I would have hooked you up.
My
You
bad.
think I should?
I
don't know, the
I
rogue.
think you're. I don't know if you're far enough to give
Yeah.
it.
Short term because it'll lead Classic
I think I'm a little close.
Yeah, you're a little close. This is awkward. Alright, we walk back.
I got a bridge with your name on it that I'd like to sell.
Dude, what the fuck? Trimmer used to work on that. That was like the most OP shit in the day. Oh, fuck.
If people skip past leveling anyways by paying for power leveling, nerf dungeon XP further when there's a higher level in the party or something to that effect. And if people
That
don't
is
wanna
some
start
baby
behind
back
their friends,
bullshit.
release fresh servers, and give them the option
They
to
can't
start
give us
together.
nothing, man. That
This
was
is
our
a
thing,
compromise.
right? We
Of
had
course,
the
they
one
would be
thing,
those
and they
who
just
are
took it
willing to
away.
reroll, but hey, it's an option. There's
Maybe I was too far away. I don't know.
No, I felt like you were real
It sounds
close to
weird,
it.
but like this
Yeah,
whole
sleep.
video,
Removing
like,
fear,
the one
charm,
thing
and
that
sleep
it
effects.
did
What the
is
fuck?
It made me want to re-level in fucking.
But it looks
Classic.
like the
Just,
priest
like,
could
thinking
dispel
about
it for me
and-
because
and
it's a magic
everything, it's just
effect.
Like, oh man, remember like that was
Really?
back in the day, and you're leveling.
Yeah,
up
when
your
I was looking at the
character,
debuff.
and then just like seeing him run around with like that shitty armor on and everything. Like yeah, it did. Like I remember, I actually talked to Mad Season before he made this video. Let me see. I'll expose the DMs.
Yeah, and it's like it goes to the next person on fucking aggro basically as soon as you get slept.
Okay.
But if I get, they wake me up, like the priest wakes me up quick
I will show
enough,
you guys
like,
the screenshot
I'll be able
of
to
the
like
fucking DMs I had
work
with
my
them.
threat,
After
trying to
this, okay?
counteract that.
Really? Not one?
I'll give you an onk when we get in there too. Had I known, I'd have hooked you up.
Boots on the ground to report daughters and give friends a chance to play together, all at the same time, keeping Classic World of Warcraft classic. The level boost gives friends a chance to play together more easily, as one doesn't need
Or
to
does that
control
sleep
every
multiple
level,
people or
but
just
at
the
same
tank
time,
mainly?
it has its
I only saw it
personal
sleep
advantage
you
to the
that
mind.
time, like its single
My
target
eyes
slept,
get
but I swear it
tired
used to be an AoE sleep. Everybody would get slept, and it would just sit there and pound on people, and you couldn't do anything about it. You had to wait for the effect to fade and hope that your tank could withstand the damage for a
I'm gonna
bit.
give credit where credit is due. I think Blizzard has done.
Because it looks like straight up, like it was a blue outline of the buff, so it's like clearly a priest could dispel it.
Maybe that's what they're counting
Yeah.
on. Unfortunately, I do feel like at the end of the day, it's all pissing in the wind. Do I really think?
Dude, I've done this place so many times, I don't even think about where I'm going. My body is just like moving. I'm not even sure what's going on. My body is just moving the direction of the instance. It's just like,
is your only shot.
yeah, running in this place, I feel like I've ran in here a million times for one reason or another.
People start buying it.
Yep.
They have the excuse of, well, gee, guys, our hands are tied. We can't just let some people buy the boost and then just stop offering it.
Oh,
come on, that wouldn't be fair. So rest assured, no matter how much damage this causes, once it's in, it's in. I think it would be a good move.
Oh man,
seriously,
this is
how much
so
respect
sad.
would
What a
Blizzard give
drag.
if they announced that?
I thought that was gonna be a flawless run. I was like, we got this, man. Flawless, baby.
I was thinking so.
In the original release, and we didn't let that happen because it would have hurt the game back then, and it would hurt the game today. You see that big statue outside of your building? The one with the first of your 8 core values? The one that says gameplay first.
I forget where I'm going.
I'm just saying that if you guys tasked me with creating...
I'm on
my
the
first
right
thought would be
track.
to offer you a paid service to skip over a major part
over
of
the
that
gameplay.
Game. And I find it pretty...
Yeah,
now
shit.
instead of gameplay first, it's skip to gameplay first.
I think I'm on the right track.
Priesty just came in.
And the game must adapt to
Simple.
minimize
Yeah, this rings a bell.
the quit current in the first place. If nothing else, I just wanted it to be known that Man Season Show does not approve. He thinks that it's a bad move that'll hurt the game.
He says he's got you, so hopefully he hopefully he can do that.
Share that with Classic as well.
Unless they
That's like an 8-9 second sleep or whatnot. So it's
yeah. Yeah, unless they made it something that's like a new thing, part of Season of Mastery. They've made that undispellable. That would be a bit of a nightmare
Great games are made from criticism,
to deal with.
not from people who refuse to acknowledge that there's more than one side to a discussion.
The funny thing about that.
Just don't let it happen again. No, I'm kidding.
Look how happy he is. Look how
Have you found the way in? I'll come back out.
I'm in now, basically.
Okay, cool. Alright.
Now look at Jay.
Yeah, alright.
That's the difference between being a developer and being the fucking president.
I guess we're walking downstairs now, or
this way.
This way now. He's so fucking stressed out, probably all the time, constantly. Sucks.
This video and the whole situation in particular has really left me feeling burnt out.
Aging?
So much so that I think I'm gonna
That's
take
a lot of
little
aging.
break here. Nothing too crazy, maybe just a week or two away from it because I do feel
I found my way in. I'm like,
this is a 1 hour
I'm like
video of an
6
unpleasant
beers
subject
in with
to
2
me.
Twisted
Out
Teas.
of the
I'm about to go into the
630
Baileys
videos
and
on my channel,
eggnog.
this is the only one I didn't want to make, but I made it because I doubt very much that you guys are subscribed to me because I'm afraid to share my true feelings, regardless of how they're received. Classic has had its problems, like I said, but I mean, you can't
know he was waiting for a res.
150 days into it since
Oh yeah, I think he said he was going to AFK actually. He's going for a piss or some shit.
I met a lot of like-minded people, and I'm lucky to say that. I made good friends through it. It's had a very positive effect on my life.
Yeah.
And no matter what else I've said in this video, I want to give a big thank you to not only the devs, but you, the viewer, as well, for giving me your time, as you've done so many times. But you got to look at it from my perspective. I've slowly watched over the course of 16 years one of my favorite hobbies of all time turn into something that I have little to no interest in.
Sad.
That itself is bad enough, but to see that happen twice, to see the start of it going down this old familiar road of, oh, I don't have enough time to level, so the game itself and everyone else playing it must adapt to me. That really sucks, and I feel pretty comfortable in saying that. I think I speak
which
for a
way
lot
was
of
the
people on
fucker
that
again?
one.
Immediately across from us, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. It's the center. You would think so, yeah. It's the center.
Yeah, because over there is like where the big mob
until
of people
Mad
was,
Season
and then over
brought
there
up
is where the
point of
dragon
botting
thing
and
was.
how much this removed the fixed cost
Yeah,
of
this looks
investing
right,
into a bot. Like, now that he brought up the point of botting, I actually think that this boosting thing is bad. Like, everything else about it, I think it's like a wash, right? Like, who gives a fuck? But the botting part is genuinely harmful. Like, this is genuinely bad. And it's like, you ever fucking...
You don't have any mana potions on you, do you?
Like,
all I got is a
lot
low
of
level
hope in
one.
something, and you're like, oh,
no, I only got healing potions.
maybe this time it's gonna be different.
I could use the healing potions to help out.
Well, we've had that with bots and Blizzard for 16 years.
Alright.
It's not.
Get ready for
It's
this
gonna
shit.
be the same motherfucking shit.
I'm mad up the
They're
full
gonna
before I
not pay
even pull.
attention to it. They're gonna do a ban wave. People are gonna be like, oh, that's nice. And then 3 days later, it's gonna be an issue again. And that's it. That's what I'm worried about.
Oh
It
yeah.
enables faction transfers.
They're
It's
immune.
different
He's
than
immune
that,
to
right?
what you calls it.
They did get rid of multi-bots.
Earth,
It's true.
nature
Blizzard does do
spells.
some things right.
Yeah.
Dealing with botting is just not one of them.
It looks like he's dropping faster now.
What it is.
Oh yeah.
And you have the word of a company who's already gone back
Way
to their word
faster.
multiple times.
Yeah.
I just don't see how you can look at this long
Okay.
list of issues and
Oh,
say,
I need this
you know
spell.
what?
Just in
I'm
case.
okay with the old world being abandoned.
We did.
90% of the server
spell.
going straight to an expansion that's 1/10 the size of its predecessor. I'm
Yeah, I
okay
guess
with
it doesn't.
botting going from bad to horrible.
I'm healing then.
okay with
I'm
creating
yeah.
a high heal environment for cheaters.
Yeah, it doesn't work
I'm okay
apparently.
with people being able to indirectly.
We're a
control.
lot further,
I'm okay
hold
with
on.
Blizzard saying that the target audience for this boost are those who don't have a high level character.
Yeah,
Yet the boost
this
is
looks way
available
better.
for purchase to everyone. even
Oh
though
shit!
it's
You can't even. I can't even heal the fucker when he's like that.
Vanish. Based off of real life
Just Vanish, I'm like, I'm stuck in highest thread, so.
Yeah. We should
oh,
be
he
good.
has no powder. Alright, yeah, he's
okay
good.
with speeding players closer to stagnation.
I'll give him all I got since he's got it.
And I'm okay to opening Pandora's box to all manner of cash shop services, because Blizzard now has approval to offer you services that you deem to be too time-consuming, grindy, or unfun, and that if Blizzard can say that, oh, people don't want to
Jeez.
buy, so we're giving them the ability to pay to skip it.
There's your chance to hit, but oh,
they can say it for
that's kind of
literally
good for
anything
my
in the
threat
game,
set. If
and
no one else is gonna
snag
need that, I mean,
Yeah, snag it.
to even play the
Yeah, I don't
game,
want it.
because if they don't have time to level,
Oh,
they
you,
don't
baby.
have time to do the time-consuming or grinding.
It's like, I don't have time to level.
Yep, and then to turn that quest in, go over to this.
I have to
yeah,
get
this
in
brazier back here.
to do a 3-hour fucking heroic, so I can unlock another 3-hour fucking heroic.
I don't think
so I can
I'm
do
on
the
that
fourth
quest.
3-hour heroic, so I can
Did
do
you
the
pick up
7-hour raid.
the thing from him?
But I don't have time
yeah.
to level.
The chain. Well, start it.
Uh-huh.
Click it to start it, and then turn. I think you turn it in over here.
Oh, this thing, the Essence of Vernacris.
Thanks for
Yeah,
watching.
yeah.
I'll
Okay.
see you in the next one.
Yeah.
Peace.
So here's what
I
Matt
can't get
says
it,
in
but I
the
remember that that's what you gotta do.
You know, pick up streaming again for TBC. Mr.
Oh,
Action, my
thanks,
videos, like,
Goosey.
yes. Curious to your thoughts on level boost. Funny seeing people advocate for the same things made them want to classic first place. Since I have a lot to think, a lot to say, I said, thank God, that'll be an entire
He
stream.
just gave me all his leather and stuff. That's sweet of him.
Oh, awesome.
There it is. That'll be an entire fucking stream.
Alright, I'll catch you tomorrow, I guess. I'm gonna go turn in my quest and shit and probably call it a night.
Alright, bud. Had fun. Good tanking.
Alright, thanks, man.
Yep.
Well, good thing I have this. I mean hearse, but I guess I'll go turn in that quest over here while I'm here, I guess, before I go back and get the other quest turn in, which is Canaris, okay. I got a lot of traveling to do. Where's my music and shit? Or Asmongold shit, at least.
this might actually be my favorite video for WoW Classic. Yeah, Barney, this video was out of this fucking world. Okay, boys, here we go.
Sponsored by this place.
I actually have it displayed. S-Fan got one for me. It's real nice. He got a smaller one for my dad, and my dad still has it up in his house. It's like the of me and S-Fan, the classic WoW one. It's really nice.
Scareboard, 840 opening event. So, one of the more hardcore goals we have for vanilla is we want to have the most scareboards in the world.
There's no way. Like, that's such a... Like, dude, classic WoW goals are like, okay, our goal is to play the game for 75 hours a day. Because the other guilds are only playing it for 70 hours a day. That's really what it is. Like, the goals are fucking insane. There he is. There he is. Video lagging? It's editing? Oh, it is? Okay, okay, I didn't know. I was worried that it was getting fucked up.
There's so many.
Oh, yeah,
so
okay.
many of them, they don't stop coming. We have to kill so many of them. There's so many bugs I gotta kill. It's just a dream.
Thank God. Thank God.
Months ago. What day is it?
2021.
Oh no!
2021?
Well, you know what they say, another year, another video. I feel like I'm forever
Just like my main
apologizing
channel.
for taking so long to make content, but I play World of Warcraft Classic for the PC. I don't get to have free time. What, you thought making content was my job and I should prioritize that? Yeah, me too. Then I realized to make good WoW content, you have to go all in.
That's right. Or just watch people that do.
Keep it in video. I don't care. I've lost my fucking mind at this point. Do you know how long I spend farming consumes just so I can efficiently raid?
Dude, farming Nax consumables is actually a job. Like, it's actually a fucking job. And if you're in a guild that wipes, it's 2 jobs.
Log to edit, right? I raid log to edit, right?
Smart.
Wrong to level several raiding ults so I can be as useful as possible in the Burning Crusade that we don't even know is coming out yet, by the way. You see, to secure the content of the future, I have to grind in the now, and I'm not going to get Glaives of Azeroth just by virtue of playing a rogue and being a content creator. My guild operates on a very strict merit-based system, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way because it feels good to earn thing in video game. Crazy concept. Ironic, is it not? Playing World of Warcraft has become my true job, and making content is just what I do for fun in my free time. Being a content creator truly is a joker's trick, a monkey's poor wish. You think you want it, but you don't. Speaking of having no free time, do you know what I did on Christmas Day?
What'd you do?
Killed how many bugs? I spent like, what, 16 hours one day, and is this seriously something from this footage you're gonna have?
I'm telling you, man, classic WoW.
Wants to hear about Nick. Welcome to patch 1.12. Nax is out.
Jesus.
Got a ring in there last night. Wait, Nax is out? Nax out?
Nax is out?
Nax
What?
Nax
out?
If you got the rep to get in. Naturally,
It's
I'm
not that
exalted. My 72
Really?
runs of Stratholm to get Shadowcraft pants speak for themselves.
Oh
Wish I
my
could tell you
God.
that was my worst item grind,
The
but I
hell's wrong
suffered
with you?
through 206 full upper Blackrock Spire runs before I even saw a Shadowcraft chest drop. A fate that is...
You named them? Bro, like, all of that is like fucking WoW recording _35784321. Like, I never fucking do that shit. This guy's again, no wonder it takes naming his video type. Fuck that.
Statistically improbable, but I have the proof, and, well, unlikelier things have happened. In Upper Blackrock Spire, the sexual tension between Rend and Nefarian is awkward, and the loot you need seems to never drop. What could be worse?
That's true.
Right.
Remember how I
Bullshit
did that for a
introducing
month?
Spell upgrade books in this patch that only drop from here.
Oh, it's funny, dude.
With
Go
this patch,
back,
we also
bitch.
received an array of new quests, which is just classic talk for
They're not
elaborate vendoring. See, these quests aren't actually real. This is just tier piece vendoring before Blizzard figured out how to code this. However, these quests outside
it's
have
about
something very, very important that we're going to need.
What's that?
The Argent Dawn Tabard. Sorry, I
Okay.
mean consecrated sharpening stones. I am going to pick
Yes.
up that tabard too, because it's fucking this. consecrated sharpening stones give plus 100 attack power
Wait.
against undead for 1 hour, making instant poison pretty much obsolete in next
Wow.
rounds except on the Fairlina and Myexna.
I didn't even
fights,
know
'cause
about
they're
that.
not undead. By the
Holy
way, rogues
shit.
on Myexna, you can vanish the web spray, so go get that 99. Because they're so strong
boy.
in Naxxramas, I'm going to want a lot of these sharpening stones, about 3 per
How
week
do you get
until
'em?
Classic ends.
Yeah, I didn't know how to
let's
even
call
get
that
these.
like 6 months tops. That's like 72 stones, but then I also need to factor in I'm gonna want these stones in Burning Crusade for some bosses that we don't even know is coming out yet, by the way.
Just... You see how long it took him to make the video? Is he started making this video back whenever he didn't know if Burning Crusade was even gonna get released. And like, when was that? Like fucking 8 months ago? Uber Danger's in here? Oh, what up, Joe? Like, I actually talked to him the other day. He's got a...
So I'm gonna go
He
back.
has a Snyder cut of a video coming out. I'll tell you that. He has a Snyder cut of a video.
I basically got
clearing those
55 when
bosses
I
once
turned
per
in the
week every
quest.
week since they come out until the end of the TVC's life cycle, so that's a lot of stones. But one single consecrated sharpening stone costs 8
How much?
necrotic runes, and there's only one place to get necrotic runes.
I don't know how to get 'em.
Everyone needs them, everyone's grinding for them, and they're only around for a limited time because, of course, they are. Welcome to yet
Oh, yes! I remember this! Never mind! I remember this shit because this happened and then we farmed out like 50,000 of these for the Wrath of the Lich King Nax event, and then they made them unusable. I was so upset.
Another virtual hell resource war
Barney's in
curated
here?
and
What up,
designed
dude?
by Blizzard Entertainment.
What up,
Welcome
dude?
to the grind, but it's not the grind people want to see.
Nobody wants to see it.
That means
Nobody wants to do
300
it.
hours of footage. Multiple times, by the way. You gotta edit that. You gotta do it now. No one wants to hear about necrotic runes. Maybe they want to hear about Displate, which is this video's sponsor. They do look good on my wall. Every couple of hours, a random invasion will begin somewhere on Azeroth, signified by a purple skull on the map and giant floating ziggurats appearing in the sky somewhere within that zone. If you follow one of the necrotic bolts fired from the ziggurat, you will uncover
See
a
the
horde
ads.
of ghosts and ghouls protecting a necrotic shard. These
Yep.
mobs can drop single necrotic runes, but the real reason we're
I
here
have
to
never
kill them is to
looted one
weaken
of
the
those.
shard, because once you weaken the shard enough, 4 dudes will teleport down from the ziggurat and attempt to repair it. Using 8 necrotic runes, you can curse one of these dudes and turn him into an elite Shadow of Doom. These dudes fucking slap, by the way.
What
This
the
is what
fuck?
you came here for, because these elites drop a guaranteed 30 necrotic runes. Now, I could have busted my balls for days,
Wow.
maybe even weeks, fighting against players of both factions for some necrotic runes, but when I heard my friend only got 34 necrotic runes in one day due to the sheer congestion and grief.
Oh, look, this is the best part. It's like, yeah, classic WoW. Oh, this is why he didn't get as many. Alley griefing, horde griefing, had so many elite tags stolen. Like, yeah, this is the true classic WoW experience. You try to play the game, and you're just griefed constantly by a bunch of fucking idiots. Oh my god.
I had flashbacks to
Barney, you get it? That's your time.
Nope, I'm fucking dead. Haha. Something. And was like, yeah, fuck that. There's got to be a better way. At first, I
Yeah.
thought that better way would be to
Fuck
just farm
that.
at 4:11 a.m. on a weekday. But it turns
Smart.
out, even if you are lucky enough to get a shard to yourself, which I cannot stress to you enough just how rare that is, you still
Yeah.
need a group to help you. A group that is also going to need necrotic runes, and a group that is
Exactly, you
also
gotta-
probably going to be of a suboptimal setup because it's 4:11 a.m. on a weekday. It took
What
us
a bunch
about
of
1 hour to
losers. They're
clear
not
this
playing
shard,
then?
and I walked away with 124 necrotic runes. That converts to only 15 sharpening stones, and it will now be 3 hours before another invasion.
So 15 sharpening stones divided by 2 because you want to have 2 of the sharpening stones for each weapon. So that's really only like 7 hours. So you spend all day for 7 hours of a buff that's slightly better. What? What? Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! I've been here for years! For years! And I got it! Holy shit, I didn't even know. Barney, I love you! Thank you, We're gonna watch Barney videos every single time that I do a mount run from now on! Oh my god! Yes, dude! Yes! Oh my god! This is a 1 in 1,500. This looks good. Oh my god, this looks so good. Wow, look at the quality. Look at, dude, this one's so much better than the other one. Oh my god. Dude, I love Barney. Like, I really feel like, because of this video, I got them out. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but I genuinely feel like I got them out because of him. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going.
Starts. By then, all the dads will be awake, so this is likely as good as it gets. There has to be a better way. Now, that better way wasn't death rolling this warrior for his last 7 gold, which he needed to spend on repairs, but I did it anyway. No, the better way was in fact something so obvious I was surprised I didn't think of it sooner.
Wait, he's going and hustling people out of their last little bits of money so they can't even repair? Dude, Barney's a pimp. Barney's a fucking pimp. I love to see that. That's awesome.
All I actually had to do was just wait 1 whole month to be exact until Christmas Day 2020. When everyone else was offline spending potentially life-threatening quality time with their loved ones, Redspawn and I came in and cleaned house.
Okay. Farming on Christmas, dude. That's the real fucking gangsta shit right there. Oh, dude. Wow. Uh-oh, they're dying. Yeah, it's probably a little bit too much to farm.
And that's how I farmed 200 carapace fragments. I mean, sharpening stone. Wait, what the fuck?
Holy
Wait, this
shit.
isn't a Shara. Where the fuck am I? What's going on?
200? That's a lot.
Ow, you alright?
I just fell asleep. I hit my head on my mic. Oh my god, it's only thick.
It's only day 2.
What's that? Naxxramas? Necrotic runes?
What are those?
What the fuck are you talking about? We're here farming bugs. You have no idea what's going on, do you? I'm gonna catch you up to speed. Okay. After Baristolf's permanent resurrection at the hands of the No Changes team, the Horde and the Alliance began warring for the most precious resource of all, territory. After all, he who owns the territory owns the farm within it. Are you picking up what I'm putting down, son?
This was actually a pretty fun, this was a fun week of Classic WoW. It was really fun if you weren't invested in it. So, like, for example, I wasn't going to get Scarab Lord. Like, we got a few Scarab Lords in my guild. Like, it is what it is. But, like, I didn't really care if things happened that way or not. But it was really fun for me to just go out and play the game. I think the only thing that's annoying is the amount of downtime between combat. You know, like, if you die, you have to run back, and then people kill you whenever you res. It sucks. But other than that, it was a really, really fun week, man. It really was. You said you're going to go Scarab Board for Classic Roots? Yeah, but I quit, and so, like, it wasn't really be fair for me to get Scarab Board in the guild, right? Because I wasn't putting in the effort. I wasn't streaming, or I wasn't raiding all the time, and so, like, yeah, it wouldn't make sense for me to get it.
As the hours passed and the many battles waged on, the territory balance shifted like so. Somewhere along the way, guilds of all sizes and creeds began to put aside their super serious dramas to band together under one banner. For the Horde. This was, at least for now, not just a guild versus guild affair, but rather an all-out faction war, and childish infighting was going to have to be put on hold if we were going to get some farm. And so, a natural ecosystem settled in. Above ground, PvP teams would patrol to keep the Alliance out, allowing the farmers below ground to safely acquire fragments.
Dude, I remember whenever this was happening, everybody was, like, harassing, like, fucking getting so mad at Crusade. Like, that's, like, S-Fan's guild. Dude, people were mauling out over Crusade and like all of the bullshit that was happening there. It was kind of crazy to see how mad somebody could get over an old Mount Deserved. Yeah, sure. Yeah, about like collusion with the Horde and stuff like that. I don't really know what happened. I just logged on to play the fucking game, but I remember there was a whole fucking lot of drama, man. A whole lot of drama.
Someone who spent quite a few hours of time doing both, I can attest to you personally that during these hours it truly felt like I was fighting alongside the Horde as a faction. It really felt like I was like actually a guy in the Horde, like fighting in a real war. Sounds so lame, but it was so fucking cool. I might not be very good at world PvP, but I sure as heck like to participate anyway. Just don't let me catch you alone in Stormwind. God, I fucking love being a Ow! This system of holding mass territory as a faction had proven to be quite successful, and after a while, the large-scale fights seemed to die down. The Horde, whilst very condensely packed, had their territory in Hive Zora, and the
I like how, so what happened is that, like, on Faralina, we had all these battles, and then finally at the opening of the gates, all of the Horde agreed to just go on one layer, and all of the Alliance agreed to just go on the other layer. So all the entire War of AQ was was spamming AoEs underneath the Anubisath mobs that were going to spawn and competing for tags. It was fucking hilarious. They pussed out? Well, no, people didn't puss out. They're there for the rewards. They want, like, I want to get the rep, you want to get the rep, let's just make sure we both get the rep. It is what it is.
And whilst not exactly working together as one unit, had their territories in Hive Ashi and Hive Regal. As a full moon rose and the evening settled in, a calm finally swept across Silithus, and for just a brief moment, there was no fighting, there was no drama, no bad vibes. It was just guys being dudes, hanging out, killing some fucking bugs. And then he appeared. The one who would put this tenuous horde pack to the test. Cloaked in a mantle of feathers, brandishing a mallet, scorched by the sun itself, he descended from the cosmic realms. The Sage of the Six Moons.
I've got to say, any Moonkin that has Sulfuras in Classic WoW, stay away from that person. Just stay away. Just stay away. Like, it's just better for your mental health to just stay away from that person.
His teachings rang out in the general chat, imparting a most forbidden technique to all druids. A highly illegal Moonfire scroll wheel macro that can tag mobs on frame 1. I'm pretty sure people actually got banned for using this, by the way. With this, the druids would have power to completely disrupt the emergent ebb and flow of Hive's aura. Why be cordial with your fellow faction member and let him have that farm when he literally cannot stop you from tagging it before him?
Remember what I told you? Remember what I said?
True balance druids, they were not. And
Moon
what
boys.
had taken the horde hours to build up in mere
They're
minutes
the worst.
was destroyed forever. So now we had a bunch of druids running rampant below ground, tagging literally every mob on spawn and pissing everybody off.
Oh no!
It also didn't help that the druids
gonna
responsible
find
for this
you.
just so happened to be in guilds who had already gained a reputation over the course of the day for farming in the hives whilst not having proper PvP representation outside, essentially freeloading. And let me tell you...
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like, there are guilds in Classic WoW that are just scumbag guilds. Like, everybody in the guild is a scumbag. You join the guild, you know you're a scumbag. Everybody's a dick.
You're on
It's a
your
dick
17th
guild.
consecutive hour of PvPing the Alliance to keep people safe who are, in return, just stomping all over your goodwill. You start to realize that the enemy might not necessarily have a red name. The enemy might actually just be certain guilds within your own faction.
That's
or
right.
what is an enemy if not
The
someone
enemy's
going out
within.
of their way to hinder your goals? This realization came to be known as the People's Grief Awakening. Countless memes on the Grubulus subreddit began circulating at this time, disparaging the rat way of life whilst praising those who had previously struck a fair balance between fighting and farming.
Yep.
These memes, whilst very funny, World of Rats. Rats. Unfortunately did very little to dissuade the druids from their path. No, you can't just steal our tags by using an instant target and class macro.
Scroll wheel go.
And at this point, most people had realized the grim
That's
reality
great.
that even if the druids were to stop, it was too little too late. The damage was
doesn't
done.
matter,
Bad
yeah.
blood was already boiling, reputations had begun to form, and the once proud horde pact was slowly falling apart.
All according to plan.
I didn't just spend the last 17 hours merely PvPing and killing bugs, no. I was also sneaking around with my rogue crew, keeping tabs on everything and everyone. I mean, it's literally my job to document this event, right? So, by
Yeah,
extension,
that's
I
true.
need to know which guilds are where, their rough numbers, their
That makes
PvP
sense.
prowess, their allegiances, their enemies,
Yep.
everything.
Of
And as
course.
the battles waged on and I harvested this data in secrecy, I started to realize something. The trick to the Alliance's strength, the reason they were able to hold twice as much territory as us, was just a numbers game. A numbers game with a huge flaw. You see, the Alliance didn't have bigger guilds or better guilds, they just had more guilds. But if these guilds were to start distrusting each other, if those guilds were to stop working together, well, that would be most
Oh,
favorable
shit.
to Final Boss, a guild no other guild can possibly stand alone against. So I admit it. It was me that summoned the Sage of the Six Moons. Why did I do it? Because after years of baiting a rise out of public server
Wait,
admins on GTA
what?
5 and Gary's mod, I'm sort of like the deprived mind whisperer.
Bro, cause you're a fucking low IQ fucking numbnuts. Talking to you is like talking to a fucking brick wall. You're in my ear, invading my brain and lowering my IQ. Why don't you shut the fuck up for a change and actually use your lukewarm IQ to realize what you've done here and how you are fucking failed.
Is that really what GTA RP is? Because if it was, I'd probably play it. I just, listen, I like it whenever people are assholes, because that makes it fun. Whenever people are nice, then I'm not having fun. It's only fun whenever people are dicks. So he summoned the elite Moon Boy to ruin everything.
know druid players to be the most deprived minds of all. They try to heal only to be out-healed by everyone else. They try to tank only to be told they're trolling and to re-roll warrior. They try to melee DPS only to be told they're trolling and to re-roll warrior. God can only help you if you're trying to play a boomkin. Re-roll warrior. Inside the mind of every druid is a complacent, beaten down, pathetic loser who only knows how to take orders. To be a druid can only help you if you're trying to play a boomkin. Re-roll warrior. Inside
Listen to this.
in the mind of every druid is a
Re-roll
complacent,
warrior?
beaten down, pathetic loser who only knows how to take orders.
There it is. There it is. It is what it is, boys. It is what it is.
To be a druid is to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. When you're a master
Not
of
even
none,
close.
you should probably just re-roll warrior.
Druids
So
are
when a
masters of
druid is
dueling,
finally
though.
offered not
Druids are
only
great
a way
at
to be
dueling.
useful, but a way to unquestionably become the dominant class in a scenario, I knew they simply wouldn't be
So
able
they're
to
getting
resist.
revenge.
I orchestrated the Great Druid Uprising, and I did it to sow chaos. Sure, the Horde Pact was dismantled in the process, but more importantly, so was the alliances.
Good.
That was the plan all along. Quick fact check. The Alliance have more territory. The Alliance have more guilds.
True.
The Alliance have more numbers.
True.
The Alliance have more druids. I can only imagine the levels of griefing the Alliance were suffering through these alliances. Now was the perfect time to strike, and
Okay.
Hypergal coveted for its...
Yeah, because there's a set amount of them of the guys. So even there's oh no. Yeah, he's starting a civil war.
higher drop rates was our prime target.
Everyone that can hear my voice is abandoning their current position, and you will move at that time. Everybody will group up at 3780.
Is this for a regal push?
Yes.
I think it's time we let these fucking rats drown. Leaving Hivezora completely open to attack from the north, my guild consolidated their numbers at a secret location alongside every other true and noble guild left. We were going to hit the now weakened alliance with the full force of the rat-free horde.
So you guys have they've got like a huge
Silithus had
guild.
been the stage to many large and small-scale PvP skirmishes, but nothing would compare to the raid on Hive Regal.
The great raid on Hive Regal. So they just ran them the fuck down. God damn. Oh, and then the other guilds aren't helping them because it's every man for himself. Yeah, you can't, man. You really can't. WoW PvP, it's just, it is what it is. Let's say that. So they just claimed the whole fucking thing. Oh my god. Looks like they're gonna be getting all the scare boards then.
The raid on Hive Regal had been a complete success. Such a success, in fact, that for the next 24 hours, nothing else of note happened. Or maybe it did. I wouldn't know. I was in this room the whole time farming bugs. My only contact with the outside world during these hours was through general chat, but because humans aren't designed to sit in front of a screen for 58 hours at a time killing virtual bugs for clout in a 15-year-old video game, general chat was even more general chat than usual. The populace in their delirium were all suffering from a mass hallucination known only as Snake Min, a deity-like figure who doesn't...
Dude, like, the general chat in Silithus, half of it was complaining about S-Fan, and the other half of it were people putting, like, Chinese letters, and my guild was trolling, and they kept typing, "The bald man will ride the black bug," because they were trolling the other guilds into thinking that I was gonna get Scarabord. That was all it was. And it was so fucking stupid, man. The whole thing, like, because you're sitting there, here's the thing, right, is you're sitting there, and the first day you're taking it seriously, and now you're on the third day, and the fourth day, and you're just waiting for the respawn, and you're going to be doing this for the next 3 days. And so, yeah, general chat over in Silithus was probably the most degenerate thing. It was worse than Twitch chat. Let me say that. It was actually worse than Twitch chat.
To have any certain lore or single point of origin that I could place. He exists only in the delirious scrollings of those who have contracted bug brain, a condition that befalls all those who enter Silithus with the intent of farming fragments. You'll know you have bug brain when you start seeing carapace fragments where you shouldn't be seeing them. You start hearing bugs, the clicking of their mandibles, the howl of the wind as it rolls through the caves. Days, I'm hearing bugs in real life. Sleep. Yeah. Keep farming fragments. What the fuck is a fragment? I should type in general chat. I'm severely sleep deprived. Yeah. You see him. Snake Man. He is a reflection of his values and your praise him. Farm bugs, praise him, farm bugs. However, after deciphering several general chat messages, it seems that during these hours, Hive Zora went on to become a volatile rat kingdom with no consistent faction balance. Pretty much no man's land. If you were a small guild attempting a Scarab Lord or just a business person trying to sell bug killing services, Hive Zora was probably your best bet. As for Hive Ashi, well, that's Alliance territory, and that's
I feel like the way that people decided and like segmented things out, like obviously there were negatives to it as well. But overall, I think that's like the pinnacle of emergent player behavior. Yeah, that's definitely in my opinion, pinnacle of emergent player behavior. I love that.
The data I have because I was killing bugs. In fact, we were able to farm for so long uninterrupted in Hive Regal during these hours that we fully farmed not one, but 2 Scarab Lords worth of reputation, which looking back at it now was the peak of our farming efficiency. I don't know if it was because people hadn't burned out yet, or the fact that we had uncontested free farm for 24 hours, or the fact that we just had so many people,
done that?
We were harvesting
Holy
fragments
shit.
at an unbelievable pace. It was during these hours that I also managed to complete my personal task of gaining 200 fragments solo, just to see how long hypothetically it would take for me to farm Scarab Lord myself. And so just before I went to bed, for the first time in 3 days by the way, I went to hand them in. But before that,
Displate.
metallic posters for your walls. With over 1.4 million designs ranging from gaming, anime, movies to nature, you're bound to find something you like in a size that suits the space you have to work with. It turns out a lot of artists I follow on Twitter have stores on Displate, which made my selection rather easy. How could I not go for Dreamwalker's incredible Warcraft?
Yeah, it's over there.
Pistols,
SFAM was sponsored by them.
Pastel Wave Cityscapes by Allura. Installation takes literally 20 seconds. You just stick it to the wall with magnets. It's so...
Really? I didn't even know. Honestly, I just have it on the ground. I didn't know you could install it. I actually learned something in this video. Maybe I should install the picture then. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Easy a paladin
It's
player
just
could
on the
do
ground.
it. Warning, browsing this website will absolutely make you want to purchase Displate, so make sure you're either a content creator capable of using your clout to decorate your apartment for free, or using my discount link in the description, which if you use will get you 30% off your first 2 Displates, or 37% off if you get 3 or more. Wow! I'm currently smelting my thorium that I have been getting from rich thorium veins that I have been sneaking from other people.
Yo, Barney, fuck off. High quality content.
I gotta get those arcane crystals. I'm about to go to bed. I've been awake for
He still has blues?
too
Oh
long.
my
But
god.
before I go to bed, I'm gonna hand in these 200 fragments.
What is this guy doing?
Probably my only
I'm
200
gonna
fragments.
call
I've
it
actually
a
farmed
night.
like 800 fragments, but I only kept like 1 in 4. Reminder, to progress past this part, I would have to hand in enough fragments to fill this bar, and then 2 more. Handing in these fragments would give me 200 rep. What? That was... I'm going to bed. And go to bed.
Jesus, man. Like, the person who thought that up, like, I do want to say, the Scepter of the Shifting Sands questline is, in my opinion, like, this first beginning part was stupid, right? But is, in my opinion, the greatest questline that Blizzard has ever made, and they have not made anything that has even been remotely close to as good as the Scepter of the Shifting Sands questline ever. It is by far the greatest questline by a mile. It's 32 quests long. Yeah, it's insane. Because it's unhealthy. No, like, this part is stupid, right? It's like